Hey, hello. Oh, my camera is super tilted today. Whoopsie. There we go. I forgot to move it. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Open the door. It's time for more lore. Perfect. You love to see it. It is time for more lore. Welcome back to the LOREATHON. I was numbering the streams and then I haven't been. I've just done like LOREATHON, have the same title because it's just like one run. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just right? Oh, now I get it. I've been bouncing around that the incarnation of Terry Fox play video game and I'm like, Terry Fox? Because Terry Fox ran marathons. I get it now. I've been rolling that one around in the old noggin for a minute. Anyway, yeah, so we're continuing today. Today we do Liurnia, and I'm hoping to get into Caelid as well. It takes like 3 streams to get done a full area. And then again, we still have to go back, and it's not really 100%, you know, like we're still missing a couple dungeons. I don't know that I'm going to do every dungeon, mainly because I don't remember where all of them are. And while there are some really unique ones and really interesting ones, they're all interesting in their own way. There's also a lot of ones that are just like, you walk in, there's a bunch of imps, you beat a boss, it's probably a tree spirit, and then you get an ash. But it's not to say they're unimportant, but you know what I mean, there's a lot. So we'll see about that. How would you defeat a kangaroo in hand-to-hand combat? I would run away. Defeat a kangaroo in hand-to-hand combat. Why would I fight an animal? Why would I fight anybody? Like, I'm gonna leave a kangaroo alone. Have you seen those creatures kick? Weak bloodline. Actually, you want to know what's a weak bloodline? The one that dies the fuck out because they decided to go fist fight wild animals. I lived, bitch. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why I'm having a conversation with a horse, to be honest. I need to fist fight a kangaroo to keep my sub here? People leave? Yeah, Terry knows not to fight kangaroos. It's based. BoJack Horseman. I never finished watching that, actually, now that I think about it. It's just, why is a horse asking me to fight a kangaroo? This is like a weird attitude. I believe in animals being friends with each other. I saw a video today of a cat. It's at an animal sanctuary, and the cat's been there for a longer period of time, and there was a new puppy. And the puppy was, you know, still getting accustomed to the new atmosphere, and the kitty snuggled the puppy, and then the puppy became more relaxed because the kitty had been at the sanctuary for longer. And I was like, that's beautiful. That's kind of how I feel. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I believe in. I believe in animals hanging out and being homies. Right? Like, this whole concept of constantly needing to fight and fight. Real life is not the Elden Ring video game. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to fight everything. In the video game, I'm like, oh wow, a new enemy, I'm gonna fight it, right? Because we are playing a video game. But in reality, I don't want to fight anything. You know, it runs through that meme. I keep thinking of that meme. It pops into my head the most unlikely times. You know the meme that's like a monkey? And he's looking, it says neuron activation, and people just keep adding various things. There's the one I saw that's huge freaking sword, and it's like neuron activation, and I'm like, real. Hey, thanks, Nog. Hell yeah, swords? For real. Kangaroos are jacked, even on their upper half, though? No, for real, it's true. And the thing, too, is like, maybe this is just me, I sincerely believe almost every human being could be taken out by an angry enough house cat. Everyone's like, nah, bro, I would like totally beat up like a kangaroo. Bro, I would totally beat... Y'all would get beat up by a duck, okay? A duck, do you know how powerful ducks are, by the way? Duck beaks are so hard, and they hit you with them with such sheer force that they can break your bones. So you're chilling, and they're like a freaking Canada goose wanders on up on you. You move away, because that thing will seriously blunt force trauma your bones into dust. Yeah, geese and swans. Yeah, ducks too, I'd say. Ducks are... My cat would shank me if dinner is late. Wait, is that a duck emote? Hang on 1 second, I can't see it on this. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's a funny emote combo. That's good. Yo, Quasi Random, thank you for 19 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate that. Thank you for the prime. We love primers. Humans can sweat. That is OP. It's true. Actually, one thing that's really interesting about humans, that the main benefit that we have is our endurance, like our ability to run long distance. It's really, really extraordinary and rare in animals. Most animals hunt using opportunity. They wait. Or they use a group, right? So like wolves famously hunt in packs, right? I learned that from Dragon's Dogma, actually. You'll never guess. But, you know, my pawns are just like, wolves hunt in packs, wolves hunt in packs, wolves hunt in packs. And now I learned that. I didn't know that before. Anyway, the point is that humans hunt via endurance. We literally chase something down. We are like to animals like a Terminator. We just keep on following and following and following and following and following, and it's actually really neat, actually. So that's one of the unique benefits of humans. It's so cool. We legit lose to mosquitoes, and mosquitoes kind of suck, to be honest with you. I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm actually not Terry Fox. Terry Fox was a really great individual, but I'm not, in fact, literally Terry Fox, simply because I'm a Canadian. This might be a surprise to you. Before humans started growing food, they would hunt prey for mouse till it got tired and they could kill it. Yeah, exactly. It's really interesting. So lions, or like a lot of like lions also use a pack. They have pride, so it's interesting. But they are mainly opportunistic hunters, and they use like a burst of energy to get the prey, and then they're like done zone. They're just chilling, right? It's just really interesting. Wolves hunt in flocks. Yeah, exactly. Imagine walking for hours to get groceries. I know. Also, I love growing food. It's really fun. Is that a damn pun? I don't think so. I think I've been fairly pun-free today. Alright, 1 second. Just gonna check something. Okay. Neat. Everything's good. So, like I said, we're going to be continuing the LOREATHON. We're going to be doing Liurnia mainly. I sort of did a mental inventory or checklist of what we have left to do. It's not super exhaustive. I normally just yellow these things, but generally I do have a pretty good plan. So, yeah, let's, I don't know, let's just start. I'm actually, I was a little late today, as usual. So let's just get to it. Let's pop it open. There we go. All right, so I'm streaming back on my usual high quality today. Hopefully my internet can handle it. It's only been like twice that it hasn't been able to, but it's still annoying. Should also get some levels, I think. Well, that was Terry. The individual there is continuing a very unusual bit about how I am Terry Fox, a famous Canadian who ran across Canada with... Wait!
The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
This is great dialogue, and I haven't gotten in a while. Wish, asks for forgiveness. Okay. Road is yet long. There's nothing quite like taking real notes to me. I just mostly finished Liurnia? Great! It's also good. We did Hayeda's questline last time. So that'll be really great. How many times have you completed the game? Tough question, because a lot of what I do is not full completes. This is going to be a full complete in the end. Sorry, that was really funny. I have quite a few hours, so this is intentionally a lore hunt. We're trying to be as complete as possible. Actually, chat, I wanted to ask if someone could remind me where there's a dungeon in Limgrave that has a ghost outside of it and a death root in it. It's near what's this place called? It's near Summon Water, but I can never remember exactly where, so I might ask for some guidance for that. But first, let's talk to Hugh. I have a new ship, Hugh in therapy. Yeah, that made me laugh. Poor guy. Where's his head? Oh, look at that. Look at that immense bowed head. Normally, I just quickly talk to him, so it's good to see the... Does he have that growth on the other leg? No, it's covered. We can't tell. Interesting. Super close where you first find Alexander. Okay, that's like... I can never find it directly, but that's a big one I want to do because there's a death root there. And we do want to collect all the death root as well, actually, down the line for Malekith / Garonk's quest. Humans have also developed speech, which allows for precise directions in hunting. Yeah, over long distances, too. Black Knife Catacombs, below Fringe Tower. No. That one's done. I'm talking about there's just a ghost outside of it. Oh, it's just an NPC ghost, not an enemy ghost. But I actually see where you got confused because they both, yeah. Opposite sides of the road. That does make sense. Okay, that helps. Thank you. Where you first meet D. Yeah, it's really close to that. But despite knowing it's close to Summon Water, it's near D, and it's close to Alexander, I can never quite localize it. It's like this weird thing. So I'd like to do that dungeon. Have you heard all Hugh's dialogue if you leave Melina before burning the tree? I believe so. But it's been a minute. I can't think of what dialogue exactly you're discussing. So we'll get to that this playthrough. Okay. Let's talk to him. So he's praying.
You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
He's embarrassed, for lack of a better term. Sheer mess of weapons around Hugh. Damn, he's dedicated. And interestingly, right there's straight up just the greatsword. And I never looked at the weapons behind him. Is that another one over there? We'll take a closer look. But yeah, he is constantly smithing. It's like his only raison d'etre at this point. It's Silbervi asks you if you have misgivings about burning the tree. I was shocked that he even says that. Oh, yeah, that's the later game, and the lore related to the later game is a little bit where it gets fuzzier because I've simply done it less. But that's another thing I'm really looking forward to, is doing really thoroughly. Poor guy needs a dermatologist. No, he's a misbegotten. This is just what they look like. I do have to actually, I wonder. So the scales on the arm, that I understand. But if you notice, I always looked at his head. Those look like mushrooms. So before we were talking about, like in a previous stream when we looked at the Misbegotten for the first time, someone pointed out that the growths that the other Misbegotten, the smaller ones that they have on their legs, they almost look like bony outgrowths coming out. They said that those were horse growths and that horses can get them and they have to be removed carefully. Apparently it was one of those don't look it up, it's not pleasant to look at things. But I was wondering if perhaps this is similar because the look on the top of his head is very similar to what we see on the legs of the Misbegotten. I also see barnacles, and it could be aquatic, but there's nothing inherently aquatic about the Misbegotten. Hugh's ascent into madness was Marika frying his brain to hinder the player character who's getting too threatening to plants. So, okay, the tarnish is Marika's plan. So Marika wouldn't need to fry anyone's brain to hinder us. I don't think anyone is frying his brain. I think he's just been here for a long time and he's very determined to accomplish his goal. I believe personally that the entire realm of the round table that we are at right now is literally hosted by him the same way that Garamond hosted Hunter's Dream. So the only reason the round table exists, which is currently a safe place exclusively for Tarnished, in a place that is very hostile to them, it's because of Hugh and because of Marika. Go by the theory the Tarnish are an asset to open the way for Godfrey. All of the Tarnish, it depends. Okay, I definitely think Marika was hoping it would be Godfrey, but she's a woman who has a backup for a backup. The Tarnished generally were her plan. Godfrey was, you know, her plan A. She wants it to be Godfrey because Godfrey will do what is needed no matter what. But we defeat Godfrey, so it's us. But either way, the Tarnished all along were her plan. Because Godfrey, as far as we know, does not come here. Maybe he pops in. I'm talking the one we see once he returns to the Lands Between, right? I'm not talking, I know this is his house, right? Like his iconography is here, his weapons in the table. This is, because he's the head of the Tarnished. And this is the round table hold for the Tarnished. But once he returns to the Lands Between, I don't think he comes here, right? Maybe he does. Maybe we just don't see him. You know, we just keep missing each other, ships in the night. But I don't think he comes here. He doesn't need to. When he shows up on the shore of the Lands Between, he's like, yo, what's up? He is already in the state that he is in. He is ready to be our boss fight. He doesn't need to strengthen. He doesn't need runes to level. He doesn't need anything. He is already this mighty warrior as is. So he doesn't need to come here. So why would Marika ask Hugh to do this? Why would there be a round table hold? Because she wanted there to be, to help the other Tarnished. Now, totally, you're right that it could be the Tarnished were there to soften everybody up and then Godfrey would cement everything. But, you know, whichever way you read it, the Tarnished are an important part of the plan, not just Godfrey, for sure. Could have very easily been Godfrey if we lost to him. Exactly. Honestly, I almost wish that we could just lose to Godfrey and be like, you go, brother. You go take on Ratigan, because I would love to see that. Headcanon is that Godfrey swam back to Lands Between and walked all the way to Lane Dell. Yeah, and, you know, you could see it as we open the way, right? For sure, but I don't think that he needed us to. Do you know what I mean? He definitely didn't. Way to describe Godfrey really is the Gunder of this game. That's a good assessment, in a way. Yeah. The difference is, I would say, in terms of role, Gunder is a little bit more like Morgott, ironically, despite Gunder being a very early boss and Morgott being a late one, because they're sort of testing you. In a way. Gunder is literally a test. There's a reason he's a tutorial boss. But no, that's actually really interesting. Yeah. Look like excised horns similar to Omen since they're aspects of the Crucible. Yeah, definitely. It's just the problem is they look like barnacles. There's a hollowness to them. Keep in mind, I don't know what the inside of antlers and all horns look like, but like they don't. Like there's something not quite right. Because even, all right, hang on. Let me ask a bear prayer in a second. Even back here, the way they grow is not even. So if these are horns that were excised, like, why do they have a pit? Right? Marika had more faith in the Tarnished than her own children. It is a little bit sad, but I think by that point she knew. It's pretty sad. Yeah. We still see the guidance of grace after burning the Erd tree at Lane Dell Ashes. That's a really great question. Hugh is an alternate version of the scaly Misbegotten variant. Yeah, he is 100% in Misbegotten. I'm just wondering, as a Misbegotten, what are the barnacle-like growths all over his body? Like, I agree, they're right next to other horns. But I didn't know horns could be hollow on the inside. I'm learning about animals right now.
Back already.
The omen horns are solid all the way through. Shows the model in detail and specifies the different types. Interesting. All right. About your prayer. All right, I'm gonna be ready to take notes in case I need to.
Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot, but my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too.
It's so interesting because I seriously don't think he's a true prisoner. He is, but he isn't. Is an Andre and Blacksmith Giant? You know, I'm thinking about who is my favorite blacksmith in the games. You want to know the real truth? My favorite blacksmith is ourselves when we can level up our own weapons in Bloodborne. Hot take.
No. How could I say that? Father has always...
We have to go to the Chapel of Anticipation. He always refers to himself as a prisoner of the Tarnished, never the god that he prays to. And I really wonder if that isn't supposed to be... Like, it's... Okay, we see him, he's chained up. We're like, all right, you're just some weird monster and you're chained and like whatever, right? We don't question it too much. Excuse me. But he's a prisoner to the Tarnished. And I know this is going to sound a little facetious, but I mean it. He's waiting for us, for the Tarnished to get good. Because when the Tarnished get good, he can be free. Because once they kill a god, he's done. His task is accomplished. But because we have not, in all this time, gotten good, he's sitting there waiting, smithing for someone to finally get good. And it's actually really interesting. See them being mushrooms. Remember the slightly of the Kaled cup shrooms. Exactly. See, the thing is, I don't think they're mushrooms. But they look so much like mushrooms, it's kind of hard to say. DS2's blacksmith yesterday? Oh, dude. Okay, he's pretty great too, actually. Good point. And I love all the blacksmiths in these games. It's just, I don't know, something about Bloodborne. It's so simple. So lonely. We can level ourselves up in our game up to level 3? Yeah, I think so. Alright, so... We got that nice dialogue from Hugh. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Prisoner to Tarnished. That's a great line. Okay. You are not really doing much. Roger, we gotta talk to Roger, of course. Yes. All right. Hello, Roger. I found Ronnie.
Always good to see you safe. So,
Oops.
what do you need?
Why do you want a curse mark?
I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
They happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order. Basically, one piece of the Rune of Death got free and is causing all this chaos. But it's really interesting because it's one piece of the Rune of Death, but it can apparently propagate like a plant through Godfrey's body by being inflicted on life again. But without fully killing the body, the Rune of Death becomes a mix of life and death, which is those who live in death. Because that piece of the Rune of Death, through Godwin's body grows madly, and it becomes death root that needs to be expunged. And even when it's all consumed by Garank, he's not done. It's never done. A sin cannot be undone. Realize something about those who live in death today. Oh, yeah? Show me that lore. We're loring hard today. History, religion, and Elden Ring is heresies, just like real life. It's more stuff that doesn't fit into the Golden Order is considered heretical. But from Muriel, we know that heresy is but a contrivance. The warrior dead are supposed to be able to reach the Helfin by seeing the lamplight of the steeple. Yeah, they're guided by light. All dead are guided by different forms of light. It's actually really interesting. Smelly Fishman? He's not smelly. He's probably a little smelly. All right, the buzzing of the bugs is gonna drive me crazy, so I'm gonna get his dialogue real quick here. About D.
Yes, indeed. If D knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage, or perhaps he would even feel some pity.
He does feel pity.
But no need to fret. None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to.
Okay, but the thing is, D knows. Lore content around that avoids spoilers. A lore-based run, but it's a first full playthrough. Sorry, just make sure I'm understanding correctly. You're looking to watch. Are you doing your first playthrough? But you're trying to find like a guide or something. I want to make sure I understand correctly. Everything in Souls games probably smells bad. Yeah, I feel like Souls generally would not smell great. So what? Okay, hang on. Let me make sure I see this. So what exactly is going on with the warrior dead in the lands between? Are they soulless but somehow still conscious? Do you mean those who live in death specifically, or which warrior? Like they're warriors. They fight you, right? Perfumers probably smell good. Real talk. I think I'm allergic to perfume. And perfume gives me mad headaches. Cologne, perfume, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So like, they smell good from a very big distance away. Share some videos, characters, and bosses after beating them. It's often been content describes a full quest arc or things later on in the story. I feel like I'm still confused. Like you want to do spoiler, you want to put up spoiler-free lore content for others to watch without spoilers? I think eventually you're gonna have to get to spoilers, right? Rob, thanks for the gifted membership on YouTube to Nihil. Very relevant name. Their souls are supposed to be in the Helfin now, since we can even see the ghost flame in their bodies, but they can't truly die. Yeah, but it's interesting because the Tarnished can also see the light of guidance from roses, so we can see what they see. I really wonder, like they're drawn to it. The concept of being drawn to light is interesting, but it's almost, I think really it's just those who live in death are sort of glitched. Like, what did he call it? He didn't call it a glitch in the order, but I can't get rid of the word glitch now. So it seems like they can possibly still see it, but they're no longer able to follow it or something, because they're sort of trapped in between, because they have become infected with this living death. So I wonder if maybe it is possible that their soul has gone, but their bodies continue, kind of like Godwyn. So maybe their souls have indeed followed the light. But that's what's left, is their bodies. World is meant to be transcended here or redeemed. I think that depends on which ending you pick and what you personally select. Was Ensha the Lord of the Soulless and Desperate? So you think Ensha's related to the Royal Remains? Okay, were you here when I was talking about how I feel like Ensha might be related to that guy in the trailer, and I have no evidence, but the Golden Bones thing from like the guy who I kind of said was like a centipede guy, the guy who's like impaled and is trying to pull the thing out, but the thing is also like his body. I really wonder if that's not related to the Royal Remains, because the guy has golden bones. And the main thing about the royal remains is they're golden bones. And I'm just like, what's going on with that? So I wonder if maybe that's not something related. Like, I have no evidence for this, but it would make sense considering Ensha is this sort of enigmatic figure. And we don't really have a lot of answers. And I wonder if maybe that's something that needs explained. Listen, I don't want to think that everything is going to be explained in the DLC. I know for a fact it isn't, you know, but I can't help but wonder, you know? Kind of wish we got to meet a skeleton that could talk. It made it a lot easier to convince people they are worth defending, those who live in death. Okay, but the thing about those who live in death is that they are like God when they're not able to speak or communicate anymore. Like, you kind of have to feel, you feel for them because it's not their fault what happened to them. But they are nonetheless this horribly cursed existence. And that's what's so interesting with Roger, too, is he's the only one that we know of who wants to help them. He's the only one who looks at... He's actually a lot like Loretta. We talked about Loretta last time. People were like, what if she's actually an Albinaric? And like, I mean, I said that too. And then I read the lore. It's like an absurd rumor. And I got like personally called out. But I think we have this idea that in order to care about something, we have to be affected by it. And that's not necessarily true. True heroes care about things because they see the suffering of others and they want to prevent it. Nephili, she doesn't want to, she wants justice for the downtrodden because when she was weak, she couldn't do anything, but now she is strong and she can. Roger sees the plight of those who live in death and wants to help them. Loretta sees the Albinarics without a home and treated like body parts used for alchemy, and she feels for them, right? That's what's so really neat about these figures, is that they care about things that don't affect... Eventually, of course, Roger does in fact get affected by it, but he's trying to help them, not for himself. The whole Eclipse plotline seems to imply souls follow a different pipeline to reincarnation than physical bodies, which kind of shamble to the Erd Tree roots instead. Or they are carried via the jars. There is a divide, though. We know from Ronnie and Godwin for sure that the soul is separate from the body. Too bad Loretta doesn't have any dialogue. I know. Do you have a favorite boss? Just curious. I kind of go back and forth. I really like Rykard and Radahn for the sheer spectacle of them. I think Radahn is possibly the funniest boss they've ever done in any of the games. It's such a delight. He doesn't even need to be like clean or well designed or anything. He's just so... It's such an experience. You know what I mean? That's really great. I really love Godric as well. So easy, like early game, like, you know, it's not like he's a challenge. He will definitely teach you a little, but there's something just so fun about him. The way the cutscene works with his dialogue, his phase transitions, everything about it, so interesting. Renala, such a spectacle, so much lore in there. Ensha is a king that Marika deposed along the route to her and Godfrey unifying Altus. You know what? Yeah, and we mentioned it last time we were talking about it. But Godwin is a prince of death, but we also have a Glomide queen. So if he's a prince of death and not a king of death, I mean, it might just be that he doesn't have a realm to rule, right? He's still under somebody else. But I really wonder if, like, is there another figure? There's a Glomide queen, like, who is her king, maybe? Like, where's the king there? Is this perhaps a royal remains going on, right? Like, we have these, like, these figures specifically called kings, right? I'm doing well. Elden Ring was surpassing. Bloodborne is your favorite. I wonder where it fell off. It didn't really fall off. It's just, I think Elden Ring, there's so much to it and it's so great. And then by the end of the game, I was like, I like Bloodborne better. She's the main monarch, so there's just a prince. Oh yeah, but I'm talking about before Godwin. Like, what if there's someone else? If Glomide Queen was an Empyrean, who was their shadow? I'm really intrigued by the shadows. No, I love Elden Ring. Like, in the first playthrough, especially editing the first playthrough was really great, because I get to see, like, the choices I made and the mistakes I made and stuff. Could fit into the timeline of Marika plucking the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. In terms of before that, yeah, I think that the jars and their use was indeed like a way to get the dead to where they need to be so they could be buried. But en masse, I have to wonder too, because it's en masse, right? Like to have jars, they literally just enchant jars so they move, fit a bunch of bodies in them, and then say, go walk to the tree. That's a lot of dead altogether. Now one of my favorite bosses, because I saw panic rolling. I still dislike Moog, and watching me fight him on my first playthrough recently. Did I go live today? Which episode went live today? I think... Oh man, I edited them yesterday, but it's hard to remember where I left off. Moog sir went live. Okay, so yeah, I fought Moog. Great. Oh, okay, then I know it's going up tomorrow. Okay. I'm remembering now. No, tomorrow's just me trying to figure out what is it? Regression is the only truth, something regression, whatever that little riddle. Marika made a pretty good habit of defeating her enemies and then assimilating their cultural stuff. But what's really cool too is not just assimilating their cultural stuff, like for sure, but also keeping her enemies around in case she needed them, in my opinion, which we see with the Last Giant, and arguably the Glow My Queen too. Spoilers? Yeah. Oh my god, dude. I got a comment. It was actually really funny, and like it amuses me a little because it's like at some point you have to know that that games are gonna get spoiled, right? Especially in this. Like I talk about it on stream. I'll be like, we are talking about all the games. I will definitely talk about things with previous games. The point of the LOREATHON is to play all of them eventually, right? But someone commented that, oh, you spoiled that game that you mentioned where that guy kills your maiden or whatever. Because I talked about it, I think in episode 71, I referenced, spoilers, I guess, Loud Trek from Dark Souls 1. And it made me laugh so hard because the game's from 2011. Do you know what I mean? There has to be like an end date. Like, it's not as old as Lord of the Rings, you know, but like, the game's from 2011. But my favorite part was they were like, whatever game you mentioned there. And I'm just like, bro, like, you don't even know what game I'm talking about. You're complaining about spoilers. That is really powerful energy. I love that personally. Like, I want to channel that energy more in my life. Just literally be like, bro, whatever game you just spoiled it, bro. Like, I wasn't listening though. What game was it? It's so good. You just reminded me. Came to the conclusion that Bloodborne was better fighting Malekith. You know what it is too with Bloodborne? Bloodborne nails large, unwieldy fights, and they, in my opinion, have not done that as well since. But that's opinion. But like, I love fighting beasts in that game. They're like my favorite. Well, I love fighting the human type enemies too. But oh my god, they do it so well. Such a minor spoiler. Also, no chance they would even remember at all if they played DS1. Also, like, they sort of translated it because I said that, spoilers. I'm being a little facetious now, but I guess in case you're worried, we are going to play Dark Souls 1 though, so, but Lautrec will kill the Firekeeper, right? But they said the level up lady, and I was like, there's no level up lady in DS1 because the Firekeeper isn't your level up lady because there are no level up ladies in DS1. So it's actually pretty intriguing because it's the only game without one. There was supposed to be one. There was supposed to be like a similar concept and it was supposed to be Priscilla, but they cut that and blah, blah, blah. But the point is there's no level up lady in that one. Who upon earning their honor simply died. Oh my god, dude, I love that description. You know what, too? In all seriousness, though, it reminds me a little bit of Godfrey. Because, you know, he lost his grace upon defeating all his foes, but also Topes, who literally succeeds in this task and then dies. It's like so many of these figures in the lore are like, I have accomplished my goal, and then literally Priscilla exists. Wow, spoilers. Yeah, no, listen, I'm not trying to make fun. For me, it was really funny because they were just like, I don't know what game you just talked about, but how dare you spoil it? And I'm just like, oh my god. It is really powerful energy. It reminds me of that meme. It's like, you know, I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. You know, I didn't read all that. Plan to play them oldest to newest? I'm thinking so, but I'm not certain. Anything is free game after 6 months. If you haven't consumed the media within 6 months, it's your own fault. For me, I'm a little bit different because I will play games way late. Like I played Dragon's Dogma recently, and of course, I was like, please do not spoil the game. But it's a 10-year-old game. But like, I'm sort of hosting the party, so when you come to the party, you gotta follow the rules. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the thing. In this house, my rules are FromSoft games are free game because we're constantly talking about lore, and the conversation would be limited. I talked about Gwendolyn in relation to Mesmer, the snake curse being born with it versus taking it on, like Rykard, right? Like we talked about that whole discussion. In my opinion, to toot my own horn, I thought that was really neat. I realized, oh my god, Gwendolyn is a figure who has the legs that are like snake-like. That would have been lost if he wasn't able to talk about it, right? So that's what's really neat too, is like we kind of need to have that, right? You a scholar IRL? Yeah, I'm part of the School of Mensis. No, just kidding. God, I hate those people. Replaying these games because you forgot them? Remember everything about them? I'm okay? Okay. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry that happened. Sorry, I had to do the meme. So you're gonna make a school of this meat? No, I wanted the school of hard knocks. Check out the owls. No, I didn't get to the owls, Nascent. Well, there's a couple. Oh man, there's so much shit I always forget. Did bro reinvent the cycle of life in Lands Between? Hang on, for taupes? Kind of the same color as Ancestral Follower stuff. You know what? It's been a while since I've used it. I think I literally used it because I thought it was Karian Retaliation. I never actually used it. That you jumped into book 7 without reading book 1. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like that. And I totally get it to a point, right? But like, if you're concerned about spoilers, you gotta be careful with the media you consume. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to... If I like JJK, I don't want to get it spoiled, so I don't look online about anime communities because I know these folks is gonna spoil. You know. You kind of have to like take you know when you're online you gotta take a little bit of a risk. Do you know what I mean? Also, while for first playthroughs and stuff, I'm really careful with spoilers. I'm actually I don't care about spoilers for books and movies at all, because if a story is good, you want to consume it anyway. Like, of course, I try to avoid them. I'm not like, you know, being like, hey, you want to tell me the whole story of this movie? But I'll be like, hey, I want to see this movie. Should I watch it? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's really good. And I'm totally cool with people telling me most of the time. You know what I mean? Eller made me play Dark Souls 3 and I don't want any spoilers? Yeah, that's fair. But we might talk about Dark Souls 3. Statistically, it's unlikely, though. Enjoy the Gideon Owl theory. Yeah, I actually think that's really intriguing. Okay, let's tell Roger, who's been staring at us for 20 minutes, and then we'll go look at some owls.
I see. When Rani shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark, too. You know, not everyone would trust such a tale. But if she, in her current form, is nothing more than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all. Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Rani's vassals? Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you. I've seen it.
I love that line. Taupe's barrier reflects incantations in sorcery, golden order fundamentalism as the marriage of scholardom and faith. I also wonder, because Taupe's... I might be thinking of a different spell. I think I'm thinking of a gravity spell. Oh man, what's the spell? It might be Taupe's barrier. I don't use spells very often, so it leads to me not even knowing what they look like. I'm just like, oh, that's the thing that messed with me in PvP. Oh, that's that thing. It's like so much of my knowledge is that, right? But is Taupe's barrier the spell? No, it's a different one that absorbs magic as it gets close, like literally like a black hole style thing. DS3 Loretta's bone. Oh right, yeah. FromSoft loves to reuse names. Like it's in this game, it's a whole thing because everyone is like named GRM, and that's thanks to wonderful Martin, likely. I'm not shading. Like, honestly, leave your signature on the game, my brother. But it's really funny. But they've done that before. It doesn't surprise me. There's Loretta's Bone. We have Irina at Castle Morn. That would be Eternal Darkness. Ah, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join a group for a game I just think spoilers are expected. Yeah, but also, like, even knowing that there is a character that if you free them will harm someone, it doesn't ruin it. It doesn't change the drama when it happens. You know what I mean? Is a teal rejection that affects all magic? Teal. Oh, that would be ancestral follower colors. That's actually something I really want to look at too. The ancestral follower eyes. I want to look at eyes as much as possible this playthrough. We've already started a little bit. We've looked at the frenzied nomads. We've looked at like perfumer. We're trying to like study eyes as much as possible. And I'd like to see more eyes because they've always been significant, but it's really interesting how eye color correlates to different things. Your face will harm someone? Thanks. All right, Roger.
You become Rani's vassal to advance our agenda. While in her service, you'll be able to take a poke around on the sly and determine the location of her original body that bears the curse mark. I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger, but I know you've got what it takes. Quite possibly the only one, in fact.
Aww. There's a level up lady if you play a female character. Technically correct. Alright, so I know about... I think I remember there being owls here because I have this like really strangely distinct memory of picking up a slumbering egg here. But there's also something I wanted to grab over here while we're in the area as well. Hey Chris, thanks for the 5 stream streak. Alright, I gotta keep an eye out. I remember them being around here. No, those are hawks. Right there. They aren't doing that I'm totally not looking at you thing that cats do. Their eyes only glow at night? I mean, they are nocturnal. Alright, so it didn't look like behind it. So let's see if we can, because that would be pretty telling if it starts looking like straight up behind, right? I can see it to a point, but you know. Cat coded, Have a hard time being coy. The thing, too, is what's really interesting about art is that it truly is alive and it takes on new life the more people who enjoy and appreciate it. Everyone sees different things. I'm willing to turn it tonight to see if the eyes glow, but nocturnal eyes glowing is not unusual to me. Like, that's just like, that's what owl eyes will do because they reflect the light so they can see in the dark. Oh, and we can level... Oh. This, right, sacred tier. Owls are bird cats. Kind of. Silent hunters, nocturnal. Kind of goofy. What about koi? Different thing. Sounds the same though. I don't even get into movies if they're more than 2 hours. I will watch 3 hours of a show, but be like, watching a 3-hour movie, it's a lot of time. Wait, did I pass it? Oh, I sure did. Oopsie. Ow. There's that glow. I will say, that's a pretty strange glow. Like, I know predator eyes. And that doesn't happen with these. But then again, these aren't... Or does it? Show me the eyes. Nope. Yeah, so these are glowing. It's easy to observe on the one. I mean, you could see it is glowing. The light is coming out of it. No, that's very real. I don't know what to do with that. I agree. It could be Gideon watching us. Because he does have an owl-like face on his mask, for sure. Like, it's super owl-coded. 100%. Oh, something just freaking deceased. Yeah, it's definitely not normal eye shine. Owls drop slumbering eggs. I do wonder... Okay, when I saw the slumbering egg, I was like, Angel's Egg reference, 110%. Like, they do see all, and they are all over the place. The thing is, like, yeah, they look at you, but they don't, like... They don't change their animation to where you are. They just do the same animation, and because it's animation involved, well, was it really turning that far back? This is interesting. Furious Krabbits, thank you so much for the Prime. Owls can swivel their head 100%. They do if you get close? Yeah, but then, like, we're trying to see if it's trying to surreptitiously watch us. Scare's better candidates for Gideon's spying. They do have an eye symbol on them. Maybe it glows because it'll give you more XP if you slay it. It's a different glow. You know what? I might have seen this before, but assumed it was the same glow that they get where they get, what do you call it? Increased rune drops. But this is a different glow. All right, we're gonna take it out. Hello. I'm so sorry. It's just, I want your drop. I'm sorry. I feel really bad because it just went, whoo. It was really cute. All right. The slumbering egg. Owl eggs that will never hatch. Prized as a symbol of the most sublime slumber. It's hard not to think of Trina with that, and I think that's very fair. I gotta rewatch Angel's Egg for the 15th time. Y'all ever seen Angel's Egg? Phenomenal movie. Really weird. And basically, when we're talking about an egg that will never hatch, that slumbering bird egg at that, So the jellyfish, at least the ones that we know of, are spirits often representing children. The two that we know of are exactly that, so, you know, taking that one step further. I've only seen stills, but it's already spoiled for me. I'm gonna be real. That is the perfect example of a movie that can't be spoiled because it's about the experience of watching it. Some inspiration for Hollow Knight. Really? I can see that with the Dreamers. Miyazaki, I don't remember when, but Miyazaki directly mentioned that movie. This was years ago. I don't remember where this was, as an inspiration of his, an influence of his. Trust me, even if you know what happens, it's worth watching. You can read a description and see stills and get the whole, oh, more glowy eyes. And you will still be like, what? The jellyfish sing. Is it a sound effect? I haven't heard the singing. Graves of two little girls who tombstone say they never saw the stars. Yeah, that is Aurelia and her sister, and we reunite them to acquire the fancy spin gesture. Considering they're right there and they reference seeing the stars. So if you reunite them, if you summon a spirit, you let them see the stars at last. Like a low hum. This place is a little loud. We will try to find a quieter location because it's Stormhill. Godric's Soldier Ashes. These ones are just born mad. Ow. They'll snap onto your character and track them for a moment. They definitely, if you get close. That's pretty interesting. Like, they do look at you and they don't just fly away. The eagles and stuff, I believe, do. Marika killed them while purging the giants? It's possible. Okay, considering the astrologers lived up there and the astrologers, you know, looked at the stars and were all about stargazing, having these little jellyfish there suggests that, yeah, and the astrologers were allied with giants and therefore enemies of others. But there were other enemies there too, like the Zamor. I'm not going to say that, like, Marika personally went up there and killed them all, you know? Like, it's... We can't know. But there was definitely a lot of fighting going on in the area. Every other animal runs away when you, or attacks when you gets close. That's really interesting. Golden eyes at night. It does suggest like something is looking through them for sure. I can see Gideon because of the owlness, but the gold hue, I can also see someone like Mikola or Trina. Owls are super chill and just want to be bros. They are genuinely very sweet little creatures from what I've understood. They are apparently a little dumb. Like, they're very sweet, but not... Like, they're a symbol of being wise, but not necessarily, like, actually in reality sort of thing. Karian Manor in Far Missoula. Left of doorway to Phantom Loretta is a hidden door leads to the Karian Grandeur Ash of War. Oh, I totally forgot to go down there in the Karian Manor. Yeah, we want to go to where all the jars are. Thank you for the reminder. Who you call a dumb? Sorry. There also, what's really cool is that their feathers are specific. They have unique feathers that allows them to swoop silently. Like, they are complete stealth hunters. It's super neat. Used to volunteer at an avian rescue center. Owls are great. That's so cool. I have 99 mega runes. Yeah, I got muled. These are all my forbidden runes. That's why I have this outfit also. And just for if I want to use them later, I also got the magma swords. So, yeah, it's the where are they? God, I have so many weapons. I have the magma blades, the fashion, and the runes. But everything else I'm getting myself. So that way we can get the lore, but not have to worry about getting good, you know? But you know, the point of the run is lore. It's not like, I'm a Omega gamer, you know? Like, I don't really care about, like... I just want to look cute, you know what I'm saying? The Rotten Duelist set is very pog. Absolutely real. It's not a challenge run? Yeah, exactly, you know. I love muling. I am a big proponent of muling. It's seriously like... It's a godsend, especially if you just want fashion. You know what I mean? The bat eyes glow too. The bat eyes. Let's go look at the bats. Muling is just a term that the community uses for when someone has a character with everything and you invite them into your world and then they drop everything for you. Or not everything, whatever you want. So weapons, fashion, runes can be dropped but not upgrade materials or upgraded weapons. So it's pretty neat. You still have to, even if you're like when I was setting up a PvP character, it still takes hours to set it up, even if you get everything dropped. It's really neat, actually. It's like good if you want to sort of just get to the point that you want to do that stuff, you know? Okay, let's go take a look at those bats at night. Any enemy have glowing eyes randomly in the game? Yeah, but that is the sign that they will drop you extra runes. But specifically time of day glowing eyes? That's not every enemy. I think the bats do have the typical... Is it a free service? Oh, yeah, you just ask your homie to do you a favor. If you don't have anybody, they have... I know on Reddit, they have Patches Emporium. Like, it's totally... Like, no, do not ever pay for runes. Those are scams. Never, ever, ever pay. Just ask if someone can drop stuff for you, and then be like, hey, I'll drop stuff for you on a character. You know, quid pro quo type stuff. Yeah. All right, I'm so sorry. I know there's bats here, but my brain lost track of where I was. You know, there are websites. Okay, so what Muley is, basically what you do, because I've done it for others before as well. Most of the time I'm getting Mule. Thank you, Lyco. But you load up your file, and you back it up. You can do this on PC, you can do this on PlayStation, those are my two systems. And you have all your items, whatever they are, and then you enter a friend's game, you drop them the items, and then you quit the game, reload your file, and you did not lose anything. So the issue that I have is there's all these like pay for runes sites. They're not losing anything. It's not an MMO. You don't have to farm or grind or whatever, and then you give the gold and it's gone. Even then, there's a reason those exist, but not in Elden Ring. Do not ever pay for runes. Okay, yeah, so this is what I thought the owls had. A similarly, like, nocturnal glow eye, but no, it's very different. This is just straight up predator nighttime glow. Really interesting. Oh, also, yeah, make sure to use red sign. Because you'll get invaded if you use the cooperator. just someone to do this. Below the worst FromSoft fans. Hi, I'm a PvPer. You may not realize that I'm like a really, really huge proponent of the greatness of PvP in these games. I feel like people forget when I do lore, and then I do PvP, and they forget that I do lore. It's, you know, it just depends on the face you're wearing that day, but I love PvP. Admittedly, I got my issues with Elden Ring PvP, you know? Oh, the red eyes. Actually, let's talk about these. So, in an item description, I don't remember which one, it says that the demi-humans lose their minds and become feral, I think is the word to use, at night. And I totally forgot about this until I was editing, but that's what happens at nighttime. They become more bestial, and they become red-eyed. It like represents like their frenzy in a way. That's really all there is to it there, but it is interesting that it's represented with a red glow from within. Might be the ashes for them? Might be. I don't know if I have those. Don't you literally have a PvP trophy? I sure do. I won the PvP side of Twitch Rivals. I have been both someone who was invaded and someone who invaded others in previous titles, and I gotta tell you, I think PvP brings something really, really, really special to these games. And I really don't buy into the whole PvP or evil thing. Even when I was getting invaded, man. Even when I was like a complete little baby noob who was super freaked out and scared of PvP, it felt really good and natural in these games. Like, genuinely, Elden Ring has its issues because it's a little bit more contrived, right? Oh, right. You do have to worry about hackers and stuff on PC. That's absolutely true. I was on PlayStation always, so I didn't have to worry about that as much. So, Legends a large building underneath Farmazula. Yet to explore it more. We'll talk about that when we get closer, like, and like remind me, because I'd like to see if I know what you're talking about there. The Nox puppet in Celavis's basement occasionally gets the golden eyes. Really? Interesting. If anything, the PvE community are more evil in the PvP side. In this game, it's really, really hard not to see the hosts as the villains with the way they carry on, let me tell you. Like, I don't want to be like back in my day, but like, let me put on my boomer hat for a minute and let me tell you, it did not feel this bad. Well, okay. My very first invasion in Elden Ring, I was level 50. I just invaded with what I had, didn't have a build, just had a fun time. Walked up to the host and their phantom, got nuked in one hit by Elden Stars, which requires 60 faith? And I was like, oh, I see. Nothing has changed since that. Do you know what I mean? Like, whoa. Elden Ring PvP is something. My very first PvP experience in Dark Souls 3 was me hitting the woods and being like, oh, this is cool. New area. And then all of a sudden, invaded by I don't remember what the Covenant's called anymore. Elden Stars is 50? Yeah, but that's for one stat. Okay, I think it's over here. I'm looking for that done. There it is, I think. I think I see the ghosty. Hey, Ad, what's up? Also, thanks for whoever told me it's across the road from Alexander, because that was actually like really good advice. Okay. Unthinkable. Our hallowed resting place is violated. To refuse the Erdtree's call to return, to live within death. Sickening. Okay, so also mushrooms, notable. I wonder how this relates, though. Okay, so we were talking earlier, Hugo, you brought it up, those who live in death, basically, though they are supposed to be called to the steeple, like the warriors, they ignore it, you know, or we don't know, they just don't seem to, they don't die. Here, this figure implies that they almost choose it, that they refuse the call. But I really don't think this dingus knows what he's talking about, personally. Flip side is invaders coming in at level 25 bracket with Rivers and Sacred Relic Sword. The problem that I have, and I really do mean this, I don't want to get too into PvP today because, you know, we got so much to talk about, but in Elden Ring, PvP is always hugely unbalanced towards the host side. They get every advantage. They get normally a 10-ish% level increase or 5% lower, but still. And in Elden Ring, they get at least one phantom on top of that, plus the ability to use rune arcs. In previous games, invaders got, or any phantom got a 30% health decrease. Like, it's just a part of it. Do you know what I mean? Elden Ring, it's got its issues because of lack of covenants and the way that it's a 4-person limit and blah, 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 blah. But in Dark Souls 3, it was so well implemented that at first you're scared, but then it turns into this really, really fun, unique experience that you cannot get in another form. It's so genuinely fun. I still think Dark Souls 3 has the best introduction to PvP in my opinion. Dark Souls 2 I think has the best consistent PvP. Bloodborne has some really neat stuff even with its issues. Elden Ring has so much coolness going for it, and it's like so new and big and shiny, and you can play with the world a lot more. But Dark Souls 3 makes it friendly to try. Like, you enter an area, you get invaded by people who are defending that area, you beat the area, and then you get to join the invaders, and then you're like, maybe I should try invading, and then you get to experiment with it, and it's so neat. Oh man, I really do miss DS3 release so much. The Forest Hunters, yeah, I forget what the Covenant is called, but either way. Although when you think of it, what reason would they have to do so? Being reborn doesn't seem to have many downsides, unless they aren't being reborn. Tells us the undead aren't exactly sentient, but they still have the drive to preserve their own existence, i.e. soulless but still living. I wonder though, because, okay, now this guy, it's not that we can't trust these figures, but we have to remember that these phantoms are basically echoing the sentiments that they had in life. So for example, there's a ghost down here in the Rampart jail who begs not to be eaten because his spirit will be cursed if he's eaten by a misbegotten. He's not worried about dying. Because he thinks he'll be reborn, whether it's true or not, but he's terrified of being corrupted by being touched by the filthy misbegotten, right? It doesn't mean the misbegotten are filthy, it just means that that was his perception of the situation. So I wonder if this guy knows what the heck he's talking about. Because we also, right nearby, get D, who also talks about those who live in death as this horrific, evil corruption and curse, and they must all be put down like monsters. And then we also get Roger, who's like, listen, after studying the Black Knight print, and he knows what he's talking about more than anybody in this game. Well, you know, he says, literally, those who live in death didn't do anything wrong. So I wonder about that. Do you know what I mean? Like, is this little phantom guy, is it true that they have refused the call? Or did they glitch out and they can't, you know, unglitch? You know? The beast eye quivers. Okay. I want to do this dungeon because of the death route, but I also realized this is the death-touched catacombs. This is also the very interesting dungeon because it's probably the earliest death route you're gonna find. This is the first one I found personally, and we want all the death route for later. Too dumb to recognize it's a call altogether. Who the those who live in death? We also have to remember that, like, figures are not necessarily lying, but they're not necessarily telling the truth, because in a world like this, there's a lot of perceptions of certain beings that are biased by their own views. So people can't be reborn, but their spirits are also trapped. Very cool and good, thanks Marika. At least she tried to fix it, but yeah, absolutely. Smoldering butterflies. Interesting. As a drop from a skeleton. Gotta look to other sources. Yeah, I'm just saying this guy, I'm not willing to trust him. There is other information on it. It's just interesting to sort of like go back and forth on it and address it. Who removed the Rune of Death? It was Marika, but was it before the Shattering? Yes. So the Rune of Death being removed was like one of the early... Oh, look, this guy's got the golden glowing eyes. So you can see the difference. Even from the some more heavy doors open, by the way. Between the owl glow as well. Like, this has the sort of rune effect when it moves. Okay. Marika had Malekith defeat the Glowmide Queen. He did. And then Marika used Malekith as a vessel to seal the Rune of Death, and that's the only use that she had for him. Then, the Erdtree War, which was basically to consolidate this new order and to start the Age of the Erdtree, an Age of Plenty. So Marika's like, yo, let's do that, sick. And then she realized, oh no, I done goofed it, when she actually won the war. And the Erdtree had no apparent weaknesses left. So Rune of Death was separate from the Elden Ring. It wasn't always. It used to be a part of it, yeah. I feel like there's like a hidden wall or something I'm supposed to get over there, but I don't remember, and honestly, it doesn't really matter. Just want to point out right here that we can see Deathroot here, and you can see right there the glimmer of Godwin's eye. Ugh, I forgot. Every time I zoom in, I'm like, oh, we'll have the light. Nah, it vanishes, but still, very neat. Then why Malekith feels betrayed by Marika? Because, in my opinion, from my reading... Oh my god, I'm doing it again. Because it says that Marika had no use for her shadow except for as a vessel for the Elden Ring. Even then, she betrayed him, which means that the betrayal happened later, and that was likely her being involved with Ronnie stealing the Rune of Death. I love that animation. She gets up so slowly, and she's already wounded as well. Cast light spell might save you, zoom in. It doesn't, actually. I just did that in my first playthrough, and the same thing happens. This one even moves slower than the others. It's probably because this is a very early game fight, so they want you to not get absolutely annihilated. But it's interesting that this one is quite injured. The Assassin's Crimson Dagger. An assassin's dagger misshapen and stained in crimson. This charm is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Night of the Black Knives, those who give the demigods their first taste. Those who gave the demigods their first taste of death. Why was she wounded? People aren't really a big fan of the Black Knives, probably, but I don't know why this particular one was. Disbanded, trapped, hiding, typically wounded. None of them are directly wounded, but they're definitely, except for this one, but they're not doing great, yeah. But they are definitely consistently imprisoned, separated from each other, trapped in ever jails, yeah. He's saying they are choosing to refuse the Erdtree's call, but saying that they are refusing it even if unwillingly? Could be. Yeah. No, that's definitely possible too. It's just for me, hearing refuse. Like, I have to think there's like a no involved. Like a choice. I don't know why this is coming to mind. Like if someone walks by with mashed potatoes and I don't follow them, I'm not refusing the mashed potatoes. But if someone says, would you like mashed potatoes? And I say no, then I'm refusing the mashed potatoes. I don't know why that's what came to mind. You know? Like it just happens to be a signal of mashed potatoes going by. They were the Fall Guys for Ronnie's scheming? I mean, yeah, but they did also do it. They weren't necessarily Fall Guys, they literally did it. It's just, you know, now they're like screwed. Although yeah, no, that fits. Is that the only boss that starts with an incomplete HP bar? I think it is. Off the top of my head, I think that's the only one. One hiding in the room in the catacombs, Leonard injured. It's not. Well, it doesn't have health bar taken out, but I don't remember how she I think is facing a an altar in a sort of miniature hidden chapel, but her health bar's fine. A doula too, but it doesn't really count, right? Does a doula start with a lowered health bar? You can hit a doula, but I thought a doula always has a full health bar when you next see them. Is that Hello Kitty in an Apple cosplay? It is. Yeah, it's a sweater of Hello Kitty and friends with various fruit. Leader of the Black Knives was imprisoned by Ronnie, right? See, that's actually something we were talking about last time I was there. I don't know if Ronnie did it. It's possible because it is her realm. It is the Moonlight Altar. But she hasn't been able to access the Moonlight Altar in a very long time. Or Moonlit, sorry. Because the Two Fingers is there. And it looks like it's defending itself from Ronnie, sending the baleful shadows after her. So the first time that she's able to access that area in what looks like to be a fair length of time is when we take her there as a part of her quest line. So it's possible that Ronnie did it, but it's also possible that the Two Fingers up there did it as well. We actually don't really know. Adula's there. Adula's also Ronnie's. So, like, I'm not saying that none of the allies and servants of Ronnie can go up there, but I don't know. I don't know who would have done the Everjail. Evidence going one way or another. Number one, Ronnie's servant Iji does know how to use Everjails. He presumably traps Darrowil in an Everjail, and is also the one who traps Blythe in an Everjail. Here we go. I wanted to do the High Road Cave. I walked in and then I never finished it. I forgot. This is a really neat cave, so I want to do this one. So yeah, basically that's sort of one evidence in one direction. But the two fingers is literally able to apparently create endless baleful shadows. We only see the one, but shadows is plural. You know what I'm saying? So the two fingers is no slouch. And according to the lore, all shadows were created by a two fingers for their Empyrean, which means that the two fingers is apparently able to conjure very powerful beings like Malekith. Could be that Ronnie intended for Alecto to kill her own two fingers, only to find they can't be killed that way. Destined death wasn't enough. It's possible. However, this is one thing that's really interesting. I wonder if the Black Knives didn't betray Ronnie first, right? We talked about this before, so sorry if you're hearing this again, but this is pre-LOREATHON, so fresh. The Black Knife Alecto, who we fight, drops Tish's ashes. And we find out that Tish died as a result of the assault on Godwyn and Leyndell. Tish saved her mother, but died as a result. Now, there's some dialogue through Melina that's supposedly from Marika, which I consider a pretty good source. It says something, it's been a while, we have to get it, but there's something about my fellows, which suggests that Marika's speaking to the Black Knives, because those are her fellows. And I wonder, it suggests that the Black Knives were maybe not a big fan of what was gonna like doing the Black Knives, but they did it anyway. So if you're the leader of a group of cool assassins, and you're kind of like, all right, fine, I'll do this job, and then the job goes so bad that your daughter dies, you're probably gonna be a bit pissed. So it's possible that as a result of what happened, or it could just be plain old, my daughter died, I'm mad. I'm gonna blame anybody. Who knows? So it's possible that Alecto was like, yo, screw you, Ronnie, we're done with you. We're gonna take you out now. And then Ronnie's like, oh, dang, I gotta imprison you. It's also possible that Ronnie was like, yeah, you know, I'm kind of Machiavellian, so I'm like done with you now, so you're gonna get imprisoned now. And then the rest of Black Knives disbanded in disarray, chased eternally, were like, ah, dang. And then she severely weakened what would eventually become her enemy as a result of her imprisoning them because she didn't need them anymore. My point is, I don't know which is the case. I think it's one of those we just have to sort of look at what we have and guess. Seem like mercs for hire. I don't think anyone really likes them. The thing is, they are the closest relation to Marika that we have. They would have needed to be willing to put everything at stake to even attempt a plot against Marika. Wait, why do we think the Knight of the Black Knives is against Marika? Or did I miss something? Sorry. Or do you just mean going against Marika in general would have been like... Can't use the finger slaying blade against the three fingers? Yeah, we can't even like... Ah, I wish we could. Why is Ronnie so special? You have to wonder if it would work though, because the two fingers and the three fingers, while similar, seem to be fairly distinct. Okay, can we just talk about this dungeon, by the way? How neat this is? I love this place. It is so cool. Ronnie didn't fill the Black Knives in on the full scope of the plot, so they got pissed. That's also possible. Whoops. She definitely plays things pretty close to the vest. Is the Tarnish a product of the Greater Will? So, all evidence points to no, that Marika is the reason that the Tarnished exist at all. They seem to be entirely under her purview. And the fact that grace exists in the eyes and Tarnished are the only beings native to the lands between that do not have grace. Now, at first people are like, oh, you know, grace is good. It's, you know, we are all grace given and the Tarnished are bad because they aren't grace given, right? Grace is basically the sign of an outer god having influence on you. So the Tarnished are immune to that, apparently. Black Knives, or Newman generally speaking, were apparently disgruntled with the Golden Order. My comrades, why must he falter? See, I gotta hear the dialogue again. Okay, this is... I can never remember where we go here. Fuck it, YOLO. Ah, we didn't need to make such a big jump, but we did. I always had difficulty remembering that one in the timeline, like when it occurs. The Shamshir. Alright, we'll read that in a sec. Whoops. How's the run going? Good. We're back in Limgrave, even though I said we were done with Limgrave. We'd be doing Liurnia, but we will be very shortly. I just want to do these 2 dungeons. My comrades? But it's... Okay, now I know Marika is Radigan. I know. I'm with you there. But I wonder if Melina would know that, or if she would clarify it. Do you know what I mean? Because she says these are the spoken words of Queen Marika, and Marika equals Radigan, but they are also individuals themselves. All the scions of the Eternal City are priests, but they're also warriors. And that's what the Numen are too. Marika wanted to help Ranni for the sake of the Rune of Death Beast, but not Ranni's true end goal, and as a result told Black Knights to keep Ranni from finding a constant update on Hotman. So I'm having difficulty parsing that. Teach is my favorite summon. Teach is a truly phenomenal summon, one of the strongest in the game. Radigan is all about refining the Golden Order. Refining. Yeah, I think that is how we describe it, but yeah, that's true. The thing is, I feel like Melina would know. Do you know what I mean? Was called back to the capital after the Night of Black Knives, wasn't he? Wait, at what point? Nightfolk and the Numen fit together? Okay, hang on, I can't remember where to go. Dang it, this place. It's such a maze and very dark. I wish I had my torch. Oh, I do! Does the torch even provide more light? It sure does. Poggers. Is it assumed the 2 fingers in the round table are Marika's personal 2 fingers, themselves long dead and hijacked by Marika to give grace and her guidance? I found where to go. You know what? I actually never considered whose 2 fingers those are. But you're right, they probably would have to be someone's. The thing is, I wonder if they aren't as illusory as the rest of the place. I personally feel like, okay, to be fair, the 2 fingers doesn't talk. The 2 fingers wiggles and Enya translates for us. I actually have this like sort of, like I'm not diehard about this theory. But you know how Enya's like, oh yes, you must follow the 2 fingers for they are great and blah blah blah. But then the moment the 2 fingers are like, bro, I don't know, I have to phone home. She's like, burn the ear tree. I wonder if that isn't meant to be like Marika's voice in a way. The Blue Dancer Charm. Okay, so we gotta read that and the Shamshir. 1 black knife outside of Marika's bedchamber? Yeah, there sure was. Okay, give me 1 second. I just gotta use the restroom and then we'll be back, okay? Okay. All right. What if the flesh is directly linked to the fingers? I think that's definitely likely. Catch out on the Discord. You have to accept the rules, and you'll auto get a roll. Okay. Sorry, I know I missed some discussion. But yeah, no, that's why I got confused. Radigan. So timeline. Very general. War of... Okay. Marika becomes the vessel for the Elden Ring. I think some alchemy's involved, but either way, she becomes the vessel for the Elden Ring. She becomes a goddess. She chooses Godfrey as her king consort and Elden Lord. They begin the fight for the Age of the Erd Tree so that they can basically make it dominant. Oh, wait, I forgot about the Rune of Death thing. Yeah, the Rune of Death, Malekith, take Rune of Death, put into Malekith, Glow My Queen defeated, War of the Erd Tree, giants largely slain, enemies defeated. Boom, great Age of the Erd Tree. Godfrey loses his grace. Or it's divested of him. I still go back and forth on that. But either way, Marika creates the Tarnish. She goes, okay, you guys are going to leave the lands between. You guys are going to die. You guys are going to fight in wars. You're going to die. You're going to come back to life. You're going to return to the lands between one day. Then, at around this time, Radigan, called back to the capital, becomes the second Elden Lord. Marika's feelings on this do not appear to be very positive, but either way, that occurs. Then, Age of Plenty, Golden Age, as far as we can tell, but Radigan is exerting his Golden Order fundamentalist viewpoint, and things that are associated with the Crucible start to be seen more negatively. Primitive, misbegotten, and demi-humans are largely used for servitude. They're servants, labor. Although, to be fair, the main labor we see is the miners, who are something different. But then Marika, then there's the Night of the Black Knives. Whether you believe Marika's involved or not, either way, there's the Night of the Black Knives. Shortly after, there's the Shattering. The Night of the Black Knives is considered a catalyst for the Shattering. Then we get the Shattering War. A bunch of stuff occurs there. And then we get now in the Tarnished. These are sort of like the big events. Yeah, I definitely think alchemy's involved in this. I just don't want to get too deep into alchemy. Because we'll never stop. We'll get to it, though. Or Marika's mole all along. Sorry, are we talking about the Night of the Black Knight or the Newman there? So loyal to the Earth Tree and is there to protect Morgoth's identity specifically. Interesting. Do you think it was Mesmer's spear was impaling the giants? Personally, yeah. If his moniker, I should say, wasn't Mesmer the Impaler, I might question it a little bit more. But the Impaler is just so clearly and blatantly a reference to Vlad the Impaler. And leaving corpses impaled on stakes eternally as like a warning to others and a psychological intimidation tactic is like literally why he got that moniker. So I feel like if we see a bunch of exactly that, it's gotta be him. Do you know what I mean? Don't want to infringe on FMAB's trademarks. Yeah, it's true. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood invented alchemy. It's true. Forgot how to breathe there. Sorry. I'm so excited to read the Shamshir. And the Blue Dancer Charm. There was some time that passed between Godwin's slaying and Marika's imprisonment, since the Golden Order fundamentalism stuff developed tools against those who live in death. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying it was instant, but definitely it's like the precipitating act. Also, other demigods died. Godwin was the first, but others did. I assume those who live in death had existed since the Rune of Death was plucked from the ring. So, okay. We've kind of gone back and forth on this. Personally, I think Godwin is the source of it because it looks like all of those who live with, well, no, I think it's gotta be Godwyn. Okay, when we watched the trailer again, not the trailer, the cinematic of the Night of the Black Knives, and we see Godwyn, we see his body, we see the death go through his veins, and his body warps. It looks like worms under the skin. You see that kind of movement going on, like something is going on with his body. Of course, we see what happens in the game to his body, so him transforming isn't surprising, but what happens there is he is the one who is initially infected with those who live in death. This death injected into life. Life that grows eternally without a soul, but is also death. So the rune of death is the cause of it. Absolutely. It's all the rune of death. But it's splitting from him. It's almost like, not like a funnel, like a sieve that when it goes through, it comes out something different. That's kind of what he's doing, right? So I personally think that Godwyn is the origin of it. But then it might be like, well, then why does Malekith consume it? Well, because he has the rest of death, so he's trying to get it back, but he can't because, okay, if it could be, to be fair, there could be a little bit more to it, but the fact that we can give him all the death root that's in the world, as far as we can tell, and it doesn't fix death, suggests that death itself has been transformed through Godwyn's body. It's no longer the rune of death that we know. It's taken on a different form, which makes sense because it propagates. And the rune of death is supposed to be a certain size, so to speak. But it's suddenly, so it's like trying to complete a puzzle and you're missing one piece, and then all of a sudden there's like 50 pieces and you're like, that's basically what's going on. Like literally the one missing puzzle piece, the stolen piece of the rune of death, has now split and spread, and it no longer fits in the same puzzle piece. You can't put it back to the way it was because something has been transformed. Transmuted, perhaps? Anyway. The Shamshir, a curved sword with a thin blade of ample length. Light of weight despite its larger size, its slicing attacks come in rapid succession. A devastatingly powerful weapon in the hands of a skilled swordsman. I really wonder if this isn't supposed to be the weapon that the blue dancer, the nomadic blue warrior, used. When we start as a warrior class, we get the scimitar, but the Shamshir almost has this flowing swordness to it. Of course, the curved sword talisman does show a scimitar, so I might be off base here. But there's two relics that are tangentially related to the blue dancer here. So I really wonder. Also, there's a river here. This is the first hint of an underground civilization. Until you see Shofar Well. Once you get to Shofar Well, you'll see it. But this architecture, like, we're starting to see some of that like ancient underground civilization stuff going on here, which is really neat. A cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue, an ancient heirloom of some sort. Raises attack power with lower equipment load. The dancer in blue represents a fairy who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. You know, it's interesting because this dancer in blue is supposed to represent a fairy, but it also looks like the warrior garb, which is apparently what the dancer in blue also wore. Where is it? I picked the warrior as my starting class, so I can show it off here. You know what? The sort of butt curtain. I'm so sorry, I don't know what that's called, but it's also similar to the royal. Hang on. Okay, right here we got that. Interesting veil. Compare with royal remains and Malekith's, which you don't have right now, but still neat. Drippiest outfit in the game. The fact that it's a starting set shocks me to no end. Yeah, Malekith also has the butt curtain. Yeah, those are the three that I can think of at the top of my head. Kind of looks like the lady in red from the trailer. It sure does. I think she's got to be related to the story somehow. Hope your stream's going good. Oh, it's been great so far. We've largely done like nothing, but it's been very exciting. I'm very excited. Okay, let's go to Shofar Well before I forget, because that's a big one we want to do. Is Godwyn the only son of Marika that has a name starting with G? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But okay, so I always forget about this until I'm reminded, and it's one of the neatest things. The parents often have both their names, both their letters in it. So like, okay, Godwin starts with G. Although he does lack an M. Interesting. Interesting. But Moog and Morgoth start with M, but both have a G in their names. So it's Marika Godwin, right? I just think that's neat. I don't think it really means anything because I think those are the only names that follow that rule, but it's pretty neat. Thought we were done. I thought it was done with Limgrave too, but I forgot about Shofra, which to be fair is Shofra. It's just in Limgrave. You know what? I kind of forgot to go talk to Patches after we fell for his trap chest. I kind of wanted to do that, but I think he might move after that. I don't know what the trigger for him moving is because there's quite a few, but I kind of forgot. That is one thing I wanted to do. Okay, so I may have went the wrong way to the door and then went the long way around, but it's whatever. I love this. The architecture, the intricacy of the design, the blue, white, silver glow, the slowly accelerating elevator. So right around there when you first get a window, I think is when the music changes as well. And you get the underground music. So you get a peek into what you're gonna see. Music shifts from Limgrave music to underground. God, the attention detail. And then the elevator gets so slow, so you can just watch. Like, this elevator is always cool, but the more you realize all the little details they put into this moment, like, this was a moment curated for the player. It's an early game area that leads, like, this is literally our starting area that leads to a whole brand new massive area underground. The music changes as you go. There's a slight peak, and then the elevator starts to slow as you get to the bottom, so you can appreciate it even longer. Everything about this is masterfully designed. I love it. Facing the wrong way the whole time. Oh, that's really funny. You know what, though? At the same time, whether you're watching the whole time or whether you're like, whoa, you still get the moment, but I know what you mean. There are those who believe Godwin isn't Marika's kid. I mean, the name thing, considering Marika's name is usually prioritized. And the thing about Radigan, Radon, and Renala, sorry, Radon, Rykard, and Ronnie, they all have R names, but their parents' names both start with R, so who is being prioritized, right? We don't know. Well, probably Radigan, considering they're all mostly RA, but still, right? But then Godric is of the Golden Order. And those are all the god people. Godefroy, same thing. Maybe Godwin is his stepchild in the first place, dude. Oh, dude, that person. Okay, so I got a comment that Godwin and Marika are having an incestuous affair. And the evidence was in brackets. George R. R. Martin wrote it and he loves incest. They're going to be devastated if they find out that Godwin was a stepchild. Oh. Sag. Incest lost. Granted, revealing the game in a completely optional area. Wait, you mean like this? All this? Crazy. They trusted the player. All right. I'm gonna read some of these things. Take a look at their bodies. They literally have bubbles in them. So bubbles are really interesting, but I'm not sure where they sit currently. Like they are sort of anomalous, but I'll talk about what I do think about the bubbles. I forget what these guys are called is the problem. Wait, I do know. Hang on. Oh, I'm having a moment. The Clayman, thank you. Is Mesmer metrosexual? Mesmer is Raph-sexual, if you ask me. I'm kidding. We've had 2 dialogue lines from him. I don't know which way he swings. Why are they tied to Arcane? You know what? A part of me still feels... Okay, this doesn't necessarily track with things in the game, but I have this desperate Bloodborne-based instinct that the Arcane stats still ties into space stuff. Like, I'm not... Obviously, it doesn't track because we have Estelle, who is int-based, right? Like, you know, Nebula... Bastard Stars, Wing of Estelle. But what if the study of space stuff that isn't directly tied to the space stuff is arcane? Contemporary bubble things are tied to holy for some reason. Yeah, the oracular bubbles from the doot-doots. They also blow bubbles and are said to... What is it their item says? Their envoy horn? They're basically like doot-dooting for a god to roll up. And the Claymen... There's an item here might be relevant. The Claymen have bubbles all over themselves. And it looks very... They look very egg-like as well, but those are bubbles like encased in their skin. And then we have Estelle, who appears to have... They're not quite bubbles, but bubble-like objects that make up his entire body. It always throws me for a loop. I've gotten used to it, thankfully, myself. Okay, how do I get to... Well, item up there. Civilization we had here, we're trying to replicate the Holy Oracles. So you think Doot Doot came first? Zappa Spring stopped, apparently Marka didn't want the fall to come. Oh, so you think it was the lands between... Was it an age of plenty and Marika wanted to maintain it? Is that what you're saying? Melted mushroom. Neat. Budding horn. Oh, so many items to read. Radigan and Cersei Lannister should have been brother and sister? Who's to say they're not? I think that was the intent, but it didn't work out. I don't know. I think they're... Well, the great... Okay, but the Erd Tree... Okay, do we think... I personally think that the Erd Tree was concurrent with the Elden Ring. And before it was the Erd Tree, it was not the Erd Tree, but the Crucible/Great Tree. And it was still a tree. Look at that. Look, there's like a universe within the bubble. That was such... Do that again. Thank you so much. Look at the bubbles. Wait. Okay, this is the most like obvious thing on the planet retroactively, but I'm realizing now that's the same sound that the Ancestor Spirit makes with his attacks. And the blue-purple? Reminiscent. Oracular bubbles, space magic. It's space magic, but it's not pink yet, but it's still notable. In the JP text, it's not so concrete. I feel you. I'm sorry, I only speak English. I gotta roll with the English. I love insights from JP, but I gotta use what I got. You know what I mean? I personally think that they're distinct, though. Because then why does it look so different in depictions of the Crucible? Like the Crucible depiction, like the Solaria's tree spear, does not look anything like the Erd tree we have. Dare I say, a pine? No, but really, the upturned branches, very distinct. Like, listen, if you speak Japanese, I love and respect you. I only got English, fam. I gotta do what I can. Come back here, you little wiener. I need your law. The Oracle bubbles, very poggers. Behind the shot of the Erdtree trailer are Mesmer. His lips don't move. It's a comment. Okay, that's actually really, really interesting. His lips do move. In his first depiction, that appears to be his opening cutscene, you can see them moving. Not when it shows his face, but when it pans out and you see his body and his hand lights up in flame, his lips move. But you're right, they might be using different text. But his lips do move when the speech is happening. Actually, let this hit me. I want to see what it looks like. Ah, son of a beach ball. You know, do you notice that this kind of looks like a flame when it pops? It bursts into flame. It's a flame effect. Interesting. All right, let's read the lore of this. Something insane I noticed while rewatching the DLC trailer. Oh, baby, let me have it. Marika's golden boy, her firstborn during the prime of her age, represent the best which she hoped to accomplish. When he was gone, she saw how far she had strayed. It's possible. Personally, I think that he is definitely the golden boy. But when she realized that the Golden Order was not what she wanted, which happened pretty close, from what we can tell, to the end of the War of the Erd Tree. Okay, I think her son ended up, whether it's meaning to or not, kind of betraying her, and she realized that he needed to go, which is why I personally think she was involved in the Night of the Black Knives. I don't think the toughest of choices require the strongest of wills type thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think she was involved, Marika was involved in the death of her own son because she knew it had to happen. That silvery blue place where we get the Red Dancer fight doesn't seem to have that veil in the sky or any tree at all. I wondered about that, but I thought it was just one, like a shot that was a little, you know, it didn't have in the background. But it's really interesting. Ships! Okay, that I didn't notice. There are ships? I gotta see that. Thinking Mesmer's attitude toward Marika is like Lucifer with God. It's possible, because it's very possible being facetious, but one very, very interesting thing about the trailer, if you watch, when Mesmer's introduced, once again, the same shot where his lips are moving and he's standing like an accidental renaissance with his full body on display and his hand lights into a huge flame. Look behind him. I have that picture as my wallpaper on my desktop because I love that picture and it's gorgeous, but there's a statue behind him. The statue behind him is a woman holding a baby, like a very small baby, swaddled, held like this, close to the chest, and the woman appears to be smiling. It's a little hard to see, but when we see she has the exact same upper arm bracelets that Marika has in every single one of her statue depictions. That is likely a statue of Marika holding a baby, potentially Mesmer himself. We never get to see her smile. This is probably, if it is Marika, which is that, those arm things say a lot. First of all, we have a figure being introduced in front of a statue depicting motherly love. It suggests to me that that figure is motherly loved. He is literally in front of the statue. He is protecting this image from you, a lowly tarnished. Right? So I don't think that he's an unwanted child. I know people are really listening to that unwanted child, like, oh, Marika, he is your unwanted child. I still think that's Godwin, personally. Or maybe another demigod, but I still think the unwanted child refers to Godwin. We actually go to the moon, I'm going to lose it? I mean, if we're going to go to the moon, it's probably going to look like that. That would be so neat. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. Oh my god, like a major warp. Because that would be such a cool way to do like the chauffeur reveal. You're chilling, you just see like a random teleporter. You're like, okay, cool. This will probably take me 20 feet away. Boom, you're on the moon. This is going to be a spoiler for Final Fantasy XIV real quick. A very minor one, but just warning if you don't, if you're ever interested in playing that game. It'll be like Final Fantasy XIV all over again. Alright, spoiler done. I haven't seen the ships. Hang on, we gotta... Oh my god, again, I gotta look at this freaking trailer every time. I'm like, I think I've seen everything that trailer has to offer. Oh. Freaking Google Chrome. Spoiling yet another game. Stop Peggy 16ing me right now. Okay. Ronnie boss fight on the moon? But the thing is, we don't need to fight Ronnie. We already covered Ronnie. Yeah, where the red dancer appears. Yeah. Okay. One moment, please. I show this so often on stream now that it's like saved. Okay. Here we see the trailer, Reno. Red dancer. Hang on. This is for me, okay? We're gonna listen to the song. You ready?
Spill. Blood of your fellows. They are too faithful.
Okay, where is it? Oh, this is okay. Speaking of the lips moving, 1 second.
Only lordship sanction.
Lips will be moving. It's really hard to see, but you can see them.
So
not here, but in the previous, you can see his. In fact, it matches his text. He's saying with one sober. You can see it with one, like the way it's. Yeah, but no, you're actually really insightful, because I thought the exact same thing. I was like, wait, what if that's not him talking? What if that's not his voice? What if they're tricking us? And I was staring at his lips. I actually had the same thought. You're so insightful. You had the same thought as me. Sorry, it's not how I meant that to come out, but you know what I mean. Okay. Here we go.
Just what kind Nicola is doing.
Where are the ships? You're saying this is a ship? Holy ship. I thought that was Nokron architecture. I literally was just like, oh, it's just like Nokron buildings falling from the sky as usual. What's going on with these gravestones, by the way? You seeing it? Oh, my face is covering it. No, you're not. One moment. That didn't help. That made it worse. It's my face in the worst spot ever, always. Okay. Let me just get out of the way here for 1 second. All right, just look at that. What's going on with this freaking gravestone, by the way? Like, what the actual hell is happening? Like, you ever get those birthday cards that are like, you pop them open and like they, whoa, that's what's going on here. This is some weirdness occurring here. White flowers, bluegrass. I don't see a veil, but I really wonder, hang on, I want to compare with something else. 1 second, let me move my camera back over here. Okay, just one thing, because I that's really interesting, but do you notice here as well? I don't particularly see a veil. It's not to say it isn't there. I'm just saying I don't, in this particular sky, I don't see it either. Right? So I always thought that the veil, because even in this shot, the veil almost seems to vanish in, oh, my camera again. The veil seems to vanish in the edge. So when I saw that, I was just like, oh, it's probably just like, you know, but it is worth addressing. We have to question our assumptions. That is the whole point of the Loreathon as well, is to question our previously held assumptions. But it's not visible in every shot of the sky, though that could also be a world state change, right? So there's lots of different possibilities. Okay, sorry, let's go back to the ship. I just wanted to compare because this is really interesting. Yeah, no, that'd be a ship, dog. The one on the left is particularly... Okay, I literally thought this was a cracked Nokron building, personally. But looking at this one on the right is... Yeah, that's a ship, all right. Okay. I don't know enough about boats, dog. That's a ship? Like, the one on the left looks very shippy. I don't think it's a ship? Oh, God.
Just what kind
I should go frame by frame. What? Okay, this one that you see right here, what is it if not a ship? Maybe the land is completely veiled. Also possible. Hoping the Tarnish can swim in the DLC. I hope not. I'm scared of water. Okay, what if it's not a ship, but what if it's an ark? Because look at this. Wait. Okay, chat. What the hell does this look like to you? Back there on the very... Hang on. Cholera jasna. No, cholera, znowu zrobiłam, tak zawsze robię. One moment, please. Son of... I wanted to get my cursor on the screen. Okay, this thing right here, what the heck is even that? Like, it looks like a different angle, perhaps, of the same thing. This, to me, looks like two things. An ark, a la Noah, or a cradle. White building in the back almost looks like a hero's grave. Wait, talking about the same one? This thing? It looks cradle-y to me. I have to say it looks cradle-y, but also arky. Cradle Renala confirmed. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on Renala. No, I think it's the same as this thing. I think it's the same as this thing, for sure. I'm just saying, like, does this look like a ship to you? Because some people are like, I don't see the ship here. And I feel you. Because, like, my initial thought was like, oh, it's a weird building fraction. Because, you know, Limgrave kind of desensitized me to ruins from the sky being out of place. But this is the same thing, but with a different angle, with different lighting. I will say also, the light is very cool here. Like, literally cool toned, right? I wonder. Back of Blackbeard's pirate ship? Rear of a ship? I think it's shippy. Okay, so what does that mean? Alright, one thing... okay. I don't know what to do with ships, actually. That's one thing I can tell you. Like, the ships being missing is really interesting. It's a skate ramp. Tony Hawk! Confirmed! Sea level must have been higher. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible it was a flooded land. And it was flooded. Yeah. Space. It could have something to do with traversing space. Water and space being liminal traversal realms tracks. Or they're flying ships. That's also possible. I don't see a ship. All right, we gotta discuss this. I gotta pee again. I drank coffee. I'm sorry. I'll be back, okay? Don't miss me too much. hello. All right, okay. Oh, this is so neat. Okay, listen, this is gonna be like a song reference about Final Fantasy 14, and also the content. It came out like a decade ago, so it's not really like a spoiler or whatever. I mean, not like a decade ago, but it's like at least 7 years old or something. But there's a song. I love Final Fantasy music. Final Fantasy 14 music is so freaking good. There's this one song that it's Omega's theme. For context, Omega is a being that traversed space to basically went from one planet to a different planet, and the song that is his theme refers to uses like nautical terminology, like old-fashioned nautical terminology. It talks about the tide and like all this stuff. Honestly, I don't really know the words of it because it talks really fast and I don't understand it. But it's interesting to have something like that. The idea of space traversal being like sea traversal. Yeah, Soken. Oh my god, I forgot his name. I'm such a freaking nerd. I forget a name if I don't see it after like 5 minutes. Honestly, some extraordinary music in that game. Wikipedia link okay? Yeah, sure. You know what? I want to see it too. Thank you. D&D Astral Sea stuff. I am unfamiliar with that. But interesting. Let's see. A space arc. Blue specks remind me a lot of Moonlight Altar. Yeah, like definitely stuff that's associated heavily with blue. You know what I hope? Listen, you want to know my true hope? People keep asking me what I want in the DLC. I really want to know more about the Snow Crone. Because I want her to be me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love her. Numenor is literally across the sea from Middle-earth. Yup. Very, very neat point. The Japanese word used to describe the Numen coming from another world can also be used in Japanese to refer to literal aliens. I mean, the thing is, another world kind of means space. Like, it could mean a literal planet, but it's a little bit more ambiguous in English for sure. Yeah, but no, it's definitely like another world could mean like they stepped through the portal, you know, thing. I don't know why I roll my eyes at that because it's like very valid, but it's interesting, right? Okay, let me take a look at this. Oh, dang! What is this again? A Portuguese... What? Tibia Mariner? The Tibia Mariner with death being portrayed as a sea? Well, maybe not a sea, but water? No, it's there. Yeah, what does it say? A carrack? A Portuguese carrack? Am I saying that right? I don't freaking know. Also the river, the same river where the Blue Dancer originates. Maybe underground? You mean, hang on. It could be a river. It could have been a river. Let me be real though. This doesn't personally. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. I'm so sorry. I've been looking at this and not realizing you guys couldn't see. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. This is what I popped open and I was like, holy crap. Yeah, that's here though. This, when I look at this, I don't see receded water. It's okay. It's a really vague shot, but then again, back here you can kind of. Oh, yeah, my face is covering it again. Such a struggle. Okay, over here on the right side. Fudge. Okay. Normally, where water has been against rock, it's like smooth. Right? What do you call it? Eroded. I don't see water-based erosion over here. Maybe a little here, arguably. You could argue that. Yeah. astronaut literally means space sailor. That is super neat. You're right, not as in nautical. Yeah, holy, very, very neat. Very bioluminescent. Those who know me will know I have a massive soft spot for bioluminescence. I love things that glow. It's gotta be one of my favorite genders. Oh, I'm so freaking pumped. Honestly, when I see this, I also see, you know, one of my favorite zones in Dark Souls 2 as well. Which I can't remember the name of. What's the zone that in Dark Souls 2 that everyone hates that isn't the frigid outskirts? The one that looks like this? Amana! Yeah, it looks like Shrine of Amana, and I love the Shrine of Amana. It's beautiful. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. I'm like, oh, the area that everyone hates except for frigid outskirts. And it's Shrine of Amana. I mean, I get why. I'm not saying it's a great area. I like it though. I'm a sick puppy. Trees, forests. Okay, question for my tree people, because I actually can't remember off the top of my head. Do we see pine trees anywhere in the lands between? Because now that I'm looking, most of the trees here in the background are pines. And if I remember, I think we see spectral pine trees quite a bit in the snowfields. There's some spectral ones there. Mountaintop of the Giants. Caria Manor might have some too, yeah. Just interesting. It's like a not snowy mountaintop of the Giants, isn't it? Yeah, they're not everywhere. But definitely the mountaintops. And the spectral trees. I really wonder. Because the thing about the spectral trees, and frankly, a lot of spirits, they also have blue. They're often blue. They vanish in blue specks. They literally just are blue, right? A lot of spirits, a lot of things associated with Caria and sorcery and stars are blue. Intriguing. These gravestones, though, these ones that are like really complicated. Neat. Okay. I'm looking at trees. Okay, I'm going to mute because it gets really loud when I play it. I want this. I want this drip so bad. I wanted new dresses, and red is my color. Also, oh yeah, those weapons. I'm not the best at telling weapons. They're definitely curved swords. Are they reverse grip? No, it doesn't look like it. This is a great shot too, though, huh? Is the Shadow Their Tree the Shadow World Underworld? I definitely personally in the base game see some stuff evoking a shadow. What is this? What is this that I'm seeing? Is that a pine that's like with like stone behind it, or is it a pattern? Am I seeing things? Why they choose? Excuse me. Why they choose a samurai class? They like to use samurai, and they also use warrior a lot to represent us, and they also use Vargrim with the wolf to represent us. Look like a double helix finger slayer blade. I can't see them super well. The Caria Knight. Yes, yes. Spiral motif. I can't see this. I believe you. I can't see it that well, I'm afraid. We literally have spirits depicted as sea creatures. That's another thing too. Also, the Elven Beast literally traverses the land that we stand on in a swimming fashion, and it looks like a sea creature. It has this sea creature appearance to it. And then we have yet another reason that Godwyn might be depicted as a fish, as a niño, a mermaid, a Japanese mermaid, is that he is become death. He is also fish-like. The jellyfish spirits. Ooh, that's so neat. Yeah. The name Space Whale caught on? I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think I've ever heard Space Whale. He's become dead, destroyer world. Stop it. I gotta say, this foreboding underground music is highly intriguing. You know what? I will say, with this shot, we do get a lot of visibility on the background, and I don't see that veil. So... Yo, what if we were inside the Rune of Death? I don't actually think that, but I just wanted to say something wacky. Put a close-up of the swords in the Discord? Thank you. Let me see. Oh, that's a great shot. Thank you. Oh, they're so pretty. They do have the spiral motif. Very neat. Also, we have the blue dancer, but now we're introduced to a red dancer. Very stark in this super blue land. I want that dress so bad. Hair-like and even melted. Yeah, the Zeph posted on the Elden Ring Discord if you want to see what I'm looking at. It's not quite braided, but it is interesting. Red. Gold. Pretty. Red wax? I thought that was cloth wrapped around the blade, but it is very deeply attached. Could be wax as well. Cloth could be cut too. If the blue is Melania's mentor, maybe the red is linked to Mikola. It's possible. The thing is, though, Mikola very much is a brain over bronze type. I'm not saying that he's not strong, but basically his main limitation is his physicality. He is trapped in a child's body, and as a result, we don't know about anything to do with his combat. But he's never depicted in a battle stance or with a weapon or in any sort of fighting stance, really. In fact, I don't think he's ever even depicted as standing. So it's possible that he had a different type of mentor, right? Like Ronnie had the snow crone who mentored her, right? In an intelligence sense. But if there's an equivalent to the blue dancer and it's another warrior, I don't think they would train Mikola. No, he simply is a child. Mikola, like I'm not saying that he has any sort of other limitations, but his main thing is that he is cursed to have a child's body. He doesn't reach maturity. He's not depicted as as using combat in a traditional physical sense, and that's why he has Melania. More of a sentry? Could be. I don't know. It's just the warrior in blue seems to have gotten attached to Melania because he sealed the rot god, allegedly, and she is afflicted by the rot. So I wonder, like, that's the link there. We don't know where Mikola's curse originated from. Dancers are paired or perhaps part of a broader faction? Yeah, it could be. Red, blue. Where are the yellow dancers? Then we'll get all the primaries. Also, I've been thinking a lot about colors lately, like even more than usual with this game. But a lot of the strongest and most vital factions are associated with primary colors, right? So red, of course, primordial crucible, the most ancient natural things. The dragons use red lightning. The bronze gold armor, although bronze and gold, that's already a fusion. Yellow with the golden order. Blue with the sorcerers and the stargazers. We literally have the primaries, and when they're mixed, we get more. New outer god could be a new outer god. I'm mixed on the outer gods. I think they're very fascinating. I don't want everything to be attributed to them. I know they're vital to the background of the lore, but I wouldn't can be against the new Outer God and stuff, you know. But then again, Bloodborne was literally all about great ones, and I don't think a new one was introduced at all in the DLC. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing. I'm not attached purely to the idea of you don't need new Outer Gods, you know? Dragonkin soldiers' cloaks, midnight blue and red. We got to look at that. All right, very neat. Let's, I think that's it for the trailer for now. We'll keep it open because I always seem to go back to it. Don't even know anything about the existing Outer Gods. We know very little about them, yeah. But then again, part of it is their mystery, right? Like, I'm just saying, in Bloodborne, which similarly focused on the influence of otherworldly beings on the world, didn't introduce any new ones. We just encountered Koss's body. That's it. But we already knew that Koss existed. Koss had effects on the base game. With Rom having been transformed by Koss, and Mikolash mentioning Koss. So, you know. We don't need to be introduced to new figures to have intriguing lore. Do look a bit like lilies? Oh, those flowers? One second. Yeah, look, made by mixing red and green. Yeah, color theory starts getting wacky, doesn't it? These just look like the standard flowers that we see in a lot of the lands between just a sort of white flower. But we see many different colors, don't get me wrong. We see flowers like this everywhere, and they don't glow. But we see blue glowing flower, or blue glowing flowers, blue flowers, yellow flowers that look like this, pink, red flowers that look like this. But they're not lilies. Like fully bloomed lilies, 6 petals. I don't think they're lilies. Every other flower in this game is a dang lily, but not these, in my opinion. Additive color in this game in terms of theming. Theming? Artisan craftsman prodigy. The why choose black specifically? Wait, for what? Also, I still think that oh, I didn't read all the lore for the items I picked up here. I still think Mikola gets it from Marika. That would be like so neat. And honestly, then it would be so great because we can all gloriously be right. Okay, the budding horn. Okay. A rarely seen specimen of a young budding horn, found by hunting herbivorous beasts. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. Dew-kissed herba. A herb? A herb? A herb, I guess. That grows in the false night in and around the eternal city. Soaked in arcane dew, it gives out the faint glow of starlight. Arcane dew? I think that's going back to what we're talking about with space equals water. It's arcane. We already have a term for it. It gives off the faint glow of starlight, as if it has imbued itself with starlight. All right, and then we got oracular bubble. Oh, I also got the Godric soldier ashes. I forgot to read. This is way back with the jellyfish up top. Used to summon the spirits of 2 of Godric's soldiers. A duo of spirits consisting of a wielder of devastating charged hammer attacks in the vanguard and a crossbowman bringing up the rear. The soldiers who serve Godric the Grafted are what remains of the army that fled the royal capital of the Erd Tree. Oracular bubbles. Oracle bubbles, sorry. Sorcery of the Claymen who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Produces several small magical bubbles that drift toward foes before they naturally pop. The claimants search for lost oracles within their bubbles. More water. Like literally a bubble is like a pocket of water that can exist. A pocket of something else. Like Celestial Dew? A lot like Celestial Dew. 209 the trailer, you can see another one of those maybe ships by the cliff. Oh. Let's go take a look. 209. This one? I mean, we see it really clearly. Or where, hang on. By the cliff. Like this one? I think we were talking about, like really, this is the first one I saw. This is really interesting. Because it looks so much like Nokron's architecture to me. That's initially what I thought it was. Just ruins of Nokron. That's what I called it, in fact. Not realizing it was like a ship. That's so neat. Okay. Unfortunately, my art classes stopped in high school, so I don't really know a lot about color theory. I just like, I'm just like I apply it, you know? I know like the basics, but I really don't know a lot about it, so I have to defer to chat when it comes to this. Okay, let's take a look at these. A bunch of people and like some decorative stuff. Nah, sorry, I can't parse what this is, fam. This is just some stuff. Though that almost looks like two snakes. I think I'm seeing snakes and dual-headed snakes everywhere now. But that in the center, a staff that appears to be piercing the ground. I will say this is very similar to what we see in Miquella's prayer room. That figure with a spear pointing down. I almost see two snakes coming out of it with their mouths open, but the problem is now that I'm looking for snakes, I'm not sure, like I'm not gonna like be like it's snakes because I'm looking for them now, you know. So Miquella's a snake. We don't really get much snake stuff with Miquella, man. Like really, Miquella seems like a sweet boy. I know that he also strives clean the hearts of men and there's nothing more terrifying, but he otherwise seems like a sweet boy. White flickering flame. Yeah, I am definitely seeing some snake here. I'm seeing something reminiscent of the Caduceus staff, but not quite, because it's not coiled. The thing here too is the snake or whatever is not coiled around. It's coming out of it. It's coming out of the central staff. It could be water or a flowing fountain as well. Like from here, it doesn't look as it doesn't look as snake-like to me. It looks like flowing water. Looks like the logo on the Depraved Perfumer's robe. It's actually a bit different because the Perfumer robe, well, actually the bottom is the same. The bottom is really similar because it's downturned. I can see that 100%. With the, yeah, but then the rest of it looks different because the center of it seems to be where the snakes are coiled and then they come outward. It looks a lot like Asclepius or Asclepius's staff. We talked about that last time. It's more like a trident. It could be a trident on the top. I don't know. I definitely see a trident, but to me it looks more like a central large spear piercing and then stuff coming out of that spear. Less like a trident. Could be a baddie who speaks that opening line though. Oh, see, when you said baddie, I was like a hottie? Like someone really hot? And I was like, but isn't it like kind of like an old man voice? And I was like, I guess people are into like old, like really old sounding dudes. And then I realized he meant like a bad guy. Like a Miranda flower? I can see it. Not quite the same. No, but it's a good insight. It's just not quite the same. Dude, whoever speaks that opening line in the trailer, that's a baddie. Was it not the base game narrator? Sir, you're dead? I don't think you realize it, but you're dead? Well, I'm glad we got to show that. Yo, Shiftling, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome in. Yeah, he really got Omewamo Shinde rude. The Fallen Leaves guy? I on my bingo card was we get to hear the base game narrator. I don't know if it's the same dude, but I hope that's actually another hope of mine. I want to meet the Snowy Crone who taught Ronnie, because Rena sounds like a badass, and I want like a cool old lady who does snow stuff and lives in the woods and is like, screw all y'all. And I also would love to meet the narrator. I don't think we normally get to meet narrators, but I would love it. Okay, real talk though, the narrator for Dark Souls 1 is Velka. It's my hot take. It's not even that hot. Fate is no longer cradled in the stars could be the reason Mikla even needs to shrive clean the hearts of men so they can read themselves of what is obscuring their view. Okay, listen, I don't play Final Fantasy XIV anymore. A lot of things from Final Fantasy XIV are coming into my mind right now. This is, I'm going to talk about Shadowbringers expansion a little bit. So if you don't know Shadowbringers, you know, don't listen, I guess, for a bit if you still want to freaking play that game. But is this Ghost Flame, by the way? Ghost Flame is like, I thought it was different. What flame is it? But it kind of looks what they use. Oh, I get so freaking confused. Are people taking Shrive as a negative term? I'll explain. Why did I come this way? All right. So in Shadowbringers, Final Fantasy XIV, the main game refers to you being the warrior of light. That is like your moniker. That is who you play as. You are the warrior of light, and you must defeat the dark, and dark is bad, and light is good, and you must push away the dark, and the dark is bad, blah, 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 blah. But then you enter Shadowbringers. Possibly, in my opinion, the greatest expansion they've done in that game. Extraordinary story, even with all the crappy parts. And basically, you enter a world that has been overwritten by light. The light is completely taking over it. It's like a balance, and the mid-worlds are like kind of in the middle, and it's like a fight with light and dark. And then you find a world that is literally overwhelmingly filled with light. And what happens there is that the people have transformed into these beings that look angelic and look like they're made of porcelain or clay, but they have lost themselves. And that's kind of what when I hear Shrive clean the hearts of men, I think of Sin Eaters from Final Fantasy XIV. Using love to Shrive clean, it does not sound, even without the addition of there's nothing more terrifying, sounds to me like a pretty horrific thing. Hollowing something out and putting in what you want, turning someone into a porcelain doll Sin Eater. No matter how you do it, it's pretty horrific. Doesn't seem quite like the Ghost Flame, but it's close. See, that's kind of what I'm feeling. Alright, we got this same iconography here. No difference as far as I can tell. Very Christ-like. I don't know. Driving clean, I don't know. Once again, it makes me think of this concept of even a good thing taken to an extreme is too far. Light is a good thing. You know, the sun and its rays bring light and joy and grow plants. But if you have too much sun, everything is shrived clean. A desert is shrived clean. Desert sand is actually very, very clean and hygienic. I learned it from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But generally, it's completely clean. But also, nothing can grow in sand except for the freaking cactus. The analogy falls apart when you talk about like cacti and stuff, but you know what I mean. Versus penance, confession, and absolution. Yeah, but it's still creepy. Because the thing about penance and absolution is it's something that you have to seek yourself. If someone seeks it for you and does it for you, I don't know, it doesn't sound right. The Angel of Light had a name in the Bible, Lucifer. There is also the concept of Lucifer as well. Yep. Shadowbringers that light isn't good, it's stasis? Yeah, and once again, very different game series. I'm not saying that this is Final Fantasy 14, but when I heard that line, my first thought was like, holy crap, this is Sin Eaters from Shadowbringers. And Sin Eaters are horrifying. They're like the scariest enemy I've seen in a video game. It's more creepy because Creepy Guy says it's terrifying. The thing is, okay, you could have taken out the line that says it's terrifying, and I would have been like, that's messed up. Something's wrong here. It's inherently terrifying, if you ask me. The moment I heard that, I'm like, that's not right. What are the two gargoyles in Chauffeur River doing there in the boss fight? What are they guarding? Possibly a coffin that leads to Erdtree burial. So it's not glowing yet, but it's really interesting because literally the horns are blooming. They look like a plant or a tree. Really similar to that one tentacle on the jellyfish, which appears to branch like a tree. These growths on the back are also very tree-like as well. Like literally looks like trees are growing out of the skin. It also has an image of decay though, right? New life in the form of decay. When an animal or anything dies, plants will grow on it. Like mushrooms are a big one. Because they feed on the decay, but then as a result, they turn the death back into life. Mikola's not Griffith. I'm not even saying that Mikola's Griffith. I'm saying that that line alone really makes me think. It also reminds me once again of the whole concept that we have present in Dark Souls where light is often considered a good thing, but you realize that the light is associated with the gods and not humans, and humans are of the dark soul. But that doesn't mean they're pure dark or pure evil, right? Because dark and light are just what they are. Seemingly nonsensical temples leading to nowhere being actually docks? Oh my god, hang on 1 second. Let's take a closer look at that. Oh, I want to get the hawk shield thing. Yeah, that's a good question about the gargoyles. Honestly, once again, I have a problem when I see a repeat boss too much. I just go like, oh yeah, that's just another gargoyle fight. But no, they are definitely there to protect something. And the main thing would be a path to the Erdtree roots, if you ask me. Oh, I didn't read the melted mushroom, and then the inverted hawk heater shield. Ooh, and the albin. Oh, I did read this. Oh, human bone shard. Fragment of bone with done modeling. Found by hunting those who live in death. Lamentably brittle, it crumbles at the lightest caress. A mushroom that grows in the false night in and around the eternal city. It drips with a viscous fluid that behaves much like oil. Cool. I think that's everything I wanted to read. Did I read the Grave Violet? Oh, I forgot about this. A purple bloom that blooms in graveyards, the hue of ghost flame. It's believed to be useful in calling forth spirits. Ghost flame doesn't look like this, if you ask me. I don't see any purple in it. Ramrune, thank you so much for 14 months. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Good to see you. Similar Grey Violet is to Spider Lilies? Yeah, 100% Spider Lilies. So this, okay, Spider Lilies traditionally are red. I don't know if they come in different varieties, but basically, if I remember correctly, Spider Lilies represent death or potentially guidance to those who die. It's been a little while. The reason that you see red Spider Lilies in like every single anime outro is they have an association strongly with death. Grey Violet Demon Slayer? I don't listen. I don't know anything about Demon Slayer. I have my thoughts on Demon Slayer, but I'm not going to get into that. I see purple. Yeah, the thing is, I see purple, but I don't see purple in the ghost flame. Maybe it's referring to the smoky stuff around the actual flower. It's possible because it does have the purple hue. We gotta find some confirmed ghost flame. What about the blood roses? Particularly beloved by those who serve the Lord of Blood. Glory to his inevitable reign. Pretty simple. Roses bloom in blood-soaked soil. They are associated with Moog. Pretty simple there. Oh, Altus bloom. Said to be a funereal flower in an era long past, before the Erd tree grew. Oh, I forgot about that detail. That's neat, right? Ghost flame is black and white. From memory, it's like bluish as well. See, that's what I see as well. I see black and white with some blue, like a bluey, but no purple. And purple is very interesting because, of course, the main figure that we see associated with purple, although it's more of a lilac. This is a very different hue. Would be Trina. And it's also smoky, but I'm not sure. She's not violet, if you ask me. This is pretty violet. Could this not be further evidence that the Erd tree was initially a different tree? Besides all the iconography of it being like completely different looking? I personally think the great tree was different. Even if you don't think of it as a great tree, I think it was a crucible that looked like a tree and then it became the Erd tree later. Although this could also be even before that. Like even before there was any tree. But I don't know. Godskins are also associated with purple? The Glomide Queen. The Glomide Queen. Absolutely. Yeah, purple, Glomide. I gotta start making like a conspiracy color map here. Any description sounds like before any tree. But if there was a tree before the Erd tree, then it could still have been a tree, personally. That's what I'm seeing. The flower itself is violet colored, but it is emitting ghostly smoke. It's just the violet is... Oh, sorry, I forgot about the hawk shield. This one... Okay, so listen, once again, I don't know Berserk. Folks told me, though, that this is basically like a blatant Berserk reference. The inverted hawk heater shield. A medium-sized metal shield, easier to handle than a kite shield. The inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. I do know that there's like the link to... the hawk people, not people, but like the group who call themselves hawks or whatever, being sent to like they were slave knights who were used for something in Berserk. I don't know. But an inverted hawk, bird of prey, death birds, we're seeing stuff associated, that's for sure. Yeah, the Band of the Hawk. There we go. It's very Gale as well. It is very Gale as well. I'm not saying it isn't Berserk inspired, like I'm totally, like I just don't know about that, but the reason I'm kind of mentioning it briefly only is because I think it ties into things that are present in this game as well. Like it definitely does link together. I think the Erd tree is a parasite. Yeah, I am in agreement with that thought. The general idea is that the Erd tree is the greater will's perversion of an existing tree. Potentially the Crucible, potentially the Great Tree, whatever. Although personally, I think Crucible equals Great Tree. So it took what was there and twisted it for its own purposes, with the help of Marika, who eventually tried to rectify that mistake. Siluria's spear. That's exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about what the tree looked like. It doesn't look anything like the Erd tree we have. So... But that means there has to have been a previous tree. Or something that looked like one. Ouch. Okay, it's fine that I'm here. I just realized I maybe don't want to go here, but no, it's fine. Oh, I was supposed to go check that out if it's a dock. You know what? It is like a path to nowhere. But considering that they're... Okay, so ancestor spirits, when you touch them when they are awakened, you are transported to a different realm. This, to me, doesn't look so much like a dock. But it does look like a place of worship. Like, this could have been something reminiscent of Dare I say a pantheon? Temple. Telescope at the top of the flame pillars. The top of the flame pillars? You mean those that light on fire? No, please be a broken record. I didn't know that. I didn't see that. Sometimes I miss things. I didn't know. That's neat. Okay, I'll take a look. Thanks. That's very neato. Stone sword key. I'm trying to focus once again on the things I don't normally focus on, so this is very insightful. Oh, Halera. No. But my soul. FA has a version in the carvings? Who? Are those coiled? Do they have coils around them, or are they just kind of chilling pillars? I see people holding baby. There's definitely, I think there's a right here. Okay, figure center, one right. They are holding a baby. There's a baby being held here. On the figure from center left is holding a torch. It looks like it's on fire. There's some sort of stuff going on here for sure. Burial question mark? Those do look like funeral rites of some kind. Okay, this one's hurting my eyes a little bit. Okay, that's ships though. That's the ships we saw, dude. Like 1-to-1, it's the ships. Oh my god, if they bring back ghost ships. You know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say? What am I gonna say? Fill in the blank. Chat, when I say ghost ship, what am I talking about? One guess. Sandra ghost ship? No. DS2, correct! E-boy and Radiant Lixil, you get a props. There's literally a freaking ghost ship. Lord of the Rings, where the elves literally had a spaceship? What? Could have answered, but I needed to meme. Pirates of the Caribbean. Sorry, I just saw that. It was a good one. Surely from stuff when iterate on themes they've visited in the past. Dude, Tanamura has been cooking. Move over, Miyazaki. You got a new chef in the kitchen. I'm pawing out my gourd. Safe answer with Raph is always either DS2 or Bloodborne. To be fair, I've been thinking a great deal about Dark Souls 1 lately. I'm just saying. I think both Ghost Flame and Destined Death lost their original color. Definitely likely. 100%. Bloodborne has all the shipwreck imagery. This time they did make it. Exactly. There is shipwrecks in Radon's Arena too. We'll go to those. But they're just like, they don't look like these ships. This is the same. And look at, they're traversing water, but then above them it looks like there's some sort of, like, it, to me, that I see a ghost ship when I see that. This second from the bottom though, I can't parse too much. I see a tree though. I see a tree. Are those horned individuals like ancestral followers? And then I see a plant on the left, like a dew-kissed herba. It looks exactly like an herba. Want some help fighting bosses? No. Thanks. I have my girlfriend Tish to help me at all things. Actually, I don't have her yet, but we'll get her. Nah, I got the Bloodhound Fang. Nah, I'd win. There is a tree there, though. That's a freaking tree, eh? It's a forest. Though I think those are ancestral followers with the horns and stuff. Looks like a crucifixion? I don't see that personally, but I mean, okay, if this is a journey, does the journey start at the bottom and go to the top? Or is the top what happens first and it goes down? Honestly, I'm not sure because I don't really know how to read obelisks. I know a little bit about Native American totems, but those are different. Top to bottom? If it's top to bottom, then it's they travel to this land. Although those are the back of the boats. So it's more like someone stayed on land and watched boats leave to get a shot that looks like that. Right? Then again, if you're painting boats, you probably paint them like that. So that just makes sense. Okay, so they traveled. They ended up in some woods, and we have 3 figures approaching, one figure facing left. The other 3 figures from the from the left to the right are facing right. They're approaching this figure who also appears to be the most detailed and be sitting in a throne, potentially? So it's like they came to a land where there was a ruler in the woods, which is probably right over there. And then I don't know what that is in the context of like a story. Maybe building? Maybe they're building. Because stone and then being built up. Maybe they're building something here. And then they baptize the babies and stuff? I don't know. Guy in the throne is the giants at the thrones of each eternal city. The thing is, looking at that being, he looks to me like a lion. Like I see an animal-like face, and the other faces are so nondescript. And then this one is actually really notable. I see potentially braids or like a mane. So it could be one of those throne figures wearing some sort of garb, but to me that looks like a freaking lion, dog. Dressing bodies in funeral rites? It's just, to me, it's a weird story from we came to a new land and we met a guy and then we buried our people and then also some babies. Bottom to top? If it's bottom to top, then there's little babies and some sort of ritual. And then people died and then they're in the woods and then they left. Never noticed any of this? I have definitely... Oh, I forgot about this one. Sorry. This one right here at the bottom. This looks like a pantheon of the gods, to be honest. Like each of these would depict a god. I am not really great about looking at things like this. I'm trying to sort of fill in the blanks of things that I've never looked at with this playthrough, and so far we're doing great. Is top to bottom the complete building? Well, wait, top to bottom, so you this would be the first thing, though. Because if you build something, the first part of the story is at the bottom and then you go upward. Building boats using them? I don't see this as building boats, but it could be, I guess. They leave because they were afflicted by death, and that would mean they would want to talk with over that important figures for a solution. The solution was to leave? Ah, bottom to top, birth of the old civilization, including this? Because this is the gods, so everything is built upon the gods. Yeah, I think it's got to be bottom to top, because if you think of building something like okay, I don't know why I'm thinking Final Fantasy XIV so much, but there's a quest where you build one of these to tell a story, and indeed you build it from the bottom to the top. Okay, so the gods for sure. This is probably what these temples looked like when they were filled in, but now they're gone, and the ruins of the dynasty are being used by Moog now. This to me looks like a ritual. I definitely see a baby there, so it could be something like a baptism, like a ritual, religious ritual. Also, what's going on with this figure? Okay, hang on. Right here, this guy has some sort of weirdness coming out of his neck. Do you see that? I thought it was just like a trick of the light, but it's in both pictures. Oh, I can't see that one. These are too tall. Yeah, it's there too. Like it could be just a crack in the stone or something, but it does look like something emitting from this figure. It's kind of engravings are in ruins in the DLC teaser image. Which image? Hooded Newmans. It's dark where their face should be. Who do we think that this is depicting? It could be Newman. This could actually be, if I'm thinking about this, this could be a Newman origin story as to why they have things here, but there's also other Newman elsewhere potentially, right? Because they came from another world. Maybe this is the journey of them creating another world. So we have, these are our gods. Upon everything that we create is built. This is our civilization. We died. We left our, like, we said goodbye to our ruler, and then we left. And then this is like their origin, I guess. And then they have an ancestral spirit here. Maybe it's about the Nox. The Newman are the scions of the Eternal City, which associates them with the Nox, but I always thought they had different origins, so that part confuses me. Seem to be carrying trunks to build boats. Could be. Every time you say Newman, I want to make a Seinfeld joke that nobody in chat is old enough to understand. I support you. They left their land to arrive to this place. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that all of them left either. Newman long lived but seldom born. Could be why they're celebrating births in the architecture. Yeah. So Newman are like elves. Kinda. For real. Well, they're like Norians. Thanks, Raph. I feel seen. I will listen. My parents used to watch it, so I've seen some bits. I only know one bit of. Look there. That's how they go on fire. There's like a freaking tube thingy at the top. That's so sick. I never looked at that. The only thing I know about Seinfeld is shrinkage. That's the only thing I know, and I was far too young to understand what the heck they were talking about with that. But it stayed in my psyche until one day I learned. I genuinely learned about the concept of shrinkage from Seinfeld. Okay, this is really neat. Public impact selections. Cruel. Truly cruel. You can't help what he's named. Shrinkage in what context? I know about it for hair. So the context is that there's some guy and he's kind of like a complete dingus. And he's always got a new girlfriend in the show. And they go on some sort of trip with I don't remember the context, but he goes in the pool, and because he goes in the pool, he gets shrinkage. And I was just like, I don't understand anything that's going on here. But long story short, his new GF was not impressed by him physically, and he explains that it was shrinkage because he was in the pool. And I'm not kidding. That's the only thing that I ever saw from that show, and I was far too young to comprehend. And then far later, one day, I had a revelation, and I was like, oh my god, dude, he was talking about his wiener. George is not some guy. I'm sorry, if your name is George, you were some guy. That's your name is George, dog. I'm sorry to all the Georges in the chat. I'm joking. I wanted to make a bit, but that's just your name, and you should be proud of it. There's a lot of names that are just some guy, like Gregory, or like a Bob. George R. R. Martin. Oh shit, he's gonna cancel me. What's with the lightning orbs? That is a great question. Also, why are these guys blue? Because the thing is, they seem physical. Do they bleed? No. The other ones that we see later are like solid, but these ones are not. I'm pretty sure the ones that are solid bleed. So these are spirits wandering the woods. Poggers! I can't stop saying poggers like the girl from the Lexus commercial. I'm sorry. It's permeated my very being. But we got the freaking Great Horn Headband. How are they able to drop things if they're not solid, though? Insightful. Headband decorated by a pair of great horns, worn by ancestral follower warriors. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erd Tree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh, and indeed their souls. Okay, I want to talk about something. Because what's really interesting about the ancestral followers, I know we were talking earlier that they stay away from the Erd Tree, but they all appear to be reverential or worshipping minor Erd Trees. The ones that we see above on the surface, they do this weird little dance. They face minor Erd Trees, and they're often around them almost protectively. And they like move their legs, and they kind of do like a this kind of. That's different. That's the flame people. But they do a dance. And I think that the reason they stay away from the Erd Tree is it sounds fearful, but I don't think it's fearful. I think their obsession is new growth. And that's what minor Erd Trees are. So there's an item description. I don't remember what it is. It's a talisman. I think it's an altus. Maybe someone will know what I'm talking about. But it says that in the age of plenty around the Erd Tree, they didn't think that the Erd Tree could develop seeds because it was perfect. Because you only need to develop seeds if you are... The implication is, anyway, that you only need seeds if you are fallible and can die, because immortal beings don't produce children or propagate, potentially, which is potentially why there's no more births in the lands between, because they're all immortal now. Also, the Numenorians, the Numen, who are based on Numenorians, the Numen are seldom born because they are long-lived. So there's a link between immortality and not having children, long life not having children, and short life having children. So when the seeds come out of the Erd Tree only during the shattering, because that's when the Erd Tree starts to die. Was it the Great Shield with regen? No, it's a talisman. It's one of the Erd Tree ring talismans. I can't remember which one. I will find it. We'll get it. It's the seed talismans. And it says that I totally misinterpreted on my first playthrough. It's actually really funny. But they didn't think it could seed. And there's something to be said about new growth coming from death. And that is what the ancestral followers are obsessed with. They have no interest in the Erd Tree because it's ancient. They want its seeds. They want the new growths. It is interesting. They do look very different too. But no, I just wanted to point that out because it's neat. Also, I kind of like this fit. Let's try to fit in with the locals. When she took the rune of death away, she also took away the ability for people to be born. People are still born, but it seems to be very, very rare. And those bat ladies who sing. Now, keep in mind, this is someone else's translation. I don't speak Latin. But apparently they sing something about their body having been changed. And no longer able to be mothers because their body has been changed. So if you take that interpretation, it fits in with the lore, right? But like, I can't translate it myself, so there it is. Yeah, okay. The Erd Tree was once perfect and eternal, and thus it was believed that Erd Tree seeds could not exist. But the moment the shattering happened, we get golden seeds popping out. I don't have a golden seed right now. We'll read it when we get it, but that's what it says. Like the seeds came out because of the shattering. Okay, leave me alone for a second. I'm trying to read lore. Dwelling arrow. This is the glow of the ancestor spirits. It's very teal, isn't it? Like teal. Yeah, I see a very greeny blue. Arrows in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell deals magic damage, used by the master hunters of the ancestral followers. They have a life of their own, these arrows. Dwelling arrows. Ancient Greek, a Roman Latin influence on Elden Ring lore civilization. I'm not an architectural expert, but I will say that these ruins, these ones, look Greek to me. And I think that's actually an important distinction. This is like a far older civilization than others. Glintstone is also teal? See, I see glintstone is very blue. Here it looks almost white when it's like in the arrow here. There's a touch of that light blue there at the edge. Teal. I would once again say teal though. Romans copied the Greeks, but in terms of pantheons and the chaos among gods. Yeah, so the Romans were like, yeah, basically copied. They were heavily inspired by Greek myth, and they sort of wanted the, I learned about this a bit in school. The, I don't know, I can't think of the word for it, but they wanted the legitimacy, is I guess how I'd put it, of the ancient, well-regarded Greek civilization. But they also wanted their own little twistorino. It's largely how it was taught to me. So it's pretty interesting. So they use all natural... They're kind of like druids, these figures. You know, they are just guys. I really thought they actually had horns, but no, they just wear horns. They kind of look Tumerian face-wise from Bloodborne, don't they? Like a little? Huge mix of influences. Oh yeah. No, definitely. I'm talking specifically this though. These areas, this architecture, the ancient civilization that we don't get a lot of information on. Well, okay, we do, but it's not like super outright. This stuff is like Omega Greek. I think. Large club pure bonk run? That sounds very fun. Kind of like how the... Oh, yeah. That's... Yeah, okay. How the Moonlight Greatsword would look in other games. Kind of like that teal. That's kind of the same color I'm looking at. Yeah. Temerian Descendant and Cemetery Shade. Temerian Descendant because they got a bigger health bar, but if you even that out... I'm sorry, does the lightning vanish if you turn the light, or is that just coincidental? Fascinating. So this is the same iconography we see. You know, I don't know how to read this light several torches to light the way type thing. It's almost like you have to find a story. You have to traverse different areas, pick up certain pieces of information in order to access the ancestor. Vanish after they fire. Oh, are they? Really? Bro, these ones beat the crap out of me usually. Ow! You know what? They probably just kill me so fast. I never noticed that they vanished. That's so neat. All the lighting shaders are run relative to the player, so stuff does change based on where you are standing. Oh, that's freaking neat. Also, there's text here, so likely these actually told you a story. If you can read these runes, they likely had different information for you, perhaps evoking a journey or pilgrimage. It's just we can't read the text. Pretty neat. It's like, hello, this is our history. You know what this reminds me of? Oh, very important. Nascent butterflies. You know what this reminds me of, actually? Just a little bit. And I'm not going to say any more because it's very important. Outer Wilds. Afraid it would be written in made-up runes? Oh. Oh, you're alive. I'm so sorry. Oh, by the way, these things will actually consume themselves in order to heal. Very Ouroboros-esque. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many of you. hang on. I wanted to say something and then I got excited about the land octopi. Oh, the pillars, the ones that we have to actually visit to activate, they have the runes on them, but when you visit them, you activate the flame, and then the flame goes here for where, like, all of it. Okay. It's like you have to go on a pilgrimage, a symbolic pilgrimage, to access the object of their worship in their temple. Latin lyrics in the game music were just nice sounding syllables, no inherent meaning. See, I thought that was true for the lyrics in the base game, but not the Latin lady. But I don't speak Latin, so I just have to, you know. All FromSoft characters have a tragic backstory. I wonder what Mesmer's is. Oh, I hope it's juicy. All right. So looking at these, yeah, okay. They look to have the same model as the Smoldering, just blue. Or, well, I guess see-through. Bluey, see-through, ghosty. That would be my assessment here. The singing bat people are the only ones in Latin as far as I know. Like I said, I forget where we left off. Because I know people did study the lyrics of the bosses, the boss music. Landlady is speaking real Latin, but altered slightly to make the music sound nicer. But is it intelligible words? The choruses in the boss music, I know, are just nonsense sounds. Think the Land of Shadow will have wells like Shofra? I don't know if it'll have wells, but I was thinking it would be really neat if they had like a secret other realm like Limgrave did. Yes, fully translatable. Okay, good. So that is right. Wonderful. Okay. Cool. All right. I wasn't sure we left off on that. But yeah, they talk about the golden one. According to the translation I saw, this is a while ago. But they talk about the golden one and sort of decry that their bodies are changed and they cannot become mothers. So there's also something about immortality and not being able to have children, but also, hang on a second. By the way, okay, you know the symbol that appears when you can summon a spirit? Do you see it right there in the corner? The hey, hello, you can summon a spirit. Doesn't that kind of look exactly like the same runes that we saw on those tablets? Huh. Moog spits some Latin too. And you want to know what's great about Moog spitting Latin? Is he literally counts down. I could count down in like 3 languages when I was 5. And that's not a brag. It's just like the easiest thing to do. Moog is such a baby back bitch. Oh, I'm so proud. I speak Latin. I know how to say like 6 letters or numbers. No one cares. Any opportunity to roast Moog. Harpy song doesn't mention any change in body, just lamenting the lack of children. I remember the translation talking about their twisted forms. And their bodies that's why they're bat-like. So that's kind of what I wondered about them. Like, it's possible that I'm misremembering. It's been a really, really long time. But it's not like they said, oh no, I can't have babies because my body's bad. But like, there was this whole like, what have you done? Look at my body. I want kids. I can't have them. Something like that. That's what I remember. I gotta look at the translation again. We'll find it. Moog is a nice guy. Why roast him? Nice guy, my fucking ass. Anything as far as I can find. Okay, well, I'll just have to remind myself. Some Moog's cut dialogue had him counting down from 6. Yeah, no, there's a reason that he doesn't count down from 6 anymore. 6 in Latin is sex. I don't think he counted from 6. I thought he counted from like 8 or something. Or maybe even 10. But they cut it because, probably specifically because of sex. Love beating Moog up? Same. Same. Okay. These are the first nascent butterflies that I've seen floating in the world. So that's why I wanted to pause here to take a look. But yeah, to me, as far as I can tell, they have the exact same model as Smoldering, just recolored. We'll leave these so we can take a look at them at another time if we want. How many gods do we see depicted in the obelisks of the old civilization? Ooh, good question. Can we get a confirmation of like what number Moog counts down from in cut content? Is it 6 literally? He starts from 6 because I thought he went higher. 7. And one in the center depicted as larger than the others. Interesting. Starts from 6. Okay, so he does start from 6. But nihil, 0. So... or nothing, I guess. Whatever, same thing. 7. 6 with a central one. 6 divine towers. Gideon says something along the line of, let that lunatic be doing whatever he's doing down there. It doesn't matter, but the DLC may be what Moog was involved in the Shadowlands. So, personally... okay. I will tell you my evidence as we get closer to Moog, but I personally believe that Moog was a complete fool and a failure in absolutely everything he tried. He has no concept of what anyone is doing, and he's basically a child playing with toys. Especially when it comes to Mikola. It's possible he in some way succeeded in warping what Mikola left behind. It's possible he did something to the body. I actually wouldn't be surprised if DLC is we enter the hand and we enter the Shadowland and then we pop out at some point, and then what's left of Mikola's body is just like, and then we gotta fight that. I could see that happening, but it's not Mikola anymore. But here's the thing too, even if they do that, Mikola's flesh canonically is weak. Like, he is physically, he's all smarts. His body is a child's. Even if he's matured with the power of the Formless Mother and warped into this extended form, I just don't think that's gonna be like it. Do you know what I mean? But let me explain a little bit about what I think with Moog. We now know, we have confirmation via the DLC is with that Mikola left his body behind. We don't know when he planned to do this. Honestly, it's possible that he had to change plans because of Moog. But based on how generally intelligent Mikola is, I think he changed his plans sooner and thus no longer cared at all about what happened to his flesh, his corporeal flesh. So Moog literally takes the body of Mikola, takes the cocoon, cuts it out of this whole thing, puts it on a giant pelvis. Who knows where the heck he found that? And then puts a bunch of blood on it and goes, yay, we're married now. Hee hee, here's a ring. You're my consort now. Like he's playing with freaking dolls. If you see the blood of the Formless Mother, or Moog's blood, whatever, going over the hand of Mikola, it literally raises the hand and then moves it kind of like Moog is using his blood as puppet strings to move this corpse around the way he wants it to. It is so childish. Genuinely. He has no idea what he's doing. Also, the blood is over top of Mikola's skin. Doesn't look like it's in his body. It's literally like hydraulics, but like weird magic blood hydraulics moving the body around. Oh my god, he's just such an idiot. Like, Mikola's out here playing 5D chess, and Moog's playing Go Fish by himself. Genuinely, don't even get me started on Moog, because not only is he just such a creep, he's just playing with dolls. All the evidence is there. The DLC trailer and the description of the DLC trailer just gave us more evidence that this is the case. Well, how to compel affection. Yeah, that's the item description. The thing is, like, it's possible that he used his sister and brainwashed her, sure, but the thing is, he shows great loyalty to Melania and love for her when he doesn't have to. So it suggests to me that there is some true familial bonds with these characters. Moog stole Mikola's cocoon from Haligtree. You need to have smarts to do that. Barely. You need to have high stealth. That's it. Let me tell you, as someone who plays a stealth archer a lot in Oblivion and Skyrim, you don't need intelligence to be sneaky. Also, nobody was there at the time. Like, genuinely, it probably seems that Melania and her army were marched south. He snuck in, for sure. That's the cleverest thing he's done, but that's it. Mikola straight up found a new religious sect or something for Melania. He left the Golden Order for her. Yeah. Even if we told Mikula where Melania where Mikula's egg was, you would have just brought her to a corpse in Albany. Yeah, but I want to get into Melania as well. But I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. And then we'll delve into this topic even further. Give me 1 sec. Okay, hello. Moog or Godric, who would win in a 10-minute conversation? You know, I think another thing too is that Moog is trying to do harm to others. Like, okay, yeah, Godric is too, but there's something particularly creepy about what Moog does, especially since they're brothers as well. That's people mention that, yeah, they're siblings. Now I know Mikula isn't literally a child, but there's something particularly creepy about how he refers to Mikula as his consort. And just, oh man. Now, not to mention, once we get into like the fact he's a kid, they're siblings, and then the fact that he's also a corpse, we get a little bit of that creepy necrophilia in there. But yeah, so I've heard a lot of people over time say that, oh man, why do we fight Melania? Why can't we just be like, yo, I know where Mikula is, and then, you know, you go beat up Moog together, you know? And like, it's a charming little story. But unfortunately, it falls apart once you realize that Melania is completely calm when you talk to her. She's been sleeping. She looks very serene when you walk into the arena. A gust of wind wakens her, probably because you walked in there, disrupting the serenity of her environment. And the first lines of dialogue that she says are, she talks about her dream. She dreamt for so long, her flesh was dull gold, her blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in her wake. She's talking about our waking world. She's talking about the lands between. Her flesh was dull gold, she had prosthetic limbs. Her blood rotted. She was riddled with it since birth. She killed many, as the Blade of Mikula. But she talks about it as if it was a dream. So where has she been the entire time that she's been sleeping? And why does she look so peaceful? Because she knows where Mikula is. I'm not saying she is literally with Mikula. I'm not saying she's going to be in the DLC. But where she is slumbering, she somehow is aware that Mikola is fine, dandy, a-okay, and she can rest now. Because if she didn't know that, there is no way in hell anything could stand between her and getting her boy back. And you know that. Why does Melania go aggro on us? He walked into her sacred place. Why would she believe a random is tarnished? It's true. Also very possible. Millicent mentioned Scarlet Rot causes nightmares. Is it possible that Melania was dreaming to a degree a nightmare? It could be, but the thing is, like, she looks so serene. It doesn't look to me like she's had a nightmare. My brother will keep his promise. He has the wisdom, the allure of a god. Yeah. So she's not worried. Also, she awaits his return, but probably to the lands between, for sure. But the thing is, she talks about all that as if it was a dream. That's what's so interesting to me. Is it's one of those, she's been somewhere else. She's fine. What would you do if a total random walked into your room after you had the longest, most groggy nap of your life? Exactly. Who made Melania's armor? Ooh, good question. You have to wonder. Oh, there's a lot. She has a lot of prosthetics from what we can see. It'd be funny if we actually brought her there and she just bursts out laughing. Oh, you poor Tarnish. That's not Mikola. Yeah. Exactly. No, it's really interesting. I've looked at that dialogue a lot. And I realized that, like, bro, like, she's fine. Mikola himself, Mikola the craftsman. Mikola is a craftsman. That's true. I just wonder, I definitely associate him with very delicate works. Doesn't mean he's not capable of making bigger works. But if he created stuff like the prosthetics, it's interesting. I just think more about Marika as well. Similar Melania's boots and Dee's boots looked. Honestly, I'm gonna put that down to Miyazaki loves feet, so Melania needs to have feet armor. Maybe Elmer made the prosthetics? Nah, Elmer is a thief and a killer. He doesn't make things. See, what's interesting in this game is there's a pretty big distinction made between those who create and those who destroy. And those who create are capable of destroying, but those who destroy are incapable of creation, like Radigan. Only other character that's feet armor that I'm aware of is Dee's armor set. Yeah, it's like they're the feet. It's supposed to have that image of the feet stacked on top of one another. It's definitely something, but the fact that the poster girl of the game who was in the like the collector's edition, it has barefoot armor is not surprising. He has him in his room? That's not his room. He took over. Marai, what's his name? Malay Marai? That's his room. That's his castle. But his castle fell. They were executioners. In part of their role in the Lands Between was as executioners at the Shaded Castle, and House Marai was, that's part of what they did. So they captured Elmer of the Briar. And he got free because Marai was too busy worshipping Melania. So Elmer took over, took the sword, altered it with his thorns, stuff like that. Pretty much a sterile killer merc. Yeah, exactly. So that's what happened there. Didn't we kill the last one when they invade us outside the castle in that graveyard? Sorry, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, no, that's him. You mean the guy? Yeah, the NPC there? Oh, yeah. That's him. He drops all his whole set. That's him. He got kicked out of his own dang castle like a complete idiot. It's possible Melania isn't dead. We find the Scarlet Flower. Finlay carried her back in the Halig tree. Okay, just so you know, outside the arena, I do not believe that is Melania's flower. I think that is one of Millicent's sisters who came very close, because the set that drops is their set. It's the Traveling Maiden or whatever set. That is outside. So to me, that is not Melania's bloom right outside her arena. That is one of her daughter's blooms. So Melania bloomed twice. Not quite 3, notably. But anyway, she also talks after she dies, so Melania is probably in that state of, like, weirdness that occurs with a lot of the demigods, because they talk after they die. Can't remember the NPC name. I think it's like Castellan Marai or something. I don't remember. We'll get to him. Okay. I want to get Liurnia freaking done. We're not even getting Liurnia done. We have to speedrun this area real quick. I just want to unlock a couple things. I'm not even going to go up to Caelid right now. I don't want to risk it. Should be fine, but whatever. Daughter would have died. Wrecked by Melania, stabbed by a royal guard. I personally read it as similar to what happened to Millicent. Is she was sent to bloom just like by Gowry. Like, I think Gowry has done this before, and he'll do it again. This dance. Okay, they might aggro because I got too close. Let me see if I can't reset them. That's exactly what they do to the minor Erdtrees up top. They do this little dance. It's very sweet. Also, rats are sort of in a similar reverential pose, or at least like listening. So ancestral followers are kind of also Disney princesses, question mark? Oh, Jesus Christ, I forgot. Freaking shroud in the lands between over here. Do you think they should have nerfed Radon so hard? So apparently Radon is more in line with what they initially intended. I don't know. It's hard to say. The main thing that they nerfed apparently was his hitboxes, because they were messier than they intended. And his damage, of course. But that's the big one. I mean, I don't know. I go back and forth on it, but they didn't want Radon to be such a wall, clearly. This. So if we go above ground, we can see ancestral followers doing this exact same ritualistic dancing toward minor Erdtrees. Also, these ones, I'm not sure what they're looking at. It could be because up there we know is another ancestral spirit, so it's possible they're revering that one. Also, rats. There a tree above you on the map? No. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't find Radon to be, like, as mechanically as a fight, I don't find it to be that fun, because his main gimmick is, like, kind of just rolling up behind you and then hitting you with a swing that you can't see. And you can't lock on, because then you'll, you know, you won't be able to see his swing because he goes behind you, but if you don't lock on, the same thing happens. I don't know. It's just like, it's weird vibes, man. Moog's up there, by the way. Oh, another thing about Moog, he is literally squatting in someone else's ruins and trying to create a dynasty, because he probably read in a book, there was an ancient dynasty that lived here long ago. And he's like, bro, I want to be the ancient dynasty. So to lend his whole thing credence, he squats in another culture's ruin. Freaking Moog. Also, I wanted to mention one other thing that suggests that, I mean, I still think he's an absolute dingus. Also, let's not forget who is his most loyal follower. Vare. #1 dingus in the lands between. He's like those man. Oh my god, Patrick Conde, he totally is. He's like the people with Roman statue profile pictures. Oh no. What happened? Before, people used to make art like this. You posted this online with a device someone else made for you. How about you practice what you preach, you absolute dingbat? At age 23, Leonardo da Vinci made all this. What have you done? What have you done? Profile picture of a Roman statue. Get off the freaking internet and go do some gosh darn art. Renaissance man head ass.
Well, I don't know how to do that, but I will have you know that I'm using AI to train it.
Literally Moog. Fine, guess I'll deal with the real world. Like, in all seriousness, before Moog became this, like, absolute adult dingus making horrific decisions for absolutely everybody involved, I knew I forgot a shiny. He was just a traumatized, scared kid looking for a mom, dude. I truly, truly feel for Moog. It's just the problem is, instead of... Okay. Omen will literally start a whole dynasty and infect people with vampire blood after finding their new mom in a sewer instead of going to therapy. Like, my brother in Christ, though. Get it together. At some point, he had to look in the mirror and go, oh no, I'm a clown. Is also cursed. Just to reiterate, I do not believe that the Omen curse is inherently a curse. I believe that was something that started with the increase in Golden Order fundamentalism at the same time that Misbegotten and Demi-Humans started to be looked down upon more. Omen were similarly thrust underground. I don't think they are inherently cursed. But it's hard not to internalize it when you are conceivably a child. You know, thrust into a sewer and told you're cursed, you're cursed, you're cursed, right? Sorry, I missed the thing. Sorry, YouTube chat. 1 second. Let me scroll up. I missed some stuff. What's with the fact that the cocoon in Mogan Palace is sitting in a giant hip bone where the womb would be? It's supposed to be Moog, via his own aesthetic, recreating what Mikola has created. He wants Mikola to be reborn. Mikola was doing that via cocoon and a tree that he was... The whole thing of the tree is so neat. But either way, he created a pregnant belly within the tree that he also grew himself, that he would be reborn from, and that was his initial plan. And at some point, that plan changed. We know that now from the DLC. But the reason that Moog replaces it with a hip bone is because he's similarly trying to have Mikola be reborn. What's really interesting too is I wonder, because we don't see bone like those hip bones anywhere else. I don't know where he got it, but it makes me wonder if it's not supposed to be reminiscent of the Formless Mother. Of course, the Formless Mother is formless, so I don't know, but we have to understand that Moog is play acting, right? So he's like, I'm gonna put a little pelvis here, and then the cocoon will be born, and that'll be my husbando. You know, he's like dealing with that. But if he wants the Formless Mother to birth Mikola, that would make them even more siblings under the dynasty too, right? Because the Formless Mother is his adoptive mother, for lack of a better term. Oh, are we talking about how Morgott also followed the Formless Mother, but then recanted and sealed his blood in the sword? Yeah. Every single failed theater kid turns into Moog. No. What a curse. That's a curse. You want to talk curse? Whew. All right. I think we are mostly done here. I didn't activate all the torches. We'll do that later, honestly. Wait. Oh my god, my runes. I left those a long time ago. I hope they're still there. All bosses that talk after losing a battle come back. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they talk after they die. Death is not quite what we can imagine with the Lands Between. Yo, Lady Money Battles, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs in the channel. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much for the support. Enjoy your new Butterflies gamers. Please use Draft Squid. Okay. I have an appointment to get emotes made with artists next week, and I'm really excited. It's not like fully cemented yet, so I'm not gonna like get into details, but I'm very excited. But one of them is potentially gonna be a Mesmer version of Draft Squid. So we'll have like more squid technology. So just get excited about that, because I'm really excited about it. I mentioned it briefly in the Discord. I think it might be Raph Snake. I'm not sure. You're cooking. I'm truly like, listen. I don't toot my own horn about much, but truly, my brain had a glorious moment. I can't draw, so I can't bring it to. I can't animate either. So we're gonna see about that. Okay, just 1 second. Oh, perfect. But yeah, even looking at this, it looks very much like the you can summon a spirit thing, doesn't it? Huh. Animate a Raph point? I just don't know how you would animate a point. But I would like to make a Raph run emo. Because, like, you know, like people run. Because we do be running a lot. But it'll be like a Raph run. I was thinking Mikolash. Like having an emote that is a run, but it's Mikolash from Bloodborne. Because it made me laugh when I thought about it. But I'm not sure yet. Those things are there as a ritual to summon the area boss. Kind of, but like, yes. But what I'm gonna say is you're not really summoning, you're revealing the path to what was already there latent. But yes. Goddamn animated emote cap. I don't know what to do with it. Listen, I have been trying to get animated emotes of things that I want for a long time. I'm finally going for it. Mikola have any wings visible in the brief glimpse of him in the trailer? Not that I saw. And listen, I'm not saying that the figure at the end of the trailer isn't Mikola. I'm just saying we can't assume anything yet. Because they love to bait and switch a little. I'm pretty sure it's Mikola. But what if it isn't? Okay, let's go to the surface and go to Liurnia. Well, let's do Ronnie. Fire Serpent inspired? I just don't know how I would make it like an emote, really. Most of my emotes are like funny concepts that pop into my head and I'm like, hee hee, you know? We gotta get some faith. This was supposed to be eventually a faith run, but as usual, I'm committing to just swinging my sword. How's a ritual supposed to work? You light the fires and then... and then die to the ancestral spirit because it does attack you. I don't know. But it's very similar to Rykard, isn't it? In fact, the way to enter the arena is almost 1-1. You, except with Rykard, you have to do a bunch of assassinations, but that's like the ritual, the pilgrimage, so to speak, that you have to do before you are allowed to see Rykard. Now, of course, you can just go around the arena, you don't have to do any assassinations at all, and then you can just find him that way. But either way, you have to prove yourself with might in some way, shape, or form. I'm not saying they're the same, but it is interesting because I don't think there's any other bosses besides Rykard and the ancestral spirits that you enter via a weird cavern. And even the cavern you enter is like a 1-to-1 the same. Alright, Morga calls Ronnie, specifically Lunar Princess Ronnie, and the others, but their names besides General Radon and Praetor Rykard? Sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean? Doesn't he call them all the name? Estelle? See, Estelle is very similar, but literally the cave you enter for Rykard and the ancestral spirit is exactly the same. It's still a teleport, but it's a little different because you kind of you're supposed to take a coffin down there, so it's kind of more like you're taking a sled. Someone said the Carla the Witch voice actor is the voice for Mikola. So is Carla the same person who does Chloanne in DS2? The voice actors? I'm not familiar with the names. Wait, why do we think that Mikola had wings? Sorry, I think I'm missing something here. Oh, why he names them at all? Why is Ronnie a lunar princess and why is it a title? Because she's the heir to Renala's throne. So she was going to be, if everything went according to plan, she was going to take after Renala and be the queen of the full moon. Or dark moon, potentially. She's Karin royalty. So that's her title. She's the lunar princess. It's just she took a different path. Is Rena dead? We don't know. Karin royalty is still pledged to the Erd Tree because of House of Merch. Yeah, exactly. Interacts with you at various points and the tragic thing happens. The thing is, if Mikola takes on the role of Gale, that'd be kind of boring because we already know who Mikola is. The whole point of Gale, and the big thing about Gale, is that we didn't know who the heck this dingus was. So if they want to do a Gale situation, they cannot have it be Mikola. If you ask me, anyway. They'd have to be very clever. Even Artorias, I know a little bit about content for Dark Souls 1, but Artorias, we were supposed to encounter him and speak to him, and then it was supposed to be like the tragedy that befell him. Yeah, actually, Melina is a great example of a Gale in the base game. Kind of. Similar, but yeah. But no, anyway, there was supposed to be something like that where it's Artorias of the Abyss and we meet Artorias and then we find out the truth and we have to defeat him because he gets corrupted by the dark or whatever. The Abyss. Bernal and Vike as well. Sorry, for what? Oh, in terms of figures who can... The thing about Gale, though, and this is to me the main point of Gale, is he was a complete wild card. We didn't know who he was. When DLC started, there was just some random guy wearing red who was like,
oh, please, won't you touch this painting?
If you told people that was going to be the final boss and he would be an extraordinary cool final boss based on his entry in the whatever Chapel of the Depth or whatever that place is called in Dark Souls 3, people probably have laughed at you. That's kind of the point. If we're sitting here being like, oh, I bet it's going to be secretly we meet Mikola. Bitch, everyone's thinking that. We've been talking about it for years. So, like, we can't just have it be some guy we already know about. That would be so boring. Yeah, I don't think Mesmer is the final boss either. I'm specifically saying that Gale was a random guy introduced when DLC was introduced. So if we're gonna have someone who's like our mystery, secret, cool figure, we can't have it be someone we already know about. Even Artorias, that stuff was cut. They generally were just like, yeah, let's just not make him talk. You just walk in, you have to fight Artorias, and he's like the second boss of the DLC, which has a total of 4 bosses? Dark Souls 1 DLC. The Sanctuary Guardian, Artorias... Is it really just 3 and it's just Manus after that? Am I forgetting a boss? People weren't unanimously sold on Gale back when DLC dropped. Makes my head shudder uncontrollably. Yeah, I'm not saying that everyone always liked it. Calamy! Ah, thank you. I knew I was forgetting somebody. I was just thinking mainline. I couldn't remember. Yeah, so there's 4 bosses. And Artorias is like the moment you walk into the DLC, there's a boss. It's kind of I like it. The design's cool, but I sort of forgot about Sanctuary Guardian. Artorias is largely the first important story boss of the DLC. The DLC is named after him. No, Gale's really neat. I love Gale, but also another example is Bloodborne. That's my favorite example. I've talked about it a lot. I know I'm repeating myself, but to be fair, there's always new folks in here. And y'all need to know that if we get boring Talk to Mikola DLC, I'm gonna be displeased. And let me tell you something about FromSoft. They have never displeased me. Yet.
The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say.
I know, baby girl, but what if I join your service?
Be gone.
Please. I wish to serve you.
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt. Very well. There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme. What's more, if my past and past wounds beckon to thee, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends.
Neat.
I'll allow it. Enter my service, and good hunting to thee.
Oh no, I was sent here by Roger. We got his dialogue. Don't you worry. Either way, I've just kind of been doing things in a disjointed order. should maybe try to mainline the quest a little better, but either way, we'll be fine. But yeah, just about, you know, DLC. FromSoft has literally never disappointed me, and I'm that person who's just along for the ride. Like whatever they want to do, I'm here for it. I trust them. So until they let me down, I'm gonna trust them. That's all I'm gonna say.
Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same.
And that is one of my favorite lines because it shows how Machiavellian she is. She does love E.G. and Blythe. She's not going to show you that immediately, right? Of course, she doesn't know you. You're suspicious. I wonder if some of this isn't a little bit of masking that, right? She's like, oh yes, of course, all my servants, you can use them, they will use you, it'll be fine. But truly, E.G. and Blythe, they just want to help Ronnie, genuinely. So it's pretty interesting. Always do Roger's questline? Yeah, I love Roger, but yeah, he's complete. You don't have to do him at all. Do you know what I mean? Really points the finger at Mikla as being the main character of the DLC. So in Dark Souls 1, the DLC was called Artorias of the Abyss. And it was definitely about Artorias in the Abyss. But the main final boss was a personification and origin of the Abyss, who otherwise has not been mentioned previously and has since become integral to the lore and discussion around it. Like, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that, like, based on what they like to do, they really do a great job of taking you in unexpected directions. And it would be really unusual if they change that now. Yeah, I'm talking about Manus. Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, like, you know, you could say Artorias is the main character of the DLC of Dark Souls 1. Absolutely, you would be correct. But you would also be wrong. Main character doesn't mean that every aspect centers around them. Do you know what I mean? Like, arguably, the Bloodborne DLC centers around the truth. And what is that truth? And you find the truth underneath everything. But before that truth, you encounter the guy who everyone was obsessed with, Lawrence. Another guy that we already knew about. We get a little bit more info on him, Ludwig. You encounter someone that we thought was a guy because of a mistranslation, but turns out to be Lady Maria, also answering a bunch of questions about the origin of the doll while also confusing the heck out of that whole thing. And a secret fourth thing. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I'm with you. I'm not saying that Mikkel is unimportant. I'm not saying throw him in a garbage can. You know? Clip that, by the way. And then you can just say that I'm saying that. But I'm just saying that, like, they surprise us always. So always, yeah, expect the unexpected. Wow, I can't believe Rav said to throw Mikkola in the garbage can where he belongs. I can't. Streamer exposed. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. Oh, I forgot. Oh my god, the living failures. I'm so sorry. My favorite boss. How could I forget? So the secret fifth thing. Someone in Rav's Discord predicting there'll be a 4th-phase boss in DLC might be Mikla. Yo, you want to talk about someone predicting there's a 4th phase? I've been talking about a 4th phase hot lady since I played Bloodborne on a stream. And that was my first stream game. Okay? I'm joking, but they're gonna do something spicy. Technically, they've already done 4 phases. Ishin Ashana. Our boy. Bloodborne's my fave. Very base. Welcome in. Making the hunters bad guys instead of the townsfolk. Yeah, the fact that it is a response, I could go on, and I have, but I love Bloodborne because it's not I feel like what so many games or media that's inspired by something get wrong is they try to like recreate it or be a pure homage or be like, oh dude, Lovecraft, yeah, he's like the guy who does like, woo, tentacles, let's just put a lot of tentacles in the game. But they don't understand what it truly is. And not only that, but they just leave it as like, oh, let's just have like an evil monster that has like tentacles and drives everybody crazy. Bloodborne takes a concept and responds to it. It turns it on its head. It's a true addition to the initial literature. It uses it, but it also responds to it, and it adds to it in such a unique way. I love it. I love FromSoft. I love what they do. I trust them. I trust them. I do. It goes on a print, throw in a garbage can. Excuse me, you throw him in a garbage can where he belongs? You forgot that part of the quote. Lovecraft invented hentai? He freaking wishes. Okay?
Speak with the three who await thee below. Thou needst not indulge them unduly. But they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since
Punish Garamond
entered my service after all.
And it's so intriguing because the fact that he's like a Punish Garamond is like fairly subtle, but it's there all along, and it's like the deepest lore, truly the deepestest lore, the deepestest of the lores. And then we find out that the characters we've been encountering all along, for example, the doll, are in fact the punished forms of the figures that we encountered in. Oh, I love Bloodborne. God, I can't wait to play it again. Ishin's phase 1 doesn't even count. I totally see what you're saying. It's just, for me, I would get so used to fighting Ishin that I would get confused by the phase 1 again, and it would throw me off, so I count it.
Oh, so you were the one.
Hey, Yuji. We're friends
Has
now.
explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success.
We're gonna talk about Iji literally wears a tinfoil hat. Holy crap. We have talked about his hat, but the fact that it's a tinfoil hat is troubling in its accuracy. The sharks in the well, you've never beaten them alone? Let me tell you something very important, Aaron, okay? A hunter is never alone. You beat things however you want. I support you. I got a comment on my YouTube that said that a true Elden Lord would never use summons and whatever. And I was just like, gatekeeping? In my YouTube channel? Right in front of my salad? But anyway, I just want to reiterate that a true Elden Lord does whatever the heck they want. Except for gank. If you gank, you suck and you're not a true Elden Lord. But that's a different thing. It's a different thing. Also, duelists who take the taunter's taunt. That's something different. That's psychological harassment. Other than that, when you're doing PvE, you live your life. Real. Is Iji of the Nox? His helmet is a Nox made helmet. I think it's more he just uses it because he's trying to avoid the greater will and folks like looking at him and stuff, because it's like literally a mirror, so you can't like see him. I think it's more suggestive of his fear in a way. Or really what Ronnie's up to, but he himself is not Nox. He's a troll-sass giant. Theme of this game is Elden Lords are scheming cheap bastards? You don't talk about my boy Boggart that way. But you want to be ganked in PvP? No, it's the intentional gankers, dog. There's a difference. If you're sitting there in front of a bonfire and it's always some overlevel phantom with 2 hammers and Lionel's armor and Lionel's hat, and then one guy who's a bull goat using Rivers of Blood or Vare's mask with rest of bull goats. And then there's one little host who's around your level range out of necessity who does nothing but spam spells from the very back as far away as he can out of sheer terror. And then the moment you die, based on all of this nonsense on you, approacheth to teabag. If you're in this picture that I just described for you very eloquently, I don't like you as a person. I still respect your humanhood, but I don't like you as a person. And I hope that you stub your toe on something. And then, right, your baby toe, and then when it's still fresh, you stub it again. Just saying. EG is reading Bloodborne fanfiction? What is EG reading? I mean, we can't tell. At this form especially, he's a spectral book guy. What is that? Is there a symbol on it? No, it's just like decorative laurels. I don't know, man. Maybe it's 50 Shades of Grey.
My apologies.
You know the Serpent Hunter glitch is still in the game?
I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me, my fellow. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani.
So the first guy you meet upon hearing Rani's dialogue about, oh, use them and they shall use you too, is EG, who says, let us give all for Lady Rani. And it's like, are you sure that that's, you know, are you, you know what I mean? It's actually really interesting. The chainsaw glitch? That's not surprising. One thing I actually want to mention with that is it's really, really interesting that things that affect the host are quickly patched out of the game, but things that affect invaders exclusively, because that glitch in particular is very hard to pull off. So if you are hosting ganks or dueling or whatever the heck, if you activate Taunter's Tongue, you have all the time in the world to set it up, and then you're nigh unkillable because you're using this like goofy glitch, right? But invaders can't do it because they're not going to sit in your world for an hour trying to pull it off. So of course they didn't patch it, because it doesn't affect anybody but the most hated people in the game. FromSoft, they hate speedrunners and invaders more than anybody. The reason I say speedrunners is because there have been several patches. There's one in particular, I don't remember when this came out, but there was a tree, like a little baby random tree that was used to do a speedrun jump that would save you 10 seconds of time. It was part of the speedrun route. If you know what I'm talking about, feel free to give details, because I don't remember the details. It's been lost. But that's it. It was a random little baby tree, and people would do a little cute jump with Torrent in order to save 10 seconds off their run. A patch came out, that tree was removed. There's absolutely zero reason to do that unless they were intentionally fucking with speedrun strats. Like, genuinely, if you look at the history of patches for weapons, it's the first patches, it nerfed weapons that were used in speedruns and challenge runs first. Like, Sword of Night and Flame was genuinely the weapon. Now, it's very strong, so it's like, no, Rev, they just nerfed it because it was too strong. Okay, then what about the freaking tree? Like, genuinely, they clearly hate speedrunners. It's really funny. I'm not talking about, like, the glitch that Distortion 2 was using to like fly Torrent in the sky. I'm not talking about that. That needs to go. But a genuine tree? Are you kidding? Endgame gear thing would not be a problem if From hadn't forgotten they can set actual SAR requirements for things. True. No, yeah, exactly. No one was doing that jump unless you wanted to do speedrun. It's really, really neat. When you could skip Castle Soul and jump in the snowfield, I wasn't aware of that one. That's just one that comes to mind specifically because it literally saves like 10 seconds in the run. Anyway, EG?
Let us give all
right, that's it.
together.
Okay, so we're going to do a fun little thing with Celibus, by the way. We're going to do his quest. So, Blythe cannot show up here sometimes, by the way. In my very first playthrough, I did the strangest route. If you're watching the first playthrough, you know what I'm talking about. I managed to do the strangest route to Ronnie's quest in the entire possible video game, I think. But there is a way for Blythe to not show up here. So I went all the way to like the end of Ronnie's quest, and I didn't know that Blythe and Ronnie were truly working together. I wasn't sure. The only reason I had an idea was because I picked up the mask that looks like Blythe's head. Him not showing occurs, as far as I can tell, if the festival is active, or you beat Radon. So if the festival is active, Ronnie won't be here at all. So you have to beat Radon, and when you beat Radon, he's somewhere else, and Ronnie doesn't even mention him. So I legitimately had no idea they were for sure working together, and it's really funny because she simply doesn't mention Blythe in that circumstance.
Ah. Long time, friend. Blythe. Have you forgotten? Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this
It's the
land.
weirdest video conference I've ever seen in my life.
Go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there.
Probably at Shofra, if not shown at Ronnie's tower. So in the route that I found, the only way that she doesn't mention him is if you kill Radon. But basically, he has to be at the festival. It's like a weird circumstance. That's what happens here. So she will simply not mention Blythe, and Blythe won't be there. Also, I don't think Blythe shows up there in Shofra where you're thinking of, unless you do Ronnie's quest. Because I just went there, he wasn't there. Now he'll be there. But I had to join Ronnie's service to get that trigger. So we'll get a little bit more dialogue from him, and then we're going to annoy the shit out of Celavis. It's one of my favorite things to do. I will show you all about this. Bao's boyfriend, I saw that. Recent playthrough was weird. He wasn't a ghost here. Do you remember what circumstances it was? Because there might be another circumstance. Because for me, it was because I entered Altus, thus triggering Radon's festival to activate, thus moving Blythe there. And Ronnie was absent. So I'm wondering if there's another way you can do that. Lanedale skip was patched out, or Dina Gate skip. Yeah. Listen, I'm not... Like, I'm mostly joking here, but it is a little interesting that if something affects a host in PvP, it can occur via an invader, like some sort of invader-based glitch. It's patched very quickly. But if something can be triggered by a host to only exclusively bother invaders, it won't be patched. If you are doing an obscure speedrun, that will be patched. Ronnie wasn't there either till Radon is dead. Yeah, she won't be there. Okay, so it sounds like you did the exact same thing as me. That makes sense. Ronnie mentions them after killing Shadow before Rot Lake. Yeah, but it took me until that point to be confirmed that Blythe was working for Ronnie. I didn't know. That's what's so interesting. Like, I was like, I think they're working together because I got this mask that said that this looks like Ronnie's bodyguard, and that's Blythe, so I guess that's Blythe. But like, I didn't know until she mentioned it, and that took like forever because I also didn't know how to do Ronnie's quest, so I didn't get her dialogue, and it was a whole thing. It's really funny. Dumb Glintstone parry thing? No, that was patched. That was patched. Blythe show up corporeally as well. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder what it could be. Maybe if you join Ronnie without doing Roger's quest? Maybe? Divine Tower Invader skip? What's that? You provincials.
I'm going below through the well.
Okay.
See if I can't. Don't keep me waiting, eh?
He's Canadian. Okay. So, what's really interesting here... Okay, so hang on. Someone in chat, this was hours ago, I totally forgot. Someone said that Celavis has snakes in his armor? We can just see him in person, but some things are easier to see in Spectral, so I want to take a look. Look at that! That does look like coiled snakes. Right there, the pin. I never noticed that. Ooh, that looks like a dual-headed snake, and it's all wrapped up. It kind of looks similar to the Depraved Perfumer iconography, but way more tangled. That has some interesting implications. But one thing I want to talk about, Zeph was talking about this on the Discord today. So the preceptors were, I'm paraphrasing, but we're basically told by Radigan to keep a secret. A lot of people see this as Radigan hiding that he was Marika, and the preceptors were basically sworn to secrecy, thus symbolized by a lattice covering their mouths, which is Radigan's Elden Rune is depicted as the same lattice. So it's literally Radigan has sealed their mouths shut. I personally read it a little different. Like, that's all true, but I read the lattice a little differently. I read it as Radigan is trying to suppress the spread of knowledge generally, not just his secret. Because I personally think that at the time, Radigan and Marika, if they ever were always one, some people, I've gone back and forth, but I don't think they were at the time combined. So in other words, Radigan wouldn't have had to keep that secret, right? He wouldn't have sworn others to secrecy about the secret because it wouldn't have been a current issue. Either way, the lattice is definitely Radigan's symbol to seal, well, their mouths and things. We see the same rune behind Radigan at the churches in his statue depictions. We also see it covering entry to the Erd Tree, as Radigan's doing as well. His mask increases arcane, any reason. So arcane, it does have to do with blood, for sure. But, like, obviously. But I really think that arcane really does kind of harken back to that Bloodborne meaning strange space magic. And they are preceptors who study the routes of the stars, basically. And they're very, very aware of them. Radigan came to the conclusion the Golden Order and the study of the stars were the same thing. That would track. He does have some intelligence. Yeah, generally, though, what I'm trying to say is he wanted to keep their mouth shut. I just don't think that was a secret he was avoiding. But the lattice, literally, their mouths are sealed by Radigan, symbolically and perhaps literally in some way, shape, or form. They still talk, of course, but not about... I wonder if perhaps that might be why Preceptor... Okay, Celavis is a snake for many different reasons. Planets orbiting the sun on his forehead? I think so. You know, that's a really interesting symbol. Yeah. So also, just as a side note, he's literally the center of his own universe. No wonder he's so big-headed. Goal under fundamentalism requires both faith and intelligence. It does, but Radigan's still stupid, if you ask me. He's not literally stupid, but, like, he's stupid, you know what I mean? And he's incapable of creation, very notably. But, okay. Just to go on about Celavis, we'll take a look at his model. I want to analyze those snakes. I don't know how to read the snake iconography. That is fascinating. It could simply be a symbol because, okay, number one, though Caria did combine with the Golden Order, of course, the houses were combined with the marriage of Radigan and Renala. One of those children took the Rani route and is now totally against the Golden Order and trying to subvert it. And the other child went full blasphemy with the snake thing. And we know that there were other servants of the Kharon royal family in general who eventually sort of picked a favorite, like Jaren. He literally served the family, but was like, yo, Radahn's my boy, and then went to Radahn. So I wonder if the snakes might just not mean a link to blasphemy, because he definitely does do that, but I'm not sure. I never noticed snakes before. I really wonder if that's on all of them. Like, does Miriam have it? Fortunately, Miriam likes to teleport away from you. So, I don't know. It's pretty interesting, though. Don't forget to teabag Celavis' corpse, yeah. You know what's great, too, about the fact that Celavis dies in the pose of a puppet is if he truly isn't dead but is just a dormant puppet, he's aware of what's going on around him. So you should definitely teabag him at all times. Big thing behind Marika's statue is the image of Marika at the beginning. It's similar to a dress swirling around. Yeah. We did talk about that, actually. But yeah, it looks sort of like the Elden Ring, but it's also like her dress takes on that form too. Oops. All right. You take a look at Celavis' face. I'm going to use the restroom and I'll be right back, okay? Oh, Blythe. I totally understand feeling bad for Blythe. It's really sad. That's just his fate. He's he was created by the Two Fingers. So the fact that he manages to go against his nature and his own fate to side with Ronnie despite what she's doing says a lot about him, but unfortunately, like, he can't. I wonder if perhaps, because I think he truly goes mad after the death of the Two Fingers, and I wonder if it's not related. Blue flowers from the tailor at the moonlight altar. There, you know what? We did notice the white flowers, but do they glow? Because I don't remember them glowing. We just looked at those. I remember blue flowers glowing near the Karian inverted tower, but we gotta look. They do. Ooh, the same white flowers with this. We gotta look. Okay. Yeah, Lycan Knight, exactly. Really, that's pretty much exactly what I feel. So Radigan can't create anything. He can. Okay, I think the fact that he takes his marriage symbol with Renala and converts it to a symbol of the Golden Order basically says everything about him. He cannot create, but he can change the nature of things, right? So he doesn't make the sword himself. If he made it himself, I'd be impressed. He's a blacksmith, but he's not. He only takes something that someone else made for him and changes the nature of it. Just like he takes the Golden Order and he changes the nature of it, turning it into something that leaves parts out of it, that this is not acceptable in the Golden Order, this isn't acceptable, and just creates this one singular image of what it is. He rebirthed the sword through the egg. I still think that's beyond him, to be honest with you. Usury, not creativity. Yeah, it's like tracing a picture. Manipulates, yes. Corrupts, in my opinion, but no. Mikola and Malekith are the most powerful characters according to lore. Radon, Melania, Mikola, and Malekith, but Malekith is mighty, don't get me wrong. Godfrey potentially too. I think Marika, actually. Marika's definitely up there, just we don't see her in a true combat role. Marika's a lot like Mikola, in that we don't ever see her truly do combat, but she is fearsome and terrifying and worthy of worship. Anyway, Egg Chad has been on about for this whole stream? Egg? The slumbering egg? The cocoon egg? Oh, the amber egg. Took Mikola's incant and changed it too. To be fair, that incant was a gift from Mikola to... Well, no, actually, it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, good point. That's a really good point. Although he took it to a new level because it was already a Golden Order associated thing. Like, I know it's Mikola, but Mikola left the Golden Order and his parting gift was the Ring of Light, right? So it was part of it, but also not. It's definitely a Mikola creation. Gold Mask quest yet or not quite there yet? Not quite there. We have been going very slow. I'm enjoying it, and I know I'm hoping Chad is too, but no, it's been very slow. I haven't even touched Liurnia today. It's been 4.5 hours. Oh my god. All right, I want to get some progression here because I'm just so excited, but there's so much to talk about. Hey, feel free to ask the question. We don't have to be in front of... We've been talking about Malekith and Mikola. We don't have them in front of us. Ask any question. Feel free. Take me on a tangent.
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling.
How derisive he is.
Yes, I've heard
dismissive.
all about
Hireling. Like we're a mercenary.
I am Celovis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
All of Marco's spells are healing. Yeah, but Mikola is considered the most fearsome of the demigods. He's this mighty figure full of potential. Everyone's scared of him. And then you find out he's a little boy with needles. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying that the concept of strength, fearsomeness, combat, they're not necessarily the same thing. In fact, the way that Mikola does combat with powerful armies, extreme loyalty, compelling affection in others, that sounds to me exactly like his mother. In fact, I wonder if the fact that Mikola is not so scary to others is because he is the most like Marika, someone they already knew became a god. Also, do you see how that hourglass is poking through his body? You see how he's transparent and there's an hourglass in there? That's actually really important lore. That is symbolic of the fact that his time is running out, bitch. Anyway.
I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit. Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
The best part too is you find out that like what he wants true help with is like getting a potion to turn Ronnie into his freaking plaything. You also would take the imagery in new and unexpected ways. Yeah, I'm feeling you 100%. Mikola real identity revealed is he's Marika. I'm not joking. I truly believe that the demigod prodigies, the twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania, are way less like true children and more like distilled versions of their parents, but swapped. Like they're doing their own thing with individual goals, but they are so similar. It's as if they've been reborn. Do you know what I mean? How many scrolls you should give him to only see dialogue? Oh, great point. I actually do, now you mention it. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot to read those scrolls. All the way down here. I read this one, but I didn't read the Academy scroll. I totally forgot about this. But no, it's just Mikola has so many traits. It's interesting because we know a fair bit about Radigan and a fair bit about Melania, a fair bit about all four of them. But what's really cool about how they work is we can, based on things we see in Melania and Radigan that they share personality wise, we can almost use that to be like, hey, wait, they're really eerily similar. That's at least what I did. And I look at Mikola and I'm like, huh, I wonder if it isn't because he's got the same skills and talents as his mother, just like both Radigan and Melania are red-haired, blindly faithful, hyper-loyal, dogmatic, powerful warriors. What can we take from the information we know about Marika and the information we know about Mikola, which is less than we know about those two, put it together, and what do we get? It's actually pretty interesting. I like it a whole lot. So I'm not saying that they aren't their own beings, but I really think that that's part of the terror of both Marika and Mikola. Academy Scroll. Scroll of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, the Glintstone Sorcerer's place of study. Can be given to a learned sorcerer to gain access to the following sorceries: Great Glintstone Shard and Swift Glintstone Shard. Okay.
I reside
okay, that's...
should you, if it were up to me,
right, so that should be the three of them, and notably, if we try to leave, we can't. We have to go back and talk to Ronnie. You can't just hang up on the meeting. You know, it's a video conference. You have to wait for your boss to say it's okay for you to go. Mikola has tons of traits considering he's everyone. Yeah, and then we also have figures like Trina, right, who we already know has a link to Mikola, but it's still mysterious and nebulous as to what that is. The spirit tuners. I truly believe Marika was the original owner of Torrent because of the fact that the ancestral spirits are just so ancient in the timeline of the game. That, and based on where they live and stuff, like, I think Marika is the one who first spirit tuned Torrent, but that doesn't mean that she was the only owner. We definitely see Melina. I have also seen some discussion about how, like, so Ronnie gives you the spirit calling bell because she sees you riding Torrent, and some people are saying, what if the previous owner, they're being a little cheeky, and it's literally Melina, because the last owner that Torrent had was Melina. Maybe she's literally being like, wink, you know? That's definitely possible. They could be doing something a little cheeky with that. Personally, I read it as like further back than that, but who knows? Also, if Melina is Marika's daughter in some way, shape, or form, and she's a spirit, kind of helps to have a spirit. In fact, oh my god, we were talking about how did Melina get to where she ended up? Because she is unable to move on her own, which is why she needs us. What if Torrent helped her somehow? Torrent is able to traverse the entire land without any limitation. What if she got there via Torrent? How does a spirit ride another spirit? I don't know. It gets really weird and confusing. But the point is that potentially that's how. But then she needed another way back. Don't think Melina was Torrent's master? Seems like they were acting more as partners in crime. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, that's one people's interpretation. I'm not trying to, like, negate that. I read it differently, but I like to share theories even if I don't share them. Do you know what I mean? Because it's more discussion is always a good thing if you ask me. More opinions, more thoughts, more perspectives. You know.
Allow me to forewarn thee. I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise. I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. I look forward.
All right, nothing new. Trailer flowers, are they mistaken? We got to take a look at them because I do remember white flowers only at the moonlit altar. That's a great point, but I'm not sure. I think Melina can appear near sites of grace outside the capital. There's also an illusory tree in the Strana graveyard. Your ability to move appears connected to the Erd Tree of Grace in general. Yeah, but the thing is, she appears there because we are there and we took her somehow. And I wonder, because, okay, this is something, once again, this is something that's so easy to overlook. Rise you in? Blue glowing flowers? So the flowers in the trailer, there's a lot of blue, but they also look like they're white. The flowers here are very blue. I think a very different shade of blue than we see, oh my god, in the trailer. These appear elsewhere in the game, but even from a distance, they're a different shade in my opinion. I think these are darker blue. But yeah, no, Melina can appear for sure, but it's because you're there and we already know. So if we see Melina appear somewhere on her own without us sort of calling her, then that would track. But otherwise, we only see her in places that we go. And once again, gameplay thing, easy to overlook. We go to lost sites of grace and touch it, and then it activates and we can rest at it. It's as if we're recreating a network that has been lost. Right? That's what they're called. They're lost sites of grace. So I wonder if we are not recreating a path that she can take. Trailer for sure has curated graphics. Can't compare shades of colors, in my opinion. That's totally fair. But to be fair, that looked just like gameplay with a cool camera angle, to be honest. That looked straight out of the game. It didn't look like a cutscene. Seems my words were unfounded. Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. Yeah, they can definitely communicate, for sure. Okay, Ronnie's quest. Let's go talk to Celavis. Let's go talk to Blythe and EG. And then we can, I think, safely progress Ronnie's. I would like to do Jaren's path to progress Ronnie's quest, because it's not as often done. A lot of people don't even know that Jaren can actually give you information. You get some unique dialogue, so we'll do that. Trailer is definitely just in-game footage. For sure, I will say the cutscenes, you could argue that they're like different because they're like cinematic or whatever. But generally, it's just, oh wait, I went back to Ronnie's tower like a complete, absolute goober. I meant to go to Celavis. I got turned around. But no, like there's straight up just like this is straight from the game. And it's totally curated. But one thing I'll say about FromSoft is we waited 2 years for a trailer, and the reason for that is because they took their time. Might things be different in the release? Yeah, totally. But I think with them, what you see is what you get. Do you know what I mean? It's not like it's not like I remember like playing Sonic on the GameCube or whatever. It was Sonic Adventure Director's Cut. And you see a cutscene and it looks semi-normal. Well, normal's relative. And you go into the game and it looks completely different. Sonic Heroes was really bad for that too. You know, like the game looks different from the from the cinematics, like blatantly. It was just a thing. They don't really do that right now, you know, anymore. And FromSoft doesn't really. Woman in the painting in the DLC looks similar to the depictions of Saint Trina. Not enough hair, to be honest. Oh, I want to talk about something. I freaking distracted myself. Can someone post for me the text of the Lord of Blood's exaltation? Because in my opinion, that is the only dialogue that suggests something a little bit more going on. Like he maybe does have a plan. I still think he's a dingus, but it's a rather ominous item description. If you think to go back to his locations and get his additional dialogue, so he does have a small quest, but he also can link into Ronnie's quest, which we're going to showcase this time. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber. Slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty. It's pretty ominous, and I know it can be like, is he really a dingus or does he have some big plan? Personally, I think he thinks he has some big plan, but he's just a child playing with dolls. But slake his cocoon's thirst. I really wonder if there might be something about the body separated from its soul, and there might be a bit of a Godwin situation occurring there eventually. But I gotta wonder, because Moog has to die. I don't know. I really think Moog's largely ineffectual, and that's part. It's almost like some humor. There's some subtle humor within the game itself. He's an ominous dingus. The first defense of Leyndell, a sovereign alliance, rots from within, yet traces remain of bloody conspiracy. Yeah. I took that to mean Moog abducting Mikola was a bloody conspiracy that broke the sovereign alliance. The first defense of Leyndell, I think that's when Godefroy attacked. I think that was the first defense of Leyndell. He's said to have been, the first defense of Leyndell is said to have ended, I think, because of him being captured. But it might be the second. I don't remember. I don't have this information. It's all in my other files. I don't know, because Mikola at that point would have long since left. Personally, Melania was eventually part of it. Was at some point part of it, because I think there's something about the conspiracy. It doesn't say the conspiracy rots from within. Yeah, alliance rots from within. I don't know. It's also possible Morgoth at some point did follow from his mother. He just recanted, so it's possible that's the conspiracy. I don't know. Remnants of the Night of the Black Knives could be that. Moog might be a Dunning-Kruger, thinks he knows everything there is to know, but reality doesn't know how much he has no idea about. Yeah, it's very possible. Also, there's something about... Okay, in his cutscene, he speaks to Mikola with his very gentle, almost boyish voice. And then when he talks to you, he has this low voice. Like, it's like he turns on a voice changer. And you could read this multiple ways, but the massive shift in his voice suggests to me not tenderness... I don't read it as tenderness personally. He's just a little boy who looks like this monster. He never grew up out of that scary little boy locked in the sewers. But now he has this big body and these huge intimidating horns and this newfound power. But he's literally a mama's boy. He stabs the form of his mother, and the claw that he uses, half of his attacks are claw-based, are him clawing her, and her blood spurts out. That's literally he literally uses mommy for all his power. So I really find him an interesting character. Disturbing, but interesting in his way. Difference between a whisper? Could be. But it's like night and day. It doesn't even sound like the same voice. People with low voices can whisper too. A lot of people think Ronnie set him up to take the fall for the Black Knives. Who, Moog? I mean, based on Roger, no one knows who really did the Night of the Black Knives. Oh, Godefroy. Oh. I don't know. He's such a weird figure.
You took
Hello.
me at my word. Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze. I suppose you're here now. Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion. Even you can do that much, can't you?
You ready for one of the best voice lines in the entire game?
I see. What a wretched bunch you tarnished
Wait, this isn't it.
are. Do you understand? I've given
Sorry,
you a
you have to say
very
yes and then
fine
say no.
chance. If you complete this simple task, I will graciously permit you to learn from me. Even you wish to serve Our Lady well, do you not? Turn those little cogs upstairs and return with the correct answer.
Really weird that nobody knows. Like, all it takes is one tarnished mage. A very talented tarnished mage. But also, okay, so the Knight of the Black Knives preceded the Shattering by a fair length of time, enough for them to create the Hunters of Those Who Live in Death, enough time for Godwyn to warp a fair bit, enough time for there to be wandering mausoleums with other soulless demigods, other demigods to die. It wasn't like Shattering occurred right after Night of the Black Knives, but it was the catalyst. It was a very key event, but there was some time. We don't know how much time. So what's really notable is, based on that, a lot of things happened very quickly. With the Shattering, the Elden Ring was shattered. The way of life of the Lands Between completely changed. Potentially the land itself moved and shifted. Ruins fallen from the sky from Farum Azula. Who knows? I don't even know when Farum Azula started floating. Was that the Shattering? Was it not? Honestly, I don't know. But a lot of things were going on, and everyone started making their own alliances. And around this time was probably, there was like Morgott says, there was like that council with all the thrones. It's possible that Ranni had a fall guy. She's smart enough to do that. Could be Godfrey, but generally, you know, things were happening pretty intensely like after the Night of the Black Knives and then with the Shattering. But once it became the Shattering, not only has it been a ridiculously long time, people don't really give a shit anymore. They got bigger problems. Fallen Runes don't actually match Farum Azula though. They don't. I could have sworn they didn't. They did, I mean. Way longer before even Marika? I think so too, but then I don't know where to put it in the general timeline, especially since our boy hangs out there, Malekith. He was able to access it. But then again, he can go anywhere, being who he is. Farum Azula could have well spanned across the map as a large kingdom. That's true, it's a huge arena. Placiduous Axe's arena is huge. I wonder though, was Farum Azula then concurrent with that ancient civilization, the Greek comparable one? Anyway, just what I'm saying is, I think maybe other people figured it out, but part of the point of the Night of Black Knives was to, I think Marika started the Shattering, was able to because of the Night of the Black Knives, in a way. But the plan always was to do the Shattering. It's just that was sort of the moment she's like, oh man, this is my shot, right? That's why I think she planned it with Ranni. Also, the line that Ranni says in that trailer, she says Queen Marika was pushed to the brink, and implying that she was so devastated by the loss of Godwyn that she shattered the ring. Ronnie's telling us this. Ranni makes this big deal about the Night of the Black Knives and is like, I wonder who did it. Girl, you did. So that cinematic is maybe not her telling us everything, right? I really get the vibe. Also, it would be pretty easy for Marika to escape suspicion, because who would kill their own son? Gain the ability to one-shot people before or after she sold the Rune of Death? I mean, she's still a demigod and a lunar princess. Okay, hi, I'll do your quest or whatever.
The correct answer now. Then you will undertake my task. Good, good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
That make it hard to explain the death root growing there, though? Oh, I just think it's because Malekith is there. Deathroot is a rune of death, not Godwyn. So I think it's Godwyn, but who has been eating Deathroot is Malekith. Right? So, like, I really do just think that because Malekith, as the holder of the Rune of Death, doesn't appear corrupted by Deathroot, despite eating it. He is able, apparently, to consume it without ill effects. But everywhere around him, there are Wolven, those who live in death, Beastmen, those who live in death, and Deathroot growing. And I wonder if it's not because he's close enough. Like, it's like, it's like, you know when you eat garlic and you smell like garlic, not just your breath, but like your sweat smells like garlic because you ate a lot of garlic. I think Malekith is the garlic. He ate the garlic, dude. The Deathroot is the garlic. It even kind of looks like garlic. If you see the shape of it, it looks a little garlic. Did I just uncover some really deep lore here? No, but really, I think it's from him. It says the rune of death itself is spreading, but it specifically spreads from Godwyn. I talked about it earlier, but briefly, Godwyn, somehow through his body, the rune of death infected him and spread from him. His body transmuted it. That's why it's able to propagate. So I distinctly think it's still the rune of death, totally. But it's now able to grow in a way it wasn't to because it's been fused with life. Therefore, Godwyn is the origin of all of it. It's still the rune of death. It still is. That's what he was stabbed with. That's what caused him to die. But the fact that the rune of death, combined with his living form, you know, spreads like that. Garlic gives life. Oh yeah, I love garlic, but it do be a little stinky. And the thing about it is that you don't really know that you're stinky because you ate the garlic. But others around you will be like, brother, you ate the garlic, eh? Is this in Farum Azula? Let's assume Farum Azula was connected to TLB when Godwyn died. No, I really think it can just be tied to him being there. Malekith is there. I really just think it's that simple. Two places at one thing with Malekith. Time is convoluted in Farum Azula. The only way to get... Like, you have to teleport to get to Farum Azula. There's no way to run there. Right? So, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm pretty sure that it just relates to that. Also, the worm faces? Yeah, no, it just personally, I think that it has to come from the Deathroot, and therefore, who's the consumer of Deathroot who lives there? Thing that looks like him under Stormveil, that is also him because he can grow himself in other places, spreading. He's kind of spreading like a cancer, like quite literally, intentionally, sort of depicted in a tumorous sense. It is creepy. It really is. Why that place? Why is such a big face? I don't know. But considering that right nearby in Summon Water is where the curse mark of the centipede is found by D, could be something related. Not clarified in game. Where exactly did Godwyn die? The suggestion is in Leyndell. Because what do you call it? There's a teleporter that leads to well, I mean, that's just the one that the Deathroot people, what do you call it? It's a teleporter that leads to Leyndell. It's a one-way teleporter from the Deeproot Depths. Although, why would the Newman... Well, actually, no, that would make sense. Because the Eternal City, the Newman, the Black... oh my god, I have to describe this, like, throwing me off. The Night of the Black Knives was committed by the Newman, who were scions of the Eternal Cities. They likely gathered... And they somehow had they created a teleport that allowed them to teleport directly into Leyndell. We find it at the Deeproot Depths where Godwyn is buried. And right near where Godwyn is buried is also a destroyed Eternal City. So we know they went to Leyndell and they invaded Leyndell. I think in the Electo fight and the Tish description, we get that it was in Leyndell. So it's likely that he was killed there. Yeah, that's basically the main evidence thing. Dragon King reverse time? Yeah, when it comes to Farum Azula, there's time stuff. Why Godwyn looked after, cared for Mikkel and Melania as we see his statues in Halo Tree locations. So we can't actually be sure that's his statue. A lot of people do think it's him. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying we can't be certain. But he would have been living in Leyndell, presumably, while after Marika and Radagon got married and had more children, and he likely would have known them when they were kids. I'm pretty sure it's him too, but they would have been around at the same time. Where did Ronnie's death take place? I think at the Karian Inverted Tower, which is where her body's left. Fled the capital. Thank you, Lycan. Yeah. So they died. Tish died fleeing the capital, which means the occurrence of the assassination likely occurred in the capital. It's actually a statue of Mikola holding Melania and Mikola. Of course, Mikola is Godwin after all. After killing Malekith, I went back and I could still talk to Gronk. Time is convoluted, number one. And number two, and this is the most important thing, they don't want you to miss out on stuff because you progressed in the game too far. They're really good about that. Gameplay over lore always. It still fits in the lore, but, you know, my first playthrough, I actually guessed that Gronk was Malekith, and then I doubted myself. But still, I didn't know I was about to run into Malekith. I didn't know I was about to encounter who Gronk truly is. So if you did that and he vanished, it would kind of screw you over, right? Also, killing a guy who holds the rune of death maybe doesn't mean as much in this world, you know what I'm saying? Godwin took care of Mikola and Melania because he couldn't do the same for Moog and Morgott since both sets of twins were cursed. I just want to repeat, I don't think that the omen is inherently a curse. Mikola and Melania were totally cursed. Morgott and Moog, they were just different. And Morgott definitely sees it as a curse. But to be fair, if you were a kid who were told you were filthy and evil because of the way you were born and thrust into a sewer, you might internalize it too, no? Yo, take it easy like a knight. Gronk was Malekith. It was funny as hell. Yeah, no, I saw him and I'm like, wait a second. It was really funny. Lore-wise, there are actually only two characters in Elden Ring, the player and Mikola. Mikola is just really fast and has lots of clothes. Possible the Malekith you fight is from the future, a Malekith that managed to gather all the Rune of Death. Modern Gronk clearly doesn't have a second phase. I just wonder because you don't really need all the Runes of Death in order to use its power. Like, Ronnie was able to do everything with a fragment of it, right? So with what's left of his, he clearly doesn't need all of it to summon his thing, you know? His sword or whatever. Placeholder in a way because he was able to hold and defend it. So he is described as the vessel for the Rune of Death. The vessel is very often, it's clearly used to describe Marika as the vessel for the Elden Ring. Being a vessel for something is very important. We see it with Malekith. Also, I wonder, Malekith's name started to mean death of the demigods, and I wonder if that's part of his fearsomeness, is that a bunch of people who had never had to face death suddenly had to worry about it, you know? Okay. Thank you for the potion, you nerd.
Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. I expect glad tidings, and soon.
You know, he 100% has a dual-headed snake talisman. It's a clasp on his cloak. God, he looks like such a freak, don't you? Crazy how you talk so much with that lattice over your mouth. Maybe you should learn to shut up more.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is a report of your task's completion. Are we understood? Then off you trot. I have enough on my plate.
Sword was a vessel, not himself and not the shattering. So it says that his Malekith's only use to Marika was as a vessel for the Rune of Death. So it implies that he himself is the vessel for it. Then again, having him hold the true vessel, I guess the result is the same, but I really am interested in that particular turn of phrase. Ever seen Celavis and Mikola in the same room? No. No, I haven't. Despite everything, Celavis is still absolutely drippy. He really is. He looks good. And I hate it. Only thing the Greater Will saw Marika as was a vessel for the Elden Ring. She learned that first from them. It's actually an interesting irony in that she used Malekith, but otherwise had no use for him. And similarly, she ended up being used as nothing but a vessel, and she didn't quite see it until it was too late. You know what I mean? It's really neat. Sealed the blade in himself after he had parts of death stolen. Yeah, I don't know. Because, like, that's both lore, but, you know. The first one, to me, implies that Malekith himself was the source of it. Was the vessel itself.
I've no time for idle chit-chat. The only thing I will hear from you is, are we under... I have enough.
I don't know how to get the dialogue where he gets really mad at you. I forgot. I'm normally so good at annoying people. Small fat flask received from Preceptor Celavis. Small flask received from Preceptor Celavis containing a cloudy tonic of bluish black. Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it. So it's like a corrupted star of fate. That's what he did. He turned the... He uses fate, the stars. Also, do you see spirits around it? Those little baby spirits around it? Hang on. Look at this versus... They look kind of different. But it kind of looks like the spirits around... I don't have it anymore. It's the item we gave to Roderica. Give us a Dung Eater too? Oh yeah, you sure can. I think I don't want to do that route because we need to get Dung Eater's quest. We're just gonna get rid of the potion. What do you think about Ronnie's quest? I really like the complexity and how many permutations it has. I remain a tiny bit bummed out of seeing your heroes a lot just makes them seem kind of dingusy, and that's kind of an issue that occurs, you know? A normal Tarnish knew about the Greater Will. Bernal is actually not quite a normal Tarnish. He is, other than Vike, the one who came the closest to becoming a Lord. He is similar to the player in that he's meant to be a foil, but in Elden Ring there's two. There's Bernal and there's Vike, representing the different choices that you can make. Bernal gets the Blasphemous Claw and makes it all the way to Far Missoula eventually with our help. But he burned his maiden. The reason he's able to access it is because he burned his maiden. And then once he did that, once he made it further than any other Tarnish, except Vike, arguably, he realized he didn't want it at all, and he became a recusant. So I know what you're saying. He is just a Tarnish, but in terms of story, he's way more significant than he seems. Just like Vike, right? Like, Bernal isn't on the cover or anything, but Bernal is definitely more clever than he seems. Okay, nothing too interesting with the book. Unless, what's that symbol in the center? I can't really tell if that's supposed to be anything significant. No, dang it. This book becomes freaking see-through. Because burning his maiden didn't burn the tree? Don't accept Melina can do it, apparently? Well, like... but he hates the Greater Will. That's the thing. He hates the Golden Order. That isn't someone who... Okay, if he were supposed to be the, oh no, I did it, but it didn't freaking work, then he would become a crestfallen. He's kind of crestfallen, arguably, but he still has a goal. Instead, he's like the rebellious teen. He's like, Dad, I'm gonna become the complete opposite of you. That suggests hatred. You don't become a recusant because you're bummed. You become a recusant because you're angry. He's reading the lusty Argonian maid. It looks almost like a scraped Ray of the Caria symbol, or like the Carian family symbol, but not quite. I can't tell what that is. I don't know if it's something we've seen before. Vike also didn't burn his maiden. He used the flame of frenzy instead. So similarly, both of them are meant to be foils to one another. If his maiden was sacrificed for nothing, he wouldn't be in Farum Azula. The thing is, it's one of those difficult things because I say the argument because he only gets to Farum after we do, just as if he's following us. Like Alexander also ends up in Farum Azula. He didn't burn a maiden because we opened the way somehow. Alexander's a little different, of course, but generally NPCs reaching areas because we started it makes sense. That's totally a thing. There's been precedent for exactly that concept. So you can argue that Bernal indeed wasn't able to access the thing. Personally, though, I think he gave up because that is the... I don't know. It's just... To me, he's not just like, oh no, I did everything I was supposed to and it didn't work. For him, it's like literally, oh my god, I burned my maiden. It's more ironic and painful and tragic if he realizes that he could have done it, but then he doesn't want to anymore because the loss of his maiden wasn't worth it and nothing was worth it, and he gets so furious that he's effectively been tricked and manipulated that he becomes a recusant. That's the difference. What is more evocative as a story? What is more tragic? He burns his maiden and he fails, it doesn't work, and he's like, oh no, I'm so sad, what do I do now? And then he becomes a recusant. Or he burns his maiden, he gets everything he wants, he does everything he was supposed to do, and then at that moment when he's about to basically become the Elden Lord, he realized he doesn't want it. He's a couple bosses away, but you know what I mean, right? So either way, whatever's going on with Bernal, he's really intriguing in his own way. If you're pierced by a blade, how would you feel? I don't know, I'm a gamer, I'd respawn. But no, either way, like whichever way you see it, both have validity. Alexander probably ate a maiden. He's eaten a lot of people. Said there is ash in the capital already. Yeah, the Erdtree likely burnt before. It's why they were so scared of it. We know that it was a cardinal sin, which means it occurred already. Vike wasn't nearly as relevant despite being on the cover. Makes me sad. I think I know what you mean, but he was still very relevant. In his own way. Oh, did I not talk to EG? I'm so sorry. I was like looking at your book and I didn't talk to you. Hello.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you?
I would like...
As war counselor? Or as blacksmith?
Smithing stones. Oh, I don't have any money. About Nokron.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron. The other eternal city.
The thing is, how would I have found Noxtella by now?
After expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground.
I'm sure you've heard of Noxtella.
The
What?
Mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above. Only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped.
Horny on main?
I'm not sure where to go from here.
About Blythe.
Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well. When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blythe for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
You know, I just realized Blythe, his name is pronounced the same as the word Blythe. And it's actually really interesting. Yeah, I was actually just about to address Dark Path of the Empyrean, but no, I love how Blythe is literally Blythe himself. Like, he is... Blythe in Welsh, his name is Welsh, he has a Welsh accent, literally means wolf. But in English, the word Blythe is Blythe. So, like, it's actually such a clever little name. No one has last names? Wait, Lou? Lou might not even be a last name. It might be like a like a clan name, which is kind of a last name for sure, but it doesn't mean direct relation the way that we would use a last name, for example. Like Horalu and Nephililu might be related by blood, and it suggested they are based on Kenneth height, but it doesn't mean that they're like super close related or anything. Possibly. Blade, since he's the blade of Ronnie technically. So it took me a while to get the pronunciation because the double D is a th sound, like a th, right? So I couldn't quite parse it, but no, his name is Blythe. Just Welsh. So Renala approved Blythe. Yeah. I do want to talk about the dark path of the Empyrean though. A couple things here. So Ronnie was an Empyrean from birth or very young. So why was she chosen? We don't necessarily know, but it looks like it was really, really early on because they played together like siblings. They were raised together because two fingers only make shadows for their Empyreans. So she was basically marked from birth and raised into this. Interestingly, besides their bond and like the cuteness of it and like the familial relation, whatever, this suggests similar things for the twin prodigies. But it further obfuscates what's going on with the Empyrean choice. But then we have, of course, the dark path of the Empyrean. So apparently the path she's taking, it's called the dark path, and that she must tread it alone. But apparently it is an Empyrean path, that the Empyreans can take this path. And I wonder if it's because it's odd that the Greater Will was already seeking a replacement for Marek at the time, unless Ronnie became Empyrean later. Yeah, it honestly though, I don't think it's that surprising because I think the Greater Will and Marika were probably planning quite a bit at that point. Ronnie was chosen Empyrean, Melania and Mikkel were born into it. Okay, but the thing is, they played together as siblings. They played. Children play. Right? Like, I'm with you, but I'm just saying, like, she was very young when she was picked as an Empyrean. Young enough that she was playing with her little wolf friend since childhood. So she would have been young. She was groomed to be the next queen of Caria, the lunar princess who had become the next full moon queen, but she was young enough to still be playing. So she was clearly young, if not from birth, that this occurred. I think Blythe, Ronnie, Rena, and Iji ever had a nice picnic. I don't know about a nice picnic. I get the vibe that Rena would be like quite a harsh teacher. Maybe, you know, she would hit you with a ruler type teacher. But the three of them, yeah, for sure. Ronnie was the first Empyrean of the current age by a long shot, seemingly. The thing is, we don't know. Because Melania... You know what? It could just be that Melania and Mikla weren't born yet. Yeah, so it could be that easy. That they were not born and thus could not be Empyreans. There might be other Empyreans. We only know of those three confirmed. Yeah, so she was an Empyrean way before. Good point. Because she was still a child. And Renala was still with Radigan. Presumably. Do they physically create an Empyrean shadow or do they turn someone into one? It's implied they are conjured. Like, created specifically out of who knows what. But somehow they take life and they turn it into a shadow, which is why... Their first order is to be incredibly loyal to their Empyrean, but their second is to be... It's actually interesting. To talk about the Dark Path and the Empyrean, it's almost like an inverted tarot card. You know, you take this path, but if you invert it, it's the opposite meaning. So, Ronnie's most loyal shadow, Blythe, if she disobeys the two fingers, would become her worst enemy. Which is why she needs us. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. Go My Queen was also an Empyrean chosen by two fingers. How do we know? Willingly, secretly spent time with Rena learning from her? No reason I know to think of her as a meanie. Oh, I just get this vibe that she's like one of those really harsh, mean old ladies who's really clever. And there's no reason for this. That's like my own little headcanon because I think it's cute. non-demigod Empyrean, so that would be odd. It could also be the only one she knows of, or only the ones that are alive still, as far as she knows. We just know she's an Empyrean. We don't know if the Glomite Queen was chosen by a two-finger. Yeah, the fact that she's an Empyrean does imply that she was chosen by a two-finger. But I really wonder, because Glomite Queen is closer to Marika's age. So maybe Marika and the Glomite Queen and maybe some other figures were sort of vying to become a god, and Marika's the only one who succeeded. Maybe there's a little bit more competition involved in that than we know. GQ lore text to say she was chosen by the two fingers. Where's that? Which item or whatever? Wonder which one she's talking about. Yeah, I also think she's trying to hide the truth. Glomite Queen led the apostles, said she was Empyrean, chosen by the fingers. Interesting. I forgot about that. It is said. Oh man, not another lore description that suffers from the it is said. Could be the three fingers for all we know. Mesmer lost his status as one due to whatever he did. Bro, you can literally cast off your flesh and do everything you can to say screw you to the two fingers, and you are still an Empyrean. Like, it's not easy. It's possible. But Ronnie had to work really hard to not be an Empyrean anymore. The finger's pretty much short form for two fingers? Yeah, I think that's most likely. That had to have been concurrent with Marika, though, if you ask me. That adds a lot more interest to the story, if you ask me, because we've been so focused on the Empyreans we know of this generation, Melania, Mikola, and Ronnie, and like, oh, what can they do? What can we do? What does it mean? And then Marika and the Glomite Queen, maybe others were involved too. Oof. Has Ronnie still become a goddess in her ending? Was she truly not an Empyrean? We don't really know what the heck goes on with that. She takes a different path. We don't know what that means. About Nokron.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella? Well, it has a twin.
Oh, we already heard
After
this.
years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above, only we've failed to find a path leading to the city. Blythe's made a good go of it, but I must be honest.
Okay. So I don't think that an Empyrean needs to be a woman. I think that you need to understand the essence of life and be able to create it. Mikola does the former and potentially the latter. It just seems to be, and of course Mikola does have his it is a female aspect with Trina. It's just I don't want to say too much about it, because we always just assume that Trina and Mikola work together, but we don't know that. Not yet, in my opinion. We only have some thoughts here. So Radigan, what about Radigan? But to become a vessel, an Empyrean is a potential vessel for the Elden Ring. So it's true, there do seem to be more women as a female side, though, but we don't know enough about Trina yet. We know that they're linked, but so far all we know largely is that they like the same freaking, as far as I can tell, they like the same flowers, and both of them are depicted as children. And other than that, like, yes, they're linked for sure, but we don't know that they're working together. We don't know they have a plan. You know, like Radigan and Marika are literally in one body, and they do nothing but argue and fight, and are completely opposite in their perspective. So that's why I don't want to just assume that Trina and Mikola are working toward a singular goal in tandem. They definitely have a link, and there's that nature of duality, right? But so far, a lot of the duality we've seen have been in opposition to one another and not working in tandem. Trina's sword depicts Trina as an adult, but it's unusual. That's the only depiction, and the fact that it's I think it's described as unnervingly. Yeah, sorry, it's the torch. The torch unsettlingly describes. That means that normally Trina is depicted as a child. Those are the links. It is unnervingly. I have been gaslit. I was right the first time. Either way, there's synonyms. You know what I mean. But no, if it's unusual or unnerving to depict Trina as an adult, that means that Trina's a child. Otherwise, why would Marika choose to merge with Radigan? Oh man, I don't want to get into this right now. I want to actually try and make a little bit of Liurnia progress, just a tiny bit, I'm saying they're linked, but I don't think we have enough evidence to think that they fully agree. We don't know. What does Trina want? She wants more people to sleep so that she could spread her teachings. Then again, is that Trina or is that her followers? Because like House Mirai worships Melania. Melania isn't a fan of that. We have to question our assumptions. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I want to talk to Jaren now. I think we're safe to talk to Jaren. No, wait, Blythe. I knew. I think this is the best. Theorize that Trina and Mikola are the same being, but we don't actually really know any details or whether that's actually even true, or if they are working together, if they're aware of each other, if they have the same goals, right? We don't know. That's all I'm saying. I agree that Mikola is a very intriguing figure. And I think he does have this link with Trina. It's like when he dreams he becomes Trina or something. That's totally possible, but we don't know enough yet. So I don't want to go out there and be like, they're you know, Mikola also has this female aspect for sure. I think the point is though that there has to be something really special about somebody to make them an Empyrean. And it, you know, women, of course, the carriers of children, do have the ability to create life. But the thing is if Mikola, and not to mention, they often choose children to be Empyreans. We know that from Ronnie and Mikola, who never ages. He never becomes an adult. Children can't create life in that way, right? So clearly there might be something a little bit more to it. What are you doing? Look at the blue-black! The blue-black! That's so interesting. What is this even doing? Like, obviously he's doing some bad shit, but I don't know what. The only direct evidence that I'm seeing the Mikola and Trina are the same as cut content. I see, that's the thing. I can only work with what we have in the game. I don't know anything about cut content. And it was cut for a reason. It could be cut because they're going to put it back later. We don't know. Empyreans were born, not created. They're chosen. Okay, so look at this sort of teal black and then compare with this. They're different. Bluish black though. Interesting, because this is what I would also describe as teal black or bluish black. So this figure is summoning spirits. Like we see in like Rancor Call, for example. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Very similar colors, but not quite right. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Ancient Death Hex. I wonder if Garrus didn't alter this spell a little bit, perhaps from something related to the ancestral followers over here. Inhabited by the fingers that manifests as Trina. Trina was said to vanish as suddenly as she appears. I don't know if she was always a part of Mikola. Yeah, but to me, also Trina literally can sound like a dream, you know? Like you go to sleep and you wake up and the dream is gone because it never existed, but it was there. It was real while you had it. Other associations between Mikola and Trina say maybe they were the same person, maybe similar to Marika Radigan. Like, I'm not arguing that they don't have a connection. They definitely do. But I don't think we can assume that, oh yeah, Mikola has a female side, so everything's fine and dandy. Like, bro, Marika and Radigan are male-female. They form a rebus literally in the canon, and they are utterly opposed. Yeah, he just debuffs you. I've never seen this before. Or at least not without me immediately smacking him. So I want to take advantage. We can actually take a look at the model. The eyes. I'm really scared to move though in case. Okay, I can't see the eye color. They look teal. The eyes look teal. But he is also a glowing phantom, so... Really interesting face paint that I can't quite parse. What's the debuff? I actually have genuinely no idea. Appearance and disappearance may have corresponded with the time that Miquella was embedded in the Halig tree. It's possible, but it's just when I hear appearance as sudden as disappearance with an entity that exists in dreams, because there's Fivor, who was said to have followed Trina, continued his search for her in his dreams. So that to me sounds like... Okay, there's a Lovecraft story, and I can't remember which one it is. I don't remember what it's called, but it's very similar to this topic about someone dreams and they have a whole life within their dreams. And they travel to they live an entire life in dreams, and I think their body starts to fade away or something. It's been a really long time, and ironically I think it's the only work of Lovecraft's that I've ever read. But I wonder if it's something like this. Look at your defenses. I'm gonna be real, I do not know how to look at stats and shit in this game. I just know that I got some effects going on. I got a little red square and the source seal going on, and I got the thing from my armor, and I don't really know how to... Truebear's icon? No, it's this. Oops, my clothes. Gravekeeper, where it becomes slowly easier target for foes. The set gives you the same thing as Truebear's, yeah. Something gives you health up? That would be the Crimson Amber Medallion. What to status? Right side of screen? Oh, all the negatives! Oh, it just makes my defenses real low. That's really neat. I'm gonna be real, I never look at that side of the screen. It's way too many numbers. I'm just like, fuck that shit. Is that really it? I mean, what else could be decreasing my defenses such an extreme degree? Like a hex. Like a hex. Show with a debuff icon? I don't know, ask Miyazaki. This is really neat. I don't know if this is intentional. I don't think this is intentional, to be honest, but I'm very down. Very thick thighs. Immensely thick thighs. Powerful warrior. Powerful figure. No, you're probably right, John Drummond. I can't imagine what else it would be. I mean, you know. This is a neat experience. Does the weapon do that? Is it the weapon art? I don't know. Wish I had a dance. Wish I could join in, you know? Sandals' rib cages or just look like that? I think they are just... They look leather. They look leather, but they could be. They look like gladiator style sandals, to be honest. You get it from the Regal Ancestor Spirit Remembrance. Ah. Alright. This was neat. Thank you for your time. I wonder if I hit him, will it break it? Or... Yep. Whoop. So these are spirits. They are spectral. What's interesting is they can still drop equipment. So... But they are spectral, and they're spirits summoning spirits. It's interesting. Never tried the weapon? I'm gonna be real. I have not used a very vast amount of things in this game. It's not a point of pride or anything. I tend to use what I use. I'm a creature of habit. It's one of my weaknesses. I really would like to use more things, though. Marika would have been a second phase or something. I totally agree with the idea of Marika being cool as heck, and it's like, oh man, I sure wish we could fight her. But the thing about Marika is that she has absolutely zero reason to fight you because you are literally her plan come to fruition. She will do nothing to fight you. Do you know what I mean? So I understand why. Like, Marika's cool. Of course, yeah, I want to fight Marika. I want to see what she does. But first of all, she's not a direct warrior. As far as we know. So, it... You know... That's one issue. But also, like... She doesn't want to fight you. Pass by if you're looking for him. Oh, that was the goal! Yep. I meant to go get to the Nomad. But honestly, I got so distracted by these dancing folks that I forgot about Bly. We'll get the Nomad after. We'll need it for later. We need the soap or the oil or whatever. Sense for her to fight you if you're doing the perfect order ending, but she doesn't necessarily know what you're doing. It is interesting, though. She killed the giant fell god. We don't know how.
Ah. Good to see you. Apologies, mate. But I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me. But I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are. I jest. I wouldn't go that far.
No, please, by all
Besides,
means.
I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right?
I don't think Marika's dead. But she has been, you know, crucified for a very long time. We're effectively freeing her. You know what I mean? Similar to ancestral followers, both have similar build and barbarian outfit. Yeah, they both have similar style. I really wonder about that. That's interesting. Yeah. The thing is, Horalu is from outside the lands between, whereas ancestral followers have been here for a very long time. Man has... Wait. After the giants were quelled and man turned against man in violence, his weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebears. Similar because they're both ancient humans. Sorry, who are we talking about? But yeah, no. For Marika, we are... She basically wants to die because she's being kept alive purely as a vessel for the Elden Ring. So I don't know. I kind of go back on it, but Marika's whole plan was for the Tarnished to do what the Tarnished do. I'd love to see the stats of who picks what ending and what percentage of endings people pick and how many people go back for other endings and all this. But I really feel like not many people are going to go for perfect order. Like, I don't know. I feel like Ronnie's most likely. Underground Dancy Tree? Huh? Oh, you mean how they wiggling? It's freaking windy. Hey, thanks, Leatherback. Appreciate that. Okay, I always struggle to get to this freaking thing. Torrent, where is you going? Oh no. I don't know where to get to this. Oh my lord, Torrent. Torrent, why? Torrent, why? Torrent, why'd you do that? I'm not taking responsibility for that one, Torrent. I'm not taking responsibility. I clicked over in direction. Yeah, okay. But you're supposed to handle the jumping. Torrent, it's your fault. Are you still alive? Yeah, those things prevent you from falling, even if you're a fair distance from them. Yeah. Most popular for main characters, followed by the chaos ending, burning it all down. Yeah, I definitely think those are the most popular. It's a little disturbing, but frankly, of all the endings, I think Perfect Order is the secret worst ending. Because you create a perfect golden order that can't be removed ever, effectively. Like, it's one of those, oh yeah, it's like cool and golden and good and like it's perfect, right? So it's good, right? Mm-mm. I would say it's arguably one of the worst. Frenzied and Fractured. The thing is, and I'm not, you know, I definitely think that's the most likely. That was my first ending, and I had access to all of them. By that point in the game, I had all of them available. And I picked Ronnie's because I was like, this one seems the most interesting. This is not right. This is not right. Oh, yeah, it is. Never mind, I'm a gamer. It's a freaking arrow. Oh, well, let's look over here. If it works, it works. It didn't feel like it would work, but it did. Oh, I thought I could see the... Ah, whatever. Elden Lord, then Frenzied Flame as the lowest. Frenzied Flame is really difficult to find. On like a... You know, I know some people follow guides and stuff, but you know, I think most people who play a game are not going to look up a guide the first playthrough. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But generally, you know, most folks are just going to play the game and see what ending they get. And Frenzied Flame is obtuse. Ronnie, they give you like 6 different ways to find Ronnie and get her quest done. They did not want you to miss it. So, no, it makes sense. Because it counts repeat playthroughs. No, but well, yeah, that's tough though, because there's people like me and, you know, a lot of folks here, we want to get every ending, right? Ran the Frenzied Flame by accident my first playthrough? Very impressive. Seriously, it is not an easy place to find. I'm still continually shocked I found the dang thing. Cursed jump puzzle basement without a guide is hard. Getting the hidden wall behind Moog's Arena. I'm still so happy I found that. Fia's ending would be one of the most difficult. The thing is, Roger guides you to it, Fia guides you to it, Ronnie indirectly guides you to it. So Fia's questline cannot be done without at least beginning Ronnie's. Which means that Ronnie's has to be done to get... Oh, hey, hey, hey. Get down from there. Hey. I'm gonna switch my hat. I've just been wearing that for, like, the lulz, I guess. Isn't it possible to get Frenzied Flame by accident? Well, not by accident, but, like, getting to it? Oh, yeah, you can totally find it. I mean, I found it my first playthrough. I remain shocked every day that I did. I never get so lucky. We got the boots with the freaking fur, gamers. Boots with the fur. Leggings fashioned from bristly pelts worn by ancestral follower warriors. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erdtree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh, and indeed their souls. No, it's the same dialogue. Nope. Oh! This is like when I realized that Morgott has side boob. His outfit has side boob, and I was like, oh! Somewhere T-Pain is smiling. No! Mistakes were made, chat. It was Torrent's fault. I love you, Torrent, but like, you have this weird instinct to start running the moment I click the mount button. It's like, girl. Being restored by the Erdtree, thus circumventing the Raider Will's power. Yeah, but at the same time, you don't seem to have much will left. Dung Eater's ending is pretty bad because everyone becomes cursed. But at the same time, if everyone's cursed, no one is. Hashtag syndrome moment. So, you know, at least people seem able to live. But we don't know what it does because he is a truly malicious entity. That's the difference. I don't believe the omen is a curse. I believe he uses symbols of cut off horns and the bitterness of mistreated beings. Like, okay, Rancor Call, for example, summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. So you intentionally summon vengeful spirits. It doesn't mean that all spirits are vengeful, right? That's kind of what I'm getting with Dung Eater, is he calls upon the rage and torment of the omen, and that is his curse, not the omen inherently. Hello.
Oh, a customer.
Oil pot. Man, you overcharging to learn how to cook, brother? The Shottle. Curved sword with a severely hooked blade. Its attacks can slip through an enemy's guard. Made to hunt down humans. This weapon requires high dexterity to wield effectively. Huh, I forgot about that detail. Ending is really effective at killing the greater will's source of power. Yeah. Made his cursed sword out of the spine of a tormented giant who is an omen eater. Exactly, yeah, yeah. So he does not... The omen is not a curse. The omen is a natural thing that occurs in people because they are crucible blessed. It's just seen as a curse. It's really easy to miss. Like, I don't blame people for thinking the omen is a curse. I thought of it for a long time the same way, because Morgoth, who is a non-skippable boss, refers to his curse as the omen curse, and he hates himself for it. But you got to read between the lines and realize that it's just a natural thing. But eventually, those people were unwelcome under the Golden Order. Yeah, I'm gonna crush some.
Till next time.
Oh, he's so shy. We're gonna crush some illegal runes so that I could buy everything he has.
Hello again. Good customer?
Oh my god, it's like he forgot how to talk. He's also shy, but it's very sweet. You know what? We need to go. We need to...
Till next time.
Oh my god, this one might be my favorite. He's so sweet. Hello, sir. Are you Mikola? Naturally, to have a horn pierce your skull and pluck your eye out. So we talked about this last time, but I want to point out that pretty much anything, when allowed to grow unchecked, can cause problems. If you are a human, your hair, if you do not groom it, clean it, remove oil, do basic hygiene, it grows matted. It can cause you pain. It can cause infections. You can get infections in your scalp from not washing your hair or cleaning it or combing it effectively, especially very thick hair. You need to take care of the things that grow naturally on your skin, or it will become unhealthy. Omen, if their horns are guided or treated or washed or whatever analogy you want to use, can probably, presumably, be just fine. Just like hair. A little different, but similar. Dreads caused all the time if they're not appropriately cleaned. Yeah, any hair can do it. It's more of a risk with thicker hair for sure. You have to maintain it, because with thicker hair there's more ability for things to get caught in it, for oil to get pressed down on the scalp, whatever. But it can happen to any hair that is not treated. So that's all I'm saying, right? Like, I'm totally with you, but you could get ingrown hairs, you know, infections from not washing, you get skin infections on the parts of our bodies that are natural. So I really wonder if that's not what's going on with the omen. Shave your head and then you get sunburns on your head. Nails, yeah, nails, if you don't trim them. Imagine if you never ever trim your nails. They could cause you immense harm. They could break, catch on things. It's just like a whole thing. Does the same age come into an end when Godfrey was banished? I don't think it's just that Godfrey was banished. I think that eventually the Golden Order, not the Golden Order, but the Greater Will, what it did to the lands between in cementing the Erd Tree in power in this age of immortal stagnation would inevitably lead to an age of decay. It's just at the beginning, things were still normal enough to manage. But yeah, like nails is actually a really, really good analogy. It just, hair came to me first because, you know, hair on the head versus omen horns. But no, nails also, if you don't treat them or take care of them, they need to be maintained. Or they become ingrown and can cause you harm. And ingrown hairs, despite being, not only are they very, very painful, they can also become infected, which cause further issues. So I'm totally with you. What happened to Moog, specifically with his horn cutting out his eye, is probably actually where he found the Formless Mother, now that I think about it, because the blood star can be found by those who have their eyes gouged out or poked out. So I wonder if he was not just like a kid who didn't know how to handle his own horns. It grew into his eye, and in that torment, he found the Formless Mother, introduced Morgoth to the same thing, but Morgoth recanted, whereas Moog fell more in, you know, like literally just a kid who doesn't have the tools or knowledge to do basic hygiene. Okay, Jaren. I would like to go to Jaren. Yeah. Okay, so we haven't touched Caelid. There's a lot here, and we're not done with Liurnia either, but I would like to at least progress this area, unlock a few bonfires or sites of grace and whatnot. Sorry, a long time ago, someone asked what happened to the villagers in this place. I don't know if you're still here, but this would be an example. This is what happens to the normal people in the lands between. This is Caelid. This is specifically Caelid. So their affliction is Scarlet Rot based. But similar things and figures can be seen anywhere. There's like a pile of flesh on Altus, literally just like a big enemy. There's just a bunch of flesh. That was probably a bunch of villagers. Stuff like that. Yeah, I'm home now. It's my favorite. Goat's horn actually did grow too much in their eye. Yeah, I'm sure it's a thing that can happen. Whirl o' flame! Poggers. The Great Sword, we can be guts. Nuts from Burke, my favorite anime. That was you? Oh, I'm really glad. Yeah, basically, every individual that we see is a denizen in the lands between. And, if people don't die, they take on different forms. So we see these soldiers, we see just average shambling zombies, effectively, which is what's left of these people. In Altus, we see villages that, you know, worship, work with the godskins, however you want to say it, but they cut, you know, they peel the skin off people. That would be Dominula and the windmill villages. We see them dancing ritualistically around a bunch of burnt corpses that they freshly burnt. One of them is probably a tarnished. The one who wore the maiden garb or whatever it's called. Noble garb, I think? Isn't this beautiful? God, what a gorgeous place. I love it here. It's so comfy. My opinion, peeling people's skin off is not cool. Don't yuck their yum, okay? Go back for the Trina sword, do it later? We'll do it later. But you know what? You know what? Trina sword's important. I think we make a detour for that. Good reminder. You know what's really interesting about these? These look like flowers about to bud, and they look very similar to the guardians. What are they called? The tree guardians? The guys who just poke at you with spears and they got flowers on their bodies. Some of them literally have bloomed flowers that look very much like this, but bloomed. This, of course, is a scarlet rot bloom, though. Really wonder what Caelid looked like pre-scarlet rot. Probably dumb. I'm kidding. I just, you know, that's where Radon lived, so. Melania redecorated, made it much better. Any theory on the T-Rex dogs and crows? I always thought they were normal dogs and crows who ate too many people and absorbed too many runes. I think so too. I also think that the rot warped them a little bit. Of course, we do see them at the mountaintop of giants, which is another site of war, so not necessarily rot associated, but we mainly see them here. They definitely got warped by what they were exposed to. I personally think the T-Rex dogs were actually wolves. And this is what they've turned into. Could just be dogs, though. Honestly. They look more like dogs, but I just thought it'd be really neat if they were wolves, so. Probably looked like Limgrave? Probably looked like Limgrave.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Maybe the rune bear implies that's what happens when normal bears eat runes. Maybe these are rune dogs. Ooh, neat. Yeah, the idea of eating corpses and warping because of them, especially crows, is very Bloodborne. But, you know, crows are carrion eaters. They eat the dead. So, you know what? I wonder if it isn't simply them eating corpses and not necessarily runes. Could be runes, but the thing is that okay, so when we defeat an enemy, we chop up an enemy. They decease. They leave a body. We get their runes because we defeated them. So their body is nothing, but that's still something that a crow could eat. So I wonder if it's not that they ate runes and just that the corpses of those that they consumed warped them alone. I don't know. It's gameplay over lore, but still interesting to think about. Any point of the finger reader. From a gameplay point of view, they give you a hint as to things you can do and things you can find. You know, they're sort of weird because they're kind of like palm readers. Like, they literally read your palm to tell you your destiny. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, bless you.
This one tells you that the Scarlet Rot flower is over there, and the festival's over there.
One for festivals or flowers? To the south.
Oh, sorry, south that way.
Grand festival to make the stars turn.
Alexander also mentioned that if we found him.
To the east. The heart and bud of a flower to be.
Where Melania bloomed.
But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
Neat. Okay, bye.
Why does Margot become human-sized when defeated? He just kind of shrivels. Yeah. He also loses his omen horns very interestingly, almost as if he sort of gets his wish in death. Okay. Let's get Trina's sword. Osamu and Rubas, welcome in. If left unchecked, ram horns will literally curl back and pierce their own heads. See, that's actually really interesting. I didn't know that, but that sort of lends credence to the theory that omen horns are not inherently bad. Forgot to talk to this guy too. It's rotting. Oh wait, I think I did. Everything rotting is scarlet. The very earth. Yeah, we have heard this before. Basically, oh no, things sure are bad. No, Torrent, my brother. We're fine. That was weird. Trina's lilies, and very interestingly, this is sealed with a stone sword key. Like, this is locked away with intent, isn't it? No fall damage easy? We did get fall damage, but it was delayed. That was really weird. Sword of Saint Trina. Hit in combat. Okay. I read the lore, but I also want to look at it because it's gonna be hard to see. Who was it? Sorry, someone recently posted a picture, a really nice high-res picture of the Sword of Saint Trina. I think it might have been D-Burns on the Discord. I don't remember though. Sorry, I'm like, but no, we could see there does appear to be a depiction of Trina themselves on the handle, but it's gonna be hard to see in the game because we also like hold the sword. But still, really neat. Guardians with blossoms on back. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering. They kind of look like the Scarlet Rot Flower that we see with Melania's original bloom. Oops. Silver sword carried by clerics of Saint Trina. Inflicts sleep ailment upon foes. Saint Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure she is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Also, just comely young girl, a boy. Just fucking, can you not be weird, video game?
If she's a girl, she sure is comely.
So we actually hold the part of the sword that has the figure of the woman, or well, you know, probably Trina. So it's hard to say, but of course the hilt is made of. Hello? Speaking of villagers, this is probably another. This could be animals too, though, because it's got like fur. When you hit, look, hang on. It does a sort of bluish. This looks just like the Oracle Bubbles. Gamers! It looks so much like the Oracle Bubbles effect. Blue, purple. It looks almost spacey. I never used this sword before. I don't have the stats, as you can tell by the fact that it hits like nothing. But it leaves like a misty effect that looks almost space adjacent, or like the Oracle Bubbles. I don't have enough stats for it. But the you can see like a tuft of the lilac color that the weapon art would give us. I just don't have the stats. Magic damage effect. So magic damage does have an oracular bubble looking effect that could be kind of space adjacent. It makes sense because glintstone is amber of the cosmos. So I guess magic at its core is simply space magic. All of it. That makes sense with the butterfly spell. It's big cloud of purple if you did. Oh yeah, I know. I've been hit by it a lot by nerds in PvP. But it also leaves these little feathery looking things. I think you need faith for it, though. It's int. No, it requires int. Okay. I don't think I have a talisman for that right now. No. We'll be able to cast it at some point, though. Neat. Releases a faint purple mist that spreads across a wide frontwards area. Inflicts sleep ailment. Okay. Nerds in PvP, so many freaking nerds, I tell you what. Anyway, very intriguing, very cool. Trina's lilies on it. Really pretty. Honestly, I love the look of the Saint Trina swords. In fact, Trina's lilies, Trina's arrows, everything about it is like so my aesthetic. I love dainty flowers and purple, so I'm like so into it. Drink juice for int? I could. I don't think I have the int crystal tier right now, though, unfortunately. Also, unfortunately... No, I'd get enough. I just don't have int crystal tier. Well, we can do that at some point, though. Like, eventually I'm going to have more talismans and be able to use different equipment, showcase them a little better. Meteoric Orblade is in this area too. That one's, yeah, near the south. That's the strength katana. Discipline to make a train to sleep build seems fun. Yeah, honestly, sleep is really neat. I love the animation when someone falls asleep. It looks goofy. I don't know how effective it is in PvE, but a lot of things are weak to sleep, so I can't imagine it's bad by any means. It's just very limited with the number of things that you have that have the sleep effect. I think it's pretty much only one Saint Trina's sword and Trina's torch. Actually, I'm gonna write something down. Give me 1 second. Sleep pots. Sleep pots, yeah. Consumable, though. Those are consumable. Totally valid. Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. We get that from Selin. Saint Trina's torch is faith. Interesting, Volpine. I actually never noticed that. A lot of things are effective, but they don't actually sleep and won't do anything if they're mid-combo. Oh, I see. Aren't nails and horns made of the same stuff? I, at this point, don't remember, but I think it depends. Antlers, for example, like deer antlers are straight up bone, right? I think they're bone. So they're not made of the same. Hooves, like goat hooves and horse hooves are made of the same thing as our nails are. It's just like thicker, I believe. It's been a minute. Keratin. Are antlers made of keratin? Antlers are not. Antlers are bone, right? Unless... I actually don't remember. The Battle of Aeonia. Radon and Melania locked in stalemate. Then the scarlet rot blooms. We know this. That's easy. And this can also know, not bone. So are they made of nail? I thought they were bone.
Yes, right this way.
They do fall off, though. That's true. That's why I thought they were so neat.
Welcome, valued customer. Come. Trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
I see why you're hungry. I see your problem. You have nothing but poison stone and butterflies. A butterfly with withered scarlet wings found in the swamp of Aeonia. According to myth, these butterflies were once the wings of the goddess of rot herself. Antlers are bone? Poggers. Okay, my dude, listen, I don't know what you're on about right now, but just... We're not talking about weird shit right now, okay? Anyway. Him being hungry, does he eat runes? It's interesting because the nomads, a couple of them talk about being hungry, and one of them that says he's hungry has nothing but meat in the inventory. So I don't know. They could need runes straight up. They could consume them. Yeah, you were thinking the same one as Azel, the one near Fort Height. Yeah, he's like, I'm so hungry, and then you look at his inventory and it's all bone, or not bone. Meat. Maybe he's eating eyes? That seems to... Okay. The merchants are afflicted by the flame of frenzy, but what's interesting is they are largely harmless. They seem to have mostly kept their sanity as much as possible and don't harm you or attack you or anything. Unless you hurt them, then they will use frenzy attacks on you but it doesn't seem to affect them the way that it does others, perhaps because they are the ones who inadvertently summoned it in the first place. So they take on a rather unique role in the lore in that they're afflicted by it, this blight that caused everyone to go mad and their eyes to burn out, but otherwise seem fine. The eating of the eyes guides people, specifically Hyetta, the Finger Maiden, the soon-to-be Finger Maiden, to the Three Fingers, but the nomads don't need it because they came from there. They already know where it is. So they don't need to eat eyes. I straight up think they just need runes because, yeah, they're starving but unable to die. They can't starve to death. It is uncooked meat in his defense. Maybe he doesn't know how to cook. Maybe. Only if you attack them? Yeah, exactly. They will never harm you unless you start it. Antlers are extensions of an animal's skull found in members of the Cervidae family. Antlers are a single structure composed of bone, cartilage, fibrous tissue, skin, nerves, and blood vessels. That's so interesting. I figured they were bone. But yeah, they are bone that naturally will fall off during the year. Cloth on finger readers' backs. Ooh, okay. Right here. Have this raw meat in this fire if only I could eat fire. Yeah, it's possible they simply don't eat meat, right? Like... I'm gonna be real, I don't actually recognize the cloak. It's in Garonk's place? We gotta take a closer look. Blue-black veil with gold trim. Alright, we'll go to Garonk's. I have been there. Let's take a peek. Just eat the swamp, you dingus. He tried. Don't you see all the poison stones in his inventory? You hater? Different. Very similar though, but different. This is a lighter blue. The trim is different, and it has the carpet danglies. I don't know the term for those. Sorry, I don't want to take a look at your butt, but nope. A fringe. Stop. Sorry, I ended up in a chain there. Yeah, carpet danglies. No, I'm kidding. I think carpet danglies is the technical term. Yeah, thank you. Tassels? I feel like tassels, don't they have to be tied a little? Actually, these could be tied. You're right. Kind of like Marika's dress. The finger reader garb looks very much like Marika's dress, in my opinion. See, this Marika's dress looks, from my eye, more like the finger reader garb, because that one's almost black, like dark blue black with the with gold, versus this is like an orangey hue, gold adjacent, with the more straight up navy blue. Yeah, that's not the same thing, but still similar. You're like Bloodborne? I do be liking the Blood and the Born. One of my faves. And my fave, actually. Straight up, yeah. Alrighty. Those are Mikola. Everyone is Mikola. Okay. Got that lore. Follow the path. Let's go. No! Actually, oh my god. Alright, this is like a really minor thing. But this dog is Scarlet Rot, afflicted dog, I hate Rot Priests, is patrolling, really just walking at this point. They're not even patrolling, they're just straight up having a nice little, they're going on a walk with the Rot Priest. And Gowry has a collared guard dog, like a T-Rex dog, outside of his shack. It's just a minor thing, but it is interesting. He has a pet. He literally has a pet. That's the end of the DLC. Here's what's gonna happen. You ready? You ready for the end of the DLC? Okay. We're gonna finally find Mikola after all of our searching. Yo, Hellcar, thanks so much for the 1,000 bits. I thought there'd be TTS, so I gave it a pause. Thanks so much. It's so kind. I really appreciate that. I do have really cute bit badges that are Pokemon, but pixelated. And you've definitely unlocked one with 1,000 bits, so go put that on if you so choose. I'm not gonna see my bit badges as much as I like. Is Gary actually a pest? Oh, yeah. Why don't we do that? I totally forgot. I've been so excited to show you guys Gowry. We'll get to Gowry today. Can you quit it? I don't know why I came here. I got a little distracted, I'm not gonna lie to you. Unlock Sylveon? Yeah, Volpine's base, thank you. Okay, hang on. The DLC, okay? It ends. Sorry, this is gonna be a spoiler, okay? So we're doing DLC. We see the final cutscene. We have at last found Mikola. After all this time, we see Mikola. Truly golden, gorgeous, flowing hair. Comely boy. Sorry, that was creepy. I was trying to evoke how creepy the description is with Trina, but ugh. Anyway, at last we see his face. He turns toward us slowly. And what greets you? Your own character's face superimposed upon Mikola's. Because truly, we were the Mikola all along. And you know what's even better about that? If you made like a sheer monstrosity that looks like freaking Shrek or whatever, guess what's gonna greet you at the end of the game? Miyazaki literally watching the stream and now like, fuck, how did she figure it out? God, calling up Tanamura. Yo, we gotta change the ending. I don't know what to tell you. We gotta change the ending. Yeah, this streamer figured it out, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was such a good freaking twist. The whole time, everyone's like, Mikola's Trina, Mikola's Melina. I was laughing at them all. I tell you, it was on the forums. I was like, they don't know. Pepe laughed. And then what do I know? But what we gotta do? We gotta change it. Next day, a tweet goes up from the FromSoft official page. We apologize dearly, but we must delay the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Please understand, we appreciate your patience in this time. Yeah, if you made a character with Salen's face, Salen is Mikola, baby. She's actually talking to someone on the phone. It's true. Mikola was Godfrey the entire time. No, thanks so much, Rose. Glad you're enjoying yourself. Welcome in. It'll be all your fault. It'll be my fault. Streamer accidentally spoils brand new Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. DLC delayed. Okay, I don't need these yet. Okay. If the DLC gets delayed, it's my fault. Nah, nothing's gonna delay the DLC at this point. Do you see you like the GTA kid? Who's a GTA kid? What does the GTA kid do? Who's the GTA kid? I need the map. Oh dear. We had to let gravity take us. Son of a dev for GTA leaked some stuff? Oh my god. I didn't hear about that. I don't know much about GTA. I mean, wouldn't they just consider that like relevant behavior? It's GTA, isn't it like all about crimes and shit? Massive trouble, jail time? Well, then again, he got caught. That's not what you do in GTA, probably. I don't know, I've never played. There's a freaking lion over here! Oh my god! Oh my god! Just walked into the freaking animal kingdom. Corpse with their hand reaching upward, just like we get in the Fringe Folk Heroes Graves. And all the Heroes Graves, they have the exact same symbol. How did you get up here? You're not supposed to be up here. Jesus Christ! And now how are you gonna get down, huh? Mm-hmm. Typical cat behavior. You climb the tree, you don't know how to get down. Okay, okay, it was a joke, it was a joke, it was a joke, it was a joke. You obviously know, you obviously know, you obviously know, you obviously know. The way it just approached me menacingly. Like, oh yeah? I don't know? Oh yeah? And now you're down there, you freaking dingus. Look at you. Look at you. You don't know how to path. You don't know how to path for shit, you dumb freaking dingus lion. Omen lion. Dummy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was sick, bro. I really need to make a clip of that twerking lion from my first playthrough. Okay, do you really want to go? Go away. I'm busy. I'm looking at this corpse. Very interesting. It's very much like the Fringe Folk Heroes grave, but this guy's got both his feet. You know, they have a very similar attack animation to the Bloodborne sharks, don't they? The way they charge you with their mouth wide open. I think I might have noticed that in my first playthrough, the first time I saw that, but I don't remember now. Twerking lion emote when? Oh man, I'm so pumped to get some animated emotes. It's not set yet. I'm like really hoping, but I'm excited. Oh god, not the well? Honestly, I'm not saying it's like an easy fight down there by any means, but I'm no longer as intimidated by them anymore. I don't even need to like do any cheese or anything. Like I've learned to fight them pretty okay. They're pretty susceptible to parries. The freaking birds went away. I wanted to show the birds. I didn't see the birds, and I haven't seen birds like that before. Trouble in the well than I did with Orphan? Understandable. The well is enclosed and terrifying. And those guys kind of suck. And there's two of them, so it can be really hard. I'm not saying it's easy. I definitely struggle a bit. But at this point, I'm not like, oh no, I'm not going to be able to do it. Like, you know. I just love doing dex builds, so I often need the Rikuyo, or at least want it. Trying to make sure he didn't trip. Fair. White-robed animal lady in Bloodborne? Vicar Amelia? I love Vicar Amelia. Genuinely, I think she might be my favorite design in a FromSoft game, period. Except maybe Melania. But if we're talking like human, no, it's gotta be Melania. She's butterfly. She's literally made of butterflies, baby. Like, come on. Like, ugh. Love that. Love that. Oops. Okay, so it's gonna be a little challenging to get here because the festival isn't active, but that is the point. Let's go. So, fun fact, this is called the Impassable Great Bridge. They should probably change the name. Because that was way too easy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Favorite design boss is Pinwheel. Pinwheel is really cool and actually has a really sick track too. Okay, careful. There's like a pit here that you always fall to. Bugs out 3 times out of 4 and nothing shows up? What do you mean nothing shows up? Most unused bridge is more like it? Yeah. The teleporter only activates when the festival is active. I say myself. So if basically if there's no enemies, it means the festival's active. So Radon is available. Hey Drew, what's up? Fat Demon endears to his peak design. You better not be disrespecting the boss whose name I just forgot, but he's called the Covetous Demon. You better not be disrespecting the Covetous Demon. Because I will have you know, and I'm not joking here. People are gonna think I'm joking. I freaking love the Covetous Demon, okay? I do. I love him. He's just a silly little guy. Yeah, so if the festival is not active, they're not inviting people in, so Fort Redmane is keeping you out. So it doesn't bug, it's intentional. I actually enjoy fighting them even without using heals on them. Really? Honestly, that's rather impressive. They scare me. A lot of things in FromSoft, in Elden Ring scare me because nothing in this game stops attacking. So it's just a little intimidating. I forgot. It's okay, First Fragment, I forgive you. No, I really do love Covetous. He's just a dingus, like... But the thing about him is if you... We'll show this off, but so few people know this, and it's like understandable because it's so niche, and it's like, why do they do that? You can feed him. If you destroy the... there's these jars in his arena that have like little guys in them, and if you destroy them, he will literally run over to eat them. He is so cute. He's just a greedy little guy who wants to eat some schmackos. Oh, the other Covetous Demon? The one that Maldron lures you to? Oh, love that. He can eat you too? He can eat you too! But people don't know that you can feed him. He's just a hungry little guy. Oh my god. Freaking Paige. I walked into it. Spits you with all your armor removed? Okay, that even I didn't know. Seriously? We gotta do that. Oh, that's so neat. We gotta check. We gotta show off some of these unique interactions and such. I had no idea about that one. There's always more to learn in these games. Oh, you might actually notice these doors are open now and they are closed during the festival. So basically the entire fort changes. You can't access the armorer's cookbook until the festival is not active. Worst enemies is... Oh, the brain suckers? Yeah, they take your insight, which is psychologically so terrifying to me. I always did so terrible at the brain suckers because they straight up scare me. They're scary. Do not roll backwards? Real. That's very good advice. You know, I find that Elden Ring kind of taught me some bad habits. I was really good about not rolling back. But sometimes in Elden Ring, I find myself doing it and it's like, I know better. But this game brain rotted me a little. So what happens to your weapons? Or to your armor? Like, does it keep it? Do you have to kill it to get it back? Like, what happens with that? This is so intriguing. Oh, winter lanterns are scary. They could take your blood level? Oh god. I'm glad they don't do that at least. But will flinch, but the summoned version will flinch if you give him a nasty look. So real. Brainsuckers in Canehurst made you break a keyboard and mouse? Canehurst? I don't think there's any in Canehurst. I don't know, Scholar the first and get that mechanic. Oh, that might be why. That's really intriguing. We'll have to test it though. The giant ticks? Oh, those aren't brainsuckers though. The bloodsuckers. Maybe the bloodsuckers. Yeah. I died to the Hemwick witches like 10 times. This is a safe place. You are welcome here. Don't worry, we won't make fun of you. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I have been known to die to the witches of Hemwick. They can trick you. They can do this thing where they grab you and then they do this huge burst and you're basically dead. It can happen. But if you die the pinwheel, then you're getting the disrespect. No, just kidding. So those games feel bad to play. How have they held up? They feel great, but you have to approach them as their own thing. Like, don't expect to play Elden Ring 0.5. You know, you need to appreciate them for what they are. They're all fantastic at different things. You know, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1. Although I played the Demon Souls remake, so I shouldn't even talk. But, you know, they feel a little dated. They do. They're gonna. Dark Souls 1 is from 2011. Do you know what I mean? It came out the same year as freaking Skyrim. I love getting caught by your third attack because I roll dodged the first one. For goodness sake. Alright, I don't really have a good setup for you right now, but we'll handle it. So, I love each and every one of the games for different things. And that's all I'm saying. Like, approach them as their own thing. And that's what they deserve. Dark Souls 2, kind of the unloved child, gets a lot more... Oops, that's a jump, sorry. Gets a lot more hate than the others. I still love it. Give it a shot. You might hate it. But you could also hate Dark Souls 1. You could also hate Dark Souls 3. You could also hate Bloodborne. And that's okay. No, Hollander. I think I might have their moveset memorized by this point, to be honest. Aww. Put the freaking shield down, you absolute... Okay, the one exception I will say is that freaking tail. I have never gotten used to that tail. You have to predict it or you get hit. Seriously, I freaking hate the tail. Oh, he didn't do the second? So he sometimes does the follow-up tail. You gotta be ready for that. Oh, I did a second roll just in case he did that immediate follow-up tail. Because if you're not already rolling when he does the follow-up tail, you can't react to it because it's too fast. And then he does the freaking shield. Dude, Crucible Knights, they still smell a little bit. I gotta tell you. They're still stinky little MFers. Because you can't create your own opening. You have to wait for him to make one. But then, he's a huge wiener about it. You know? Fuck, that was my bad. That was my bad. You don't heal like that, you know. They read your inputs. They do. See? That was me making an opportunity, and I got freaking got for it. I forgot that this is a Crucible Knight, so I didn't equip my parry tool. At least you cleared out the arena, I guess. Whatever. Ah! That was a big goof up on my part. Defo the Worst Soul is still a very good game. Hard disagree. It is genuinely, in my opinion, the greatest thing they've done. Can I get an exclamation mark Dark Souls 2 in the chat, please? Your girl's struggling with the slowest MF on the planet right now. Ah. I think you gotta type out Dark Souls 2 fully. Sorry. I made it long. Put the shield on. I freaking dislike you deeply. God, it took a long time without my parry tool. Alrighty. So, the thing is, too, for folks who don't like Dark Souls 2, we now have official confirmation from Miyazaki that it's freaking poggers. So thank you. Thank you. Like, I'm not saying folks here are being negative. You're allowed to not like the game. I'm just saying that I get a lot of people who are like, Dark Souls 2 is like literally trash. Like, it's the worst game ever. Like, it's so hot garbage. Miyazaki hates it and he's embarrassed by it. And like, and now the truth emerges. Not liking a game. It went through development hell. Valid. It's hot trash and Miyazaki hates it. Incorrect. Sorry, Jaren? Did I just like see him and like disregard him? Jaren? Oh, he's in there. Look at him with his gravitas. When did he say that? In a recent interview, post Shadow the Erdtree reveal, he had a lot of interviews. He talked about a potential Bloodborne remake. Not that it's happening. He answered questions about it openly and the fact that it's Sony's property. Finally. Oh my god. It's like literally, this wasn't on my bingo card. The man genuinely talked about all the stuff that I've been saying and he confirmed it. So he talked about like, listen, you know, Bloodborne, Sony owns it. That's up to them. What do you think about Dark Souls 2? Dark Souls 2 was an important game on our journey and Elden Ring couldn't have been made without it, effectively. It's phenomenal. It is so great. It's a wonderful time. I don't think Sony sucks. They definitely have made some major errors. They can kind of suck a little bit, yeah. Oh well.
Oh, tarnished are you? How did you slip inside with the gate closed?
I'm a gamer.
No matter. If you can fell one of them, you're a champion in my book.
Does he mean the Crucible?
Jaren, foolish old warrior and witness. Incidentally, do you like a good festival from time to time? Well, it's true. This fortress houses only the vanquished. But when the stars align, we celebrate. A war festival honoring the last battle and death of General Radahn, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering and bearer of a great rune.
Kind of biased there, but whatever, brother. Okay, I want to tell him we're not the Festa type because I want to know the full dialogue because this is like really hard to see actually. Like, this is sort of niche. You don't really do this route very often. Never seen this interaction, so exciting. It's actually really neat. A lot of people don't know about this, understandably, because you have to... Basically, it's very easy to accidentally trigger the festival if you're just playing through the game. Going to Altus and resting at any bonfire there will activate Radahn's fight. So you will come here and Jaren will already be hosting the festival. So a lot of people don't think to come here or don't even know to come here or just come here later because the whole game kind of guides you to Altus. And you do need to get through Caelid, right? You do. You need to get to Fort Ferrith, but there's so many different routes. So generally, doing this route takes some intent. Why would the stars align? Aren't the stars still? Yeah, actually, that's kind of the thing. He's going to talk about this. Give me 1 second, though. I got to use the restroom, and then we shall address. Oh my God, it's already 3:30. Okay, I'll be back. 1 sec. Oh, I forgot to unmute. There we go. All right. Hello, I'm back. I wanted to check something. Jump on the hate bandwagon until I actually tried it. So far, those mods have hands. Listen, I'm not... the only part that I really dislike is when people sort of parrot this DS2 bad, DS2 bad. Because I feel like, unfortunately, a lot of people have their opinion made for them by someone else. Right? There's a lot of people who don't want to properly engage with DS2. They don't even give it a shot. It's just their favorite YouTuber said it's garbage. So, haha, DS2 meme, and they don't have to actually engage with what it does right, because it does a lot right. All of the FromSoft games have flaws, every single one of them. The only one that people focus on the flaws to such an extreme degree with a handful of consistent excuses is DS2. That's what I have a huge problem with. If you play the game and you don't like it, that's fine. There's people who don't like Dark Souls 1, or Demon's Souls, or Bloodborne, right? It happens. Goes for all games, not just Dark Souls 2. For sure, the difference is that people come to the conclusion before they even try it because of other people saying it, you know? Mention about wearing no rings, talismans, I presume, and no armor? Sorry, in this game? I think I forgot what we were talking about. Or like I'm not sure what we're addressing. Way too much panic rolling. Bloodborne is a different structure of game, though. Like, Bloodborne... Okay, Dark Souls is about waiting until an opportunity is presented. What's the weapon level for 90 invasions? Last I did 90, it was +7, +17. But it, you know, that's what I checked. Spit back up. Oh, that's for Dark Souls 2. So apparently, I didn't even know this. In base Dark Souls 2, not necessarily Scholar, we don't know. We'll test it. There's a boss that will eat you, and when he spits you back up, you have no armor on. It's really neat. Yeah, apparently we don't know if it's in Scholar. We have to test. That's going to be something we do. But yeah. That's all. That's why I get so defensive over DS2, because I think it gets way more necessary hate. So for frame reference, I feel like I'm a pretty good example of this because I played almost all these games on stream for the first time. So my first playthrough was streamed, right? Except for Bloodborne, Sekiro, and DS3, which I played previously. I played them myself before I was streaming. But I went back and played the older ones, and I almost skipped DS2 because tons of people in my chat were like, oh, DS2 is like so bad. Don't even play it. It's not even a Souls game. It's so shit. Like, just ignore it. It's garbage. Just pretend it doesn't exist. And I was like, oh, well, some people are saying that. It's really weird, but maybe I will skip it. But I think I'll play it because I'd like to see. Oh my god, that one became my favorite. Genuinely, oh my god, power stancing in that game is amazing. So unique and interesting. There's a lot to it. But either way, all I'm saying is when I play these games on stream, I would get people come into chat and be like, hey, this is my favorite game. Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. People were pumped. They were like, ah, cool. They would come to the chat just like you all are all here to engage with the game and be like, this is neat. The only game that I would get people coming into stream to say this game is shit is Dark Souls 2. People will go out of their way to hate on that game. They literally see a stream of someone playing the game for the first time, and they come in to join in and laugh about how bad the game is. Because that's what everyone does. There's this really weird hate culture for DS2. Does it have valid things to criticize? Yes, but people actively find Dark Souls 2 positive play, or even just Dark Souls 2 related places, and they go out of their way to commiserate about how bad it is. Never had that with the other games. Not a single time. Browsing DS2 streams at all? Like, it could also be that well, the thing is, too, might be like, oh, they were your viewers who were there and they didn't like DS2. Nah, it was first-time chatter. DS2 is bad. DS2 is bad. LOL, this game is so bad. I was like, this is very strange. It was really unusual. DS3 didn't have power stance. I like a lot of things about DS3, but DS3 really gutted a lot of the unique, ambitious aspects of the previous games. Saying you shouldn't lock on all the time? That's actually really good advice for any of the games. But that, yeah, very true. It's because they're too bad to play it. So, okay, CBD, he's really great. He does not like DS2. And it's actually really funny because we sort of like rib each other. He's the one who hates it. I'm the one who loves it, right? He's a great guy. He literally beat the entire game hitless. He is very good at Dark Souls 2. He still hates it. I don't want to conflate being good at something or, you know, I understand. Like, it's a part of the conversation. But there are some people who are like, you're so bad at Elden Ring, you can't even have an opinion on it. No, you're not right about that. I can be bad at things and have an opinion on them. Thank you very much. So I don't want to be like, oh, mad because bad, because I feel like that waters down the conversation. Too many people came into that game with a pre-existing opinion and they hated it. A lot of the things people complain about in DS2, in my opinion, exists in DS1 too, but you don't hear the complaints about it. So, anyway. Oh man, I love the color of DS2. Okay, sorry. I want to show off this section because this is really neat. Okay, so Jaren, we're going to tell him we're not very festive.
Well, you're not much fun, are you, chum? No matter. One day you will see that true warriors bask in glory at the festival.
Ah, I forgot. Okay, about Iji.
Well, I haven't heard that name in an age. Then you must serve Princess Rani. The next time you speak to Iji, tell him this. The Festival of Radon will surely set Rani's fate back into motion. By the by, is that old fool still hammering out weapons? His enormous frame cramped in that little place? Bit of a haughty sort. Strange fella when I knew him. And funny thing, his swords were all blunt as stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with a scarlet rot.
I completely forgot about that. I'm writing that down. Iji's blades all blunt as stone, but never decayed to rot. Sounds strange that he insults him but also praise him. I mean, he insults him, he's just like, he's kind of a weird guy, but like, it's not really an insult. Ichi's a little weird. Oh, you mean the blunt as stone thing. Very backhanded individual. You know what? I kind of wonder about that because it's almost like he's saying... What he's saying with that is not just... Okay, we looked at his weapons and we thought they were bad. But they did something we didn't expect.
What do you call cheese that isn't yours?
Nacho cheese! I know that one! I know that one! That's a classic! Can Ichi make your weapons max level? That's a great question. Well, let's find out. Kale called Blythe an idiot, but says he's a great guy. Sorry, Blythe. Is this a great guy? Yeah. A lot of people rose Blythe a little bit. He's kind of a himbo. Thereabad kind of puts him down for still hammering away at his trade. Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit more affectionate though, personally.
One day you will see, chum, that true warriors bask in glory at the festival.
We actually we can't get the other dialogue. Interesting. He literally gives us one option, like, are you in or are you out? And we're like, out. And he's like, hey, nerd. Continued poor opinion of him, just in my opinion. You know what? I do get a little bit... He does call him haughty and stuff. I think haughty as in, you know, prideful, not, ooh, damn, he's hot, you know? But yeah, I really think that Jaren... ironically is the one with the highest opinion of himself that I've met in this game. He's genuinely... he sort of just selected Radon. If you listen, okay, I don't want to roast him too much, but you know my thoughts on Radon. You know my general opinions about his behavior. I definitely side more with the Kari. Like in my own mind, I side more with the Karian side of the family than I do with the Radigan Golden Order side of the family. So I can't help but see Radon's behavior as an outright betrayal to his family, and him just being a general dingus to everybody around him. So if I see a dude like Jaren who goes, yeah, I serve the royal family, but also I'm going to pick this guy as my favorite, I'm going to side-eye you a little bit. You know, like Jaren, oh wow, you're so proud of your nerd. Hey! Dragon Communion is represented with a chalice that has lions depicted on it. Distrina, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for 11 months. Thanks for the support. Welcome back. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. Almost a year, poggers. Sometimes you just connect with people on a personal level. It's true. I'm not going to shame him for his choice of friends, you know? It's just... Jaren is also against everyone's favorite waifu, Selen, so he must die. Jaren being sent by Mo because Radon is holding back the Blood Star. I don't... Jaren served Radon. We're actually going to get a lot of this dialogue about this exact topic. So now we've heard about EG. Or we're going to talk to EG now. We'll get some dialogue on Jaren. It'll give us a little bit more of insight for sure on the figure. It's been so long since I've done this myself that I actually don't remember the exact lines of dialogue. I meant to depict the beast people like the one that served the dragons in Farum Azula. Yeah. It's just really interesting because I never noticed consciously they have lions on them. So, Dragon Communion might be very old, like much older. So, Mesmer didn't necessarily create it because he's old, but he's not that old. Even by the standards of the game, and I think he's old, I don't think he's that old. So maybe he didn't invent it. Maybe he was inspired by something himself. Interesting. Hi, EG. Guess what? I got some really cool news for you.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you?
So we can also...
War Counselor?
Sorry. We can also get some dialogue from Celavis, because Blythe suggests you go to Celavis. And what happens is you go to Celavis, he tells you to talk to Selen. You talk to Selen, and you get the same information about how the stars need to move, and then they go to Nokron. Go to Radon, I mean, and that should actually trigger the festival. However, this is unmarked. You kind of have to find this by chance, but once you talk to Jaren, you get the same route. I don't want to talk to Celavis this route because I don't want to risk messing up this line. So we're just gonna talk about Jaren.
Jaren. Now that's a name I haven't heard for a while. Before taking up the banner of General Radon, he was a guest of the Karian royal family.
Guest. He didn't serve them.
An expert swordsman, to be sure. But ever eccentric. No surprise he'd get wrapped up in some festival. Oh no. Wait, how did I not see it before? I ought to retire as war counselor for such a gross oversight.
You really should, though.
Let me explain. The fate of the Karian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Karian royal line. But General Radon is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radon were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny, perhaps even revealing the elusive path that leads to Nokron.
So that gave us obviously the whole thing. I don't remember exactly what EG says. I think he gives you more information because otherwise Selen gives it to you. But I think that dialogue might be the same. But the stuff about Jaren. So Jaren took up the banner of Radon, but first he was a guest of the royal family. So he did not serve them. He was just a guest. What would make someone, a royal family, have someone as a guest? Another royal? Well, I guess it could be just maybe he was a little bit like Sir Alan. Yeah, so Jaren served Radon for real. Sriracha was Lord of Beast and is possibly from Farum, so it makes sense they depict him in Dragon Communion. The thing about Dragon Communion, though, is Dragon Communion involves consuming dragon hearts and blood. It's not very friendly to the dragons. His armor mentioned something? Maybe not. Maybe. Someone mentioned in chat, sorry, I just saw it. I'm going to scroll back up, about how... what is it? That when you kill Jaren, it says bloody finger slain? So it suggests he's a bloody finger? Oh, in Selen's quest? Jaren uses sorceries. So Jaren is apparently for the Carians, he was a sorcerer slayer. He fought sorcerers that were against the Carian family. So it makes sense you kind of use sorceries to put down sorcerers. He's a bloody finger because he's invading Selen. Yeah, but there's other types of invaders. Well... Yeah, I don't know. That's very interesting, but I think he genuinely served Radon. It's just his first thing was killing sorcerers. He was just loyal to Radon. I think he was genuinely loyal to him. Because there's only two ways to invade. It's Bloody Finger and Recuse It. And frankly, Bloody Finger is the default. You get phantom Bloody Fingers that you can use to temporarily invade throughout the game. They're really easy to find. But Recusant, I think the only way, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a blind spot, I just get so used to invading. I think the only way, the Recusant Finger is just the one? I don't think they have consumable Recusant Fingers, do they? Yo, take it easy, Mr. Inside Out. Don't think it's as old as Ancient Dragons. Communion probably started after Grail gave birth to all the scaleless dragons. Could be, could be. It's possible. So, and you know what? That would track because the giants hate giants that are short and consider them like unsightly and gross. So like giants look down on their own kind. So dragons, ancient dragons looking down on their, you know, deformed, lesser dragons could fit. I don't know. Got the 23 dragon hearts? That was probably Lyco. Just the one no consumable. So that just sounds like... Okay, bloody fingers, to put it very simply, bloody fingers are an affliction. The blood, think of it like vampire blood. It contains you. It possesses you. So the bloody fingers become infected with it. And you can then use that bloody finger. Your bloody finger that you get, the permanent one, is literally your own finger being afflicted by the blood, which is why you use it over and over again. It's become your own finger. Otherwise, you got to borrow other fingers that have been cut from other bloody fingers. Recusants aren't formed the same way. They aren't formed almost like a vampire infection, for lack of a better term. So that makes sense. So I think it's simply that Jaren needs to invade and a bloody finger is the only one available. But this is something we got to look at. A witch hunter. Yeah, he's a witch hunter. Perfect. Okay, let's get this dialogue now.
Go with Blythe to the festival grounds. Should General Radon be defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement. Perhaps revealing the illusion.
Okay. I think Blythe is maybe still here. He is. Okay, I think we can go tell him this. But it might change. I don't remember. Let's find out. He might just immediately teleport to the festival. Because... Oh no, he's still there. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Millicent's sisters also get the bloody finger message. I think it's just a game mechanic. Yeah, there's only 2 ways to invade. So they just use the bloody finger by default. Bike invades as a festering fingerprint. Oh! But wait, when you kill him, what does it say? Because his title is Festering Fingerprint. We're wondering, you know how the big text pops up, bloody finger defeated or whatever? We're wondering what it says for NPC invasions. Bloody finger is nothing aligning it with any faction. True, but it all comes from the same place. as far as we can tell. Also, hey Saint, how's it going? I'm just wondering, does it literally say like festering fingerprint defeated, like the big text, or what does it say? Just says invader vanquished. So there is a way to make it distinct. Okay, Vike invades with the power of the Flame of Frenzy. So that makes sense. He simply uses the Flame of Frenzy. But others like Jaren appear to need to use a Bloody Finger. It doesn't mean he is a Bloody Finger, but he is an eccentric, and there is precedent for figures like Eleonora being able to pick different things. So she engages in Dragon Communion, but also has Bloody Finger. Cannibal Girl, real quick. She should be, maybe, is she a recusant? I feel like she would be a recusant. I'm not sure now. Still be an oversight, but it's interesting either way. There's a, like, I love this game. There's a couple things, very, very minor things that show a slight non-attention to detail, let's say. Sometimes, very rarely. Very rarely. Like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I feel like in previous games, you know, you would do something and pick up an item and someone would have something to say about it. And in this game, no one really has unique dialogue. I think I would give a Two Fingers prayer book to our boy, Corin, and he would be like, this is heresy. It's a Two Fingers prayer book, nerd. It's not heresy, you know? You're a Two Fingers nerd. So anyway, you know, there was a couple dialogue-based oversights. So I wonder if maybe it's like they got Vike right, but they didn't get this right. I don't know. Covenant system in Elden Ring feels a bit underdeveloped. It's basically absent, but yeah. Would Moog want Radahn dead though? Probably, I think. I think he would. But also, once again, me back on my hating Moog arc, truly wonder if he even knew what the hell he was on about when it comes to Radahn. Anastasia is a recusant. Does it say that she's a recusant, like recusant slain or whatever when you defeat her? Love Eleonora so much, I wish she was more relevant. Well, now we have a figure like Mesmer who potentially is linked with both. You know. Eleonora is Dragon Communion and the Blood Star, or at least Bloody Fingers, and Mesmer seems to have a link to both as well. Recusant vanquished. Interesting! So that is fitting. Perfect. I think Corn just makes a distinction between the Golden Order and the Two Fingers. It's true. But doesn't he, like, all of his spells, except for the flame ones, talk about following the Two Fingers. So he seemed, that's the thing. Because I think they patched it. You do have to kill Radahn tax DLC. You do, yeah. It's important for that. Okay. Hi, Blythe.
Ah. Well met. What news?
Tell E.G.'s story.
So Rani's fate is kept in stasis by Star-Scourge Radahn. And there's a festival of war being held at Redmane Castle in Caelid, where you can fight the man himself. Once the strongest of the demigods. It's all coming together. Seems like E.G. was onto something.
Dude, I figured this
I'll
out.
on my way to this festival of Radahn then. You're coming too, right? To Radahn's festivities. I'll meet you at Redmane Castle in Caelid. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang.
Okay, I just want to point out that Blythe has purple eyes. Glowmite? Violet eyes? It's interesting. He appears to have both of them too. Even though one is a little bit more sealed. But that side of his face is a little bit more scarred too, so it could just be a thing. This is why Blythe shows up at Redmane? Yeah.
You're coming too, right?
Okay, that's it.
The way ahead is pleasing.
Perfect. So it's just interesting to note eye color with these figures. Also what he says in Redmane? Yup. That's kind of his line, lack of a better term. Story behind them, how they expand on it. Yeah, I don't know how much stuff we already know is going to be addressed. All right, let's just talk to everybody. We got Theralina, who honestly, I feel was sent by Celavis. Interesting that she's got golden eyes, though. So does that mean that maidens for a tarnished are not tarnished? I mean, that makes sense, but it's a little odd to think about. Because they're supposed to be, like, destined for one another in some strange metaphysical sense. And yet they're not tarnished. Interesting. Hi, Blythe.
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet
I
time.
literally teleport here
The
instantly.
plays are all made up. I'm waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ronnie's sake, too.
But yeah, Celavis likely sent there, Alina. That's why she doesn't talk.
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
Okay. Alexander!
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held? Well, it is none other than General Radahn himself. To think, I could face a great champion of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh. Oh, gosh. In truth, I quiver at the thought. Such is his frightful repute.
My brother in Christ, you are literally a jar. How do you quiver?
The fear simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
I love this whole setup to Radahn. Like, besides being really important and the whole festival and the areas he unlocks and everything here is set up to this amazing sense of gravitas. The chorus, the music, the fact that you have to unlock the festival depending on your route. It's so cool. And then you have all these figures. Frankly, my favorite NPCs are here. Except for Millicent. Millicent doesn't come here. But Alexander and Blythe are like two of the most fun NPCs in the game. And also, they're both really nice to you. Like, Blythe can be a little guarded depending on your route, but he's like, let's fight. We have to do this. And Alexander's just happy to be here. He is like the player right now. Like, oh my god, we got to fight Radahn. Oh, Selen's great. I love her. There's something about these two scrappy himbos, though, that just, it wins the heart over. You know what I mean? Like, Alexander, despite being a gigantic jar, basically has golden retriever energy. He's such a charmer. He's just like, oh man, I can't believe we're gonna fight Radahn. It's cute. Say Radahn is the strongest demigod and Morgoth clearly won in the intro cutscene. You wanna know the truth? Where is he? Because this MFer right here has been doing some propagandizing. Why are the others just phantoms? Because they are not in your world, but they are also here for the festival, basically. So we have Okina with his Rivers of Blood. We have Tragoth with his bull goat behavior. We got Lionel. Okay, let's get more dialogue from Mr. Mans here.
Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, do hereby vow.
Alright, that's it. Perfect, perfect. Whenever Alexander speaks to all the bodies inside of him speaking at once, that's basically likely what's going on, yeah.
Once more into the fray together, eh? This might even be fun.
You see what I mean? They're so charming. I love them. Ah, they're great. The festival's really special. I still think this is one of my favorite experiences in all of Elden Ring. It's so unique. Also, it's very similar to a phenomenal boss in the series, Dark Souls 2's Old Ivory King. Extraordinary boss. I love the Old Ivory King. But there's a little bit of a preamble to get to the fight. You know, you gotta defeat some enemies and stuff. But it has that same sense of gravitas. Because you also have to bring your allies in. It's a really, really unique thing in the DLC. It's so cool what they did. This is basically the same thing. But you don't have to run around the world finding friends. You just summon them. And you don't have to kill a bunch of little guys before you get to the big guy. You just run at the big guy. It's really neat. Also, I think one of the biggest boss arenas ever? I don't think they've ever done such a big boss arena. Yeah, it's basically a raid boss. Exactly. Alright, we're gonna call it here. Gamers is really late. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I said I wouldn't stream for 8 hours today, and I went for 7 instead. So look forward to that. I sure am. I just need to get some rest for tonight. Thanks so much for hanging out, though. This has been really fun. Demigods are great in the end. Yeah, that's true. The demigods, the thing is, the demigods are really great, but they are, by this point, decayed, and I think that's intentional. So, personally, I talked about this on the Discord. Someone asked a couple days ago why Marika asked the Tarnished to leave, because wouldn't they get stronger if they stayed here in the lands between? Well, I think that she didn't want the Tarnished to go stronger here. She wanted everyone here to grow weaker. I think that was a big part of her plan. So she wanted the demigods to struggle and fight and struggle and fight and fail and decay and damage themselves and end up shells of beings, so that the Tarnished, who have been sleeping and or dead for a long time, could come in and wreck them. I think that was a big part of the plan. Oh, welcome in, Virgil. Glad you enjoyed. Thanks so much, everybody, again. Let's see. Yeah, really glad folks are enjoying the LOREATHON. I have never played this game so slow. It's really funny because despite playing it quite a bit, this has been a really unique experience to not just look at the old stuff, but look at stuff that we maybe have ignored or assumptions that we made. It's been great. So we're going to be back with the same thing tomorrow. And this time, I said we'd get to Caelid today. Actually, I was right. We did Liurnia and Caelid. We'll continue just that. Oh, we're gonna raid Nova. Perfect. Yeah, sorry, we're ending. Nova's great. She's just, from what I can tell, starting. She like me does like a big starting section with just chatting, and she's gonna be doing BG3 later. So definitely stick around for that. But yeah, thanks so much everybody again. It's been really fun today. I'm really glad other folks are as excited as I am about the new stuff for Elden Ring. It's really great. And the lore! It's so great. It's really great. See you tomorrow, everybody. Say hi to Noah for me. Good night, everybody. Wave, wave, wave. Justin, Laiko, Suka, Sanaf, Lebo, Darth, Scarecrow, Drew, Natalie, Volpine, Radiant, Scrumosis. Did I say Lyco? I think I said Lyco, but you're in both, so you get 2. You get a second goodbye if you're in both chats. Orgasm, Christmas, Furious Taco Sauce, Estrina. Bye. My hand's getting tired. I haven't done this much physical activity. No. Karen. Virgil, take it easy. Bye bye. Bye, Volpine. You get 2.